Committee on the Taxation of Gas Resources. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. I'm Senator Steph Hodgins-May, the Chair of the Committee. I'm joined today in the room by Senators Joshy, Susan McDonald, David Pocock, Senator Darmanin and Senator Waters, and possibly joined by Senator Smith online. The committee will be conducting today's hearings via video teleconference and in person. These are public proceedings being streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard script is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives of the Australia Institute and Mr Conrad Benjamin from Punters Politics, all of whom are appearing in person, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Dr Richard Dennis, Co-CEO of the Australia Institute.
Mr Conrad Mikowski, Head Chairman of Punters Politics.
I now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. I'll go first. Thank you so much. Thanks, committee, for inviting me along today. I think it's a really important issue, and it's good to have the opportunity to discuss this. I think this inquiry is really about fairness. Is Australia getting a fair share for its gas exports? Australia is one of the largest gas exporters in the world. No one doubts that the gas industry makes very large profits. No one doubts that Australia exports very large amounts of gas, but Australians now doubt that they are getting a fair share for that. The Australian Institute's released research today showing that the Japanese government gets more revenue from Australian gas imports than the Australian government gets from Australia's gas exports. Now, perhaps the Parliament thinks that's fair, perhaps the Parliament thinks that's as it was designed to be, or perhaps this is a unique opportunity for Parliament to come together on an issue that seems to unite parliamentarians in a way that few issues do, to fix this issue. The Australia Institute estimates that a 25% gas export tax would raise $17 billion per year for a country that's permanently told we have a budget crisis, for a country that's permanently told we can't afford to invest in services. What a once in a lifetime opportunity to collect $17 billion for something as simple as getting a fair price for the gas we export. The cost of delaying that decision is $350 million a week. So I do hope that not only does this Parliament finally grasp the nettle and get a fair share for Australians, I hope they do so soon, because $350 million a week is money we will never get back. And while I note that there are concerns now, well, let's go back a step. We've been told for a long time the gas industry employs a lot of people. They don't. You don't hear them make that claim anymore. Their jobs are important for people who work there, but it's around 20,000 of the 28 million people in Australia work in gas. We've been told for a long time that they pay a lot of tax. Well, we now know that's not the case. We're now being told that we have to keep things the way they are lest we upset our customers. Well, the research the Australia Institute's released today makes clear that the Japanese government is happy to tax Australian gas. Indeed, the Japanese government is getting more revenue from taxing Australian gas than the Australian government is. So I'm sure they'll understand. I note the Albanese government recently cut the petrol excise to help Australians get through a cost of living crisis, a decision that I agree with. Well, the Japanese could always cut their import tax if they're really concerned about the price of gas. But let me be crystal clear, and I'll end on this point. A gas export tax will not increase the price of gas paid by Japan. It will not increase the price of gas paid by Korea or any of our other customers. There's no Norway premium for Norwegian gas, which is heavily taxed. All of the gas is selling at the same world price. The reason the gas industry is sad is they know the customers won't pay the higher price. They know they will receive a lower after-tax profit. And most importantly, I think, and most misunderstood, we know the gas industry is good at avoiding tax because it pays so little of the petroleum resource rent tax that's been promised. We know they're good at avoiding tax, so we can bank on the fact that when we put an export tax in place, they'll do the one thing they can to avoid paying the export tax, and that's sell that gas to Australians. We will increase the supply of gas to Australians by taxing gas exports. We will increase the supply of gas, and we will push the price of that gas down. If we have a 25% gas export tax, we'll be at least $17 billion a year better off. We will have more gas supplied to Australians. We will have lower gas prices here in Australia. And if you're worried about the concerns of countries like Japan, fear not, they're taxing our gas. There's no reason we can't.
Thank you, Dr Dennis. Mr Benjamin.
Thank you, senators and members, for having me. Honestly, it's not every day that a regular punter like me gets to sit at the table with so many politicians, which normally would cost, what, $3,000 a head? Sorry, just a little political joke to warm everyone up there. We're here today to discuss the need for Australians to receive what we are owed for our natural resources. That belong to us. And I see on the schedule, as I was looking, there isn't a single regular mum or dad, single nurse, teacher or tradie. So I'm here to say a few things on their behalf because before I used to make TikToks, I was a teacher. And my job was to make complex stuff simple so that the kids could understand things and walk out of the room more informed than when they came in. And honestly, my job hasn't changed. It's just got a couple 100 million followers now. Now, we were told that this topic, gas, PRRT, is too technical, it's too complicated. We were told that we regular punters like me, don't worry about it. The politicians, you've got it. They've got it covered. And we were told that repeatedly by the corporations and lobbyists who were in fact getting rich by us not understanding it. So here, we millions of regular Aussies are now paying attention. And we understand a few things that we might not have understood before. We understand that Australia's gas is incredibly valuable. We understand that we're giving most of it away for free to foreign corporations. We understand that those same foreign corporations pay close to bugger all tax. We understand that countries like Norway looked at their oil and said, that belongs to us. And their politicians went about and made rules and contracts that resulted in Norwegian citizens having access to a $3 trillion sovereign wealth fund. And we understand, this is the most important point, we understand that a stable democracy like ours, with lots of valuable natural resources, gives us a lot of leverage. So the question we punters have is, how is it that we are holding all of the cards, yet still losing? A kid in my class put his hand up and asked me a question one day. He said, "Sir, do politicians know the system is broken? Like, why don't they just fix it?" And unfortunately, I had to tell that kid the truth. I had to tell that kid, honestly, it's not broken. This system is working perfectly for the foreign corporations who funded the lobbying campaigns, who funded the political campaigns of many politicians in this room and gave many of politicians in this room colleagues jobs, sweet lobbying gigs as gas lobbyists. Punters Politics, honestly, shouldn't exist. I shouldn't really be here. 1 million Australians following my content online, watching someone explain gas, isn't a success story. It's a symptom of a government that has stopped working for the punters who elected them. So while you hear from the heads of Woodside, Santos, Exxon, Inpex, whoever comes, and you'll hear them tell stories about why they don't want to make $5 billion, they'd rather make $10 billion. I want you all to remember that there are nurses living in cars, teachers buying lunch for kids who can't afford it, tradies skipping meals so they can feed their family. Because no matter how tough we punters have it, no matter how high the cost of living goes, we still pay our tax. And we don't get our gas for free. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Benjamin. I'll kick us off. I also just note that we've got Senator Payman joining us via teleconference, and Mr Joshy was unable to make this session as scheduled and will be seeking to accommodate his appearance at a later date. To begin with, to Dr Dennis, just picking up first on the Japanese import tax that you've spoken about, what actually is the gap and how much more revenue does Japan make from Australian gas than Australia does?
So the Japanese government on average collects around $8 billion per year from a tax that it has on imported oil and gas and coal. And Australia is one of the largest, usually the largest supplier of gas to Japan. What's interesting is that the Japanese introduced this tax back in 1978 after the first OPEC oil shock to help Japan cope with the insecurity of oil. And when Australia and Japan and most of the world agreed that we should have 90 days of liquid fuel within our domestic markets at any point in time, the Japanese understood that that was expensive. So the Japanese actually imposed a tax on imported energy to fund that. And it worked. It worked very successfully. And Japan now has well over 90 days of liquid fuel. And taxing our gas and our oil has helped them fund their preparations that we're told we've been unable to afford to pursue. The Japanese tax gets more interesting when you realise that it was modified around 2013 to not just help them with liquid fuel security and energy efficiency and other things, but to help them with the cost of climate change. So to be clear, the customer of our gas, the customer of our coal, is taxing the imports, increasing the cost to their consumers to help them prepare for the costs of climate change. So well done to Japan. I have no criticism of the Japanese government whatsoever. They've used the power of their state and their budget quite well. They've taxed our imports to fund their oil security. They've taxed our gas exports, our coal exports to fund their preparations for climate change. I'm just pleading with this Parliament not to fall for the line that were Australia to introduce a tax on our gas exports, that the Japanese government would somehow be concerned or insulted. They might be disappointed because the Japanese government is a significant shareholder in INPEX that makes a significant profit selling our gas to Japan.
So these calculations, these don't even include the on-selling of Australian gas into global spot markets that Japan does. That's
this is
separate
just
too.
And those figures don't even include their consumption tax, which also, they collect tax on when the gas is sold to consumers and when electricity is sold to consumers. So they literally have a gas, coal and oil import levy to collect $8 billion. Why? To fund services and fund preparations in Japan. Yet we've been told in recent months, we couldn't have possibly afforded to stockpile any oil in Australia. Very expensive, don't you know? So, look, well done, Japan. I don't blame them at all, but I repeat what I said before. This is not about harming Japan. The price of gas paid by Japan will not increase when we impose this tax. What will happen is the profits made by the people selling the gas will fall. There's not two gas prices out there, the high tax Norway price and the low tax Australia price. It's all the same molecules, it's all the same methane selling at effectively a world price minus transport costs. So
might this level of profitability, I suppose, explain the diplomatic pressure that Japan puts on Australia, on the Australian government?
Yes, and we saw this when Stephen Miles was Queensland Premier. He proposed a small increase in coal royalties and proposed, or actually implemented, he was Premier at the time, spending the money to build public housing and to lower the cost of public transport to 50 cents per fare. The Japanese ambassador was not very diplomatic in expressing his views and Japan's views about Australian domestic policy. Likewise, recent suggestions that we should stop giving literally more than half of our gas away for free, no royalties paid on gas in Commonwealth waters, no PRRT collected on that gas according to Treasury. Again, the Japanese ambassador has not been terribly diplomatic. So, yes, I'm sure they would prefer to make large untaxed profits selling Australian gas to Japanese people. I do not begrudge them that.
Yeah.
I don't begrudge them that at all.
Thank you, Dr Dennis. Now for Mr Benjamin. Gas projects in Commonwealth waters don't have to pay any royalties, like zero. In other words, they get the product they're selling for free. Dairy farmers don't get their cows given to them from the government for free. Pubs don't get their kegs of beer given to them for free. So why is it, do you think, that gas companies have been able to get their gas for free for so long?
I think from where we sit, we regular punters, we can't understand. Like my Year 10 business students understand. If something is profitable, and we're holding all the levers of power. Whereas, look around. How many stable democracies have so many resources that we sort of have? How are we getting such a dud deal? Where we land, and when I explain to people, when they ask, how is this allowed to happen? The only solution I have is that when I go to Donation Watch and see money flowing in from fossil fuel companies to elected representatives, and then I see certain representatives who oversaw the PRRT, oversaw that for years, going to become gas lobbyists, we regular punters, we would use a word corruption, but we're not allowed to because it's legal, it's fine, you're allowed to. So that's the only explanation we can come up with, because business 101, like I'm not anti-gas industry, I'm not anti-gas. I'm pro getting paid what we're owed. This is capitalism 101. If we own the resource and it's ours, you pay us what you owe us, and we can sell to whoever we want, and we can charge whatever we want. And if we decide that, hey, the future's not going to have this gas, future generations, it's going to be gone forever. In Norway, when they run out of oil, hit dry, what do they got? $3 to $4 trillion sitting there ready to reinvest to do whatever the country wants to do. When I look at my students, my old students, and go, well, what's left for you? Sorry, mate, nothing. Well, we need to invest in a new industry. With what money? So I think that's sort of the perspective that we regular punters come from, going, if it's profitable, they'll still come. Just like Norway. They said they would leave, guess what, they didn't. Coal in Queensland, they upped the royalty. Japan had a whinge about it. Coal companies are still whinging about it. Where are they? They're still in Queensland, digging coal, because coal is valuable and the regime is pretty fair. We're just getting our fair share.
So Australians getting ripped off by gas companies has obviously struck a bit of a chord with punters, yeah. Safe to say. Why do you think that this issue enrages people so much? Because
we're told, and the budget's about to drop, we're told every day, oh, we can't afford to invest in schools. Like, we can't afford to make our education like on par with some countries around the world that are just as wealthy. We have to cut costs here, cut funding there, cut different services that we rely on, our medical system's under strain. We have to cut stuff. We're about to hear that. We're about to hear that the global economy is going through a shock and we have to tighten our belts because something that happened overseas is making everything more expensive for us. And we're about to be told that we can't afford anything. Except when we look at what we are as a nation, lots of resources that we all collectively own, we know it not to be true. And like I said, like genuinely, I shouldn't be here. Punters Politics exists because I spoke about this issue and regular Aussies went, yeah, this doesn't only pass the pub test, this is outrageous, and we've been sold out because we shouldn't have issues with what we can afford. We should be looking at how we can invest in future businesses, how we can supply basic medical and dental to sort of anyone who wants it. This is the kind of country, how wealthy we are. Aussies know it, I know it, we know it. So when politicians tell us, and they're about to tell us, that we can't afford it, we know it's a lie, and this gas issue is the perfect example of how it's a lie.
Thank you, Mr Benjamin. I'm going to rotate the call to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. My first question's to Mr Dennis, please. You've proposed an export tax in your submission. How would those changes overlap with existing taxes and regulations? Is it simply an addition to the current framework, or are there other consequential changes that would flow from that?
Well, that's entirely an issue for the Parliament, of course. The PRRT is so unsuccessful, if you kept it in place, it would hardly be burdensome. But if you wanted to do everybody a favour and replace something complicated that achieves nothing with something simple that achieves a lot, personally, if you got rid of the PRRT and replaced it with a 25% gas export tax, I think that would be a good outcome. But to be crystal clear, the PRRT is so ineffective that I think keeping it in place would hardly be burdensome. Most of the PRRT that's paid today is paid by legacy oil production, not even gas in these enormous new basins. And it's Treasury that informed the Senate a couple of years ago that not a single new offshore gas project had paid any PRRT. Now, I trust they've got access to more data than I do, but we can see from the figures that there's not much there. We can see from the figures that after Ukraine was invaded and the price went through the roof, that it didn't go up. And we've heard from Treasury saying, at least in 2023, that they hadn't paid any at all. So, frankly, I don't think it would matter if you left it in place and put an export tax on. But personally, if you swapped one for the other, I think we would be so much better off. Sounds fine to me.
Thank you. Mr. Benjamin, in your submission you referred to the rate of tax or effective tax in Norway. The structure of the industry is different in the way that the Norwegians have set up exploration and Australians have over many generations now. Is your observation in the submission that we should adopt a similar model to Norway across all elements of its system, or is it simply a comparison of the total tax take?
Yeah, unfortunately, my basic economics teacher 101 high school grade understands that this is actually complex, and what options we have is many before us. We're suggesting sort of one. When I compare to Norway, I understand that it's part state invested and partly state owned. When I talk to regular punters on the street, they love the idea of a partly state-run system that gets a good ROI with some private investment as well, like Norway's set up. And I think, the best analysis from, people like Richard Dennis is that this is the comparison, an effective tax rate of 78% plus, because they've got the super profits and things like that. Anything that brings us closer to Norway in any respect, whatever the smart nerds do when they do their research, go, this is the best way to do it, this is the most effective way. There's the Norway model that seems very effective. There's the Qatar model where they own the entire industry and they do 70 billion a year or something and we do 2 billion, as citizens. So I'm open to any and all of the above. This 25% tax that certain senators have floated on export revenue sounds more simple, sounds like we're going to get something. We're in a position now where I'm like, it's all looking pretty good from where we're sitting.
Can I just add that the Australian taxpayer spends a lot of money exploring for oil. We have public agencies dedicated solely to that task. We have explicit subsidies to help that task. And indeed, I think the Queensland government had a $20 million subsidy released last year, encouraging people to go exploring. So the idea that the Australian taxpayer isn't involved in exploring for oil and other resources in Australia is demonstrably untrue. We have whole agencies dedicated to that task. It's just unlike Norway, we don't get money back. Now, we don't have state investment in oil companies. Sorry, I should clarify. We don't have Australian state investment in oil companies. The Japanese government is invested. The Malaysian government is invested. There's plenty of state investment in Australian oil and gas. It's just that it's other governments from other countries that can see the profits for them of investing. So, yes, our system is quite different from Norway's. And the reason that the Australia Institute prefers a 25% revenue tax over anything complicated like you've described is that the Australian Public Service, the Australian Parliament, has shown itself unable to negotiate complexity with these companies. So there's no problem with having a well-designed profits tax, but that's what the PRRT is supposed to be. The PRRT is supposed to pick up 40% of windfall profits. Well, after the Ukraine war, if you compare the gas price after the Ukraine war to the gas price before the Ukraine war, the Australia Institute estimates the gas industry's made $112 billion in windfall profits. Now, the PRRT is supposed to be a windfall profits tax at 40%. Well, 40% of $112 billion is over $40 billion, but the Commonwealth budget papers make clear that that hasn't happened. So, you know what? When the gas industry says it's complicated, Richard, you don't understand, Richard. You don't understand Norway. You don't understand. No, I do understand. I understand that we have a windfall tax in place. That's what the PRRT is, and I understand that it is a failure, and I understand that we've reviewed it on multiple occasions, and on multiple occasions this previous parliaments have decided to leave it the way it is. So to be crystal clear, to those saying maybe we need something more complicated, I'd put to you that maybe they're a bit smarter than you realise. They might be smarter than me, but they've certainly been smarter than previous parliaments and previous generations of public servants whose arrogance led them to think, yes, I'm very clever, I can negotiate the complicated deals of a PRRT with the world's best paid industry, and we've failed completely. So that's why an export tax is a good idea, because it's simple, and the only way to avoid it is to sell gas to Australians instead. Win-win.
Thank you, Dr Dennis. I'm going to rotate the call to Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning. And I believe we might have sat next to each other on a plane the other day. I didn't realise who you were, so I'm sorry you didn't introduce yourself. We could have had this conversation on the aeroplane.
I wish we had. I spoke to some of your colleagues on a plane recently. It was a good opportunity.
Very good. Look, you just finished on a comment where if something's simple, it's a... You know, the export tax is a simple solution. My experience in the Parliament is that often the reason why it's not a simple solution is because we live in a complex world of different regions of Australia, different issues, and you've raised a couple of things this morning that I just want to fact-check you on, understanding where you're getting some of this data. So you've raised employment numbers of 20,000. I probably know more than 20,000 people who work directly and fairly closely directly with the gas industry. Where did you get 20,000 people from?
Look, I'll take that on notice. I'm relying on the Australian Bureau of Statistics. Your definition of people close to the oil and gas industry might be different to the Commonwealth's premier statistical agency. But yes, you often hear the industry say it's 200,000. Indeed, I remember... I remember Mr Liveridge once saying 800,000.
I'm sorry to
So you're not alone
you.
in thinking it's bigger than that.
I might have to just keep your questions, your answers, if you'll take that on notice, that would be terrific. Turning back, you talked about the Japanese tax. You did a press release this morning. Of that, I think that tax includes coal, is that right? And oil and gas. It's my understanding that Australia's gas into Japan is about 40% of their market.
Of their gas, yes.
Not the majority. So what would that mean then? The tax raised on Australian gas is... I'm just not quite sure that the number that you've put in your press release is actually reflected by the reality of how much gas Australia exports.
No, the numbers are accurate. So, again, I can take that on notice and give you more detail than is in the press release. There is a paper that we're publishing today. But to be clear, we're comparing the amount of tax raised by the Japanese government on our gas imports to the amount of tax raised by the Australian government on our gas exports.
And because that's the point I'm trying to make.
Well, because that's
only
zero.
40%.
Yes, but because the number we're comparing it to is zero.
This year, next year, last year, 10 years' time.
Well, the PRRT isn't collecting revenue from our gas exports. There's no royalty on our gas exports.
Well, that's not true, because Queensland has royalties on gas
I'm talking about the Commonwealth of Australia. I'm talking about the Parliament that I'm in today.
And the PRRT, the calculation shows that the collection of PRRT will do what it always was modelled to do and increase rapidly.
Well, I am referring to the data as it is. If you want to talk about forecasts, well, the gas industry's been telling us it's on the cusp of paying us a lot of tax for a lot of years. I'm referring to the recent historic data, not projections by the gas industry.
And I guess that's where I'm interested, is the projection. So we've seen relatively recently big investments into extracting gas from Australia. Queensland in particular was only in the last sort of 15 years, and that has meant that towns like Chinchilla and Roma and Dalby, which were tumbleweeds in the main street before CSG came to town, is now paying for the very nurses and doctors and dental care for the farmers and graziers and whatnot of that region, literally, including the Medivac flights. And I appreciate that when you're in Melbourne or Canberra, it's hard to see those very positive impacts that you see if you're from regional Australia, the places that I come here to represent. I was interested in your comments about the investments of other jurisdictions, and I think Mr. Benjamin is almost proposing an AusGas sort of model where we'll have more Australian government investment in more gas. What I would like to understand is, have you looked at other jurisdictions who are now competing for that very investment? We know that the big gas investments recently have been in Alaska, into Louisiana. Argentina has a very assertive incentive program. Given that Australia's capital costs for gas drilling is some of the most expensive in the world, how do you think the impact of a 25% gas tax would go on Australia, continuing to receive that sort of investment, and, the small businesses and the regional people that I know, how they're going to be affected? Have you done some work on that?
Done an enormous amount of work on that. Thank you for the question. So I guess the first place to start is the fact that for years now, Australians have been told we have a shortage of gas, and that if we don't invest in more gas wells, that we won't have any gas. And at the same time, of course, we were one of the world's largest exporters of gas. So I think what's interesting about the debate at the moment is I haven't heard the gas industry once say there's a shortage of gas. So this is very important, because if for some reason the gas industry delivered on its threats, I'll explain why they won't, but imagine they delivered on their threats and stopped investing in new gas extraction. Well, we've got far more gas than Australians could possibly use already. So if, and I don't believe it, but if they delivered on their threats to stop investing in gas, we've got about 400% more gas than Australians need. So there's no shortage, there's nothing to worry about there. Second, you raise a really sad point that Australia, one of the richest countries in the world, can't provide good medical care to people in regional Australia without charity from a gas company. Well, I'm embarrassed by that. And if we collected $17 billion on tax, imagine what we could invest in regional Australian health. Now to the actual threat, choosing my words carefully, I don't believe it for a second. And there's a wonderful quote from the former Norwegian Prime Minister, literally laughing about how the gas industry made these threats to Norway, literally laughing about how they said they'd never invest again. But just to give you a simple proof point that we can all understand, INPEX are currently seeking a new gas project in Norway. Right now, Norway, INPEX, they are taking the piss. They are mocking us. They are playing us for fools when they say, if you don't give me free gas, I'll take my bat and ball but not your gas and go somewhere else. They're going to Norway.
Can I just give you my last question? The Chair's given me a last quick question. So I'm reflecting on one of the other submissions. He says, heavy taxes on tobacco were enacted with the explicit goal of killing off that deadly industry, and that is how it should be for fossil fuels. We should be talking openly, regularly and brazenly about the need to both aggressively tax the fossil fuel industry while clamping down on it and managing its decline. I'd put to you that this is actually what this agenda is really about, shutting down future fossil fuel projects.
Look, for some people I'm sure it is, but this is why this Parliament should embrace this unique opportunity, because you've got everyone from Clive Palmer saying let's do this, to people who want to shut down the fossil fuel industry in its entirety. You've got a coal baron and an enthusiastic embracer of climate science who can both agree that a tax on gas is a good idea. And then you've got the head of the biggest company in Australia, Commonwealth Bank, saying, and it's a good idea too. So you're right, some people want that. You are spot on. And then there's Clive Palmer. And then there's your colleague, Andrew Hastie. And then there's all sorts of people across the political spectrum. I can't tell. I think One Nation think we need a fairer share. I haven't seen their support.
It's one of your associates who's made that assertion. I just want to be clear that that's not your position to shut down the fossil fuel industry.
No, I want to milk it.
So you want to see more investment
I need to rotate the
and
call.
more taxes. More investment.
No, we don't need more investment. We just need to milk what's there. We'll do well.
Yep. Thank you. I'm going to move the call to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this morning. I wanted to start by declaring a conflict of interest. I provide Conrad Benjamin with a sponsored pass to Parliament House. This is disclosed on my website. It's also disclosed on passregister.com.au, and I'd encourage my colleagues to do the same with their sponsored passes. I wanted to start with a question to Dr. Dennis. A lot's been covered already, but I'm really interested in these calls from some to introduce a windfall profits tax, given we already have a windfall profits tax, the petroleum resource rent tax, which isn't working. I was wondering if you could just tease out the difference between a 25% flat gas export tax and a windfall profits tax and potential differences in revenue.
Yeah. Well, let me start with the concept. Australians for 30 years have been told that governments just can't give things away for free, you know. We've introduced user pays for medicine. We've introduced user pays for higher education. We've introduced user pays for a birth certificate. Right? As a nation, we've been told governments can't just do things for you for free, you know, and the conservative side of politics has usually been loudest in making these calls. Yet apparently when it comes to gas, we should give it away for free, unless they have a bumper year. And if they have a bumper year, they'll pay for some of their raw materials. Let's define bumper and year and pay carefully in long legislation that they'll run rings around us in. So to be clear, a windfall profits tax is better than doing nothing, but it's not as good as Norway does. It's not as good as even our state governments with their simple royalties do. So we've calculated, the Australian Institute estimates that the windfall profits from the gas industry in the last 5 or so years post-Ukraine invasion by Russia have generated $112 billion in extra profit, but the PRRT has barely moved. So you're right, our windfall profits tax regime is a disaster for taxpayers and a bonanza for the gas industry. So given 20 years of failure of past parliaments and previous public servants to come up with a decent windfall profits tax, and given the principle that the gas industry should pay for gas every time they pull some gas out of the ground, then we should obviously move to a system like an export tax that will be both hard to avoid, because Australian avoidance seems easier than Norwegian avoidance, and, as I said before, well-designed, will pump gas into the Australian domestic market so we can finish off this idea that a massive exporter's got a shortage. As I said to Senator Gosh, you can have both, but there should never be a year there should never be a year where the gas industry gets its gas for free. So if we have a 25% gas export tax, I'd settle for that now. If someone wants to come up with a complicated combination of the two, well, maybe. I'm an economist. In theory, maybe that works. But in theory, the PRRT works. So, yeah, I think given where we are at this point in history, the idea that the PRRT will kick in one day when even Japan is forecasting significant declines in demand for gas, we can't keep telling ourselves there's a payday coming in decades' time if we have a complicated enough super profits tax or windfall tax. So as an economist, I can't say a windfall tax is a bad idea. I just think an export tax is such a good idea that suits our needs right now, suits our budget right now, suits the need to divert gas to Australia right now. We wouldn't need a reservation policy if we had an export tax, and it would actually push the price of gas down for Australians. So an export tax solves all those problems. A windfall tax solves a lot of problems in theory, and the one we've got has collected us virtually nothing in practice.
Just a final question to you on the domestic side of things and the price that we pay for gas. We've seen reporting that after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, gas prices go through the roof. A urea manufacturing plant in Brisbane shuts down. We now have a massive shortage of urea, and it turns out that governments, state and federal, have put $600 million worth of taxpayer money to build a urea manufacturing plant in the northwest. It's almost sort of farcical situation. How would the 25% gas export tax interact with the domestic market and actually help manufacturers and households?
Yeah, so there's a lot of misunderstanding about how a raw material like gas sells. People are kind of trained to think about what's the price of an iPad? I don't know, what's the cost of the plastic? What's the cost of the glass? And we add it all up. And, well, things like gas and coal are produced all around the world and purchased all around the world, and they sell at a world price. And the gas industry will just sell it for, that price. And if they can get it cheap, they make a lot of money. If they have to pay tax, they'll make a little bit less money. But the price is set by the world market. So the reason an export tax is so important for Australia now is that in 2013, as Senator McDonald said, we had cheap gas in Australia because we didn't export it from the East Coast. And the gas, there was abundant gas on the East Coast, and everyone that wanted it could get it cheap. But the minute we hooked it up to the world market, the price of gas went up 300%. And there was no compensation for households or industry or anything else. The price of gas just went up 300% once we started exporting it. Once we put an export tax on, those exporters, in order to avoid the export tax, are going to compete with each other to sell it to Australians. And my prediction is that the price of gas would fall by 24.99%, the wholesale price, because all of the gas companies will be competing to sell a molecule to anyone they can that's tax-free, and they're better off selling it at a 24.99% discount to Australians than selling it to someone in Japan and paying a 25% tax. So we will see a significant increase in supply of gas, and we will see a significant reduction in the price of gas, and the Commonwealth will collect a significant amount of revenue. Economics never got better for Parliament than an export tax.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. Mr. Benjamin, we're running up on time, so just one question for you. I'm interested if you think that the major parties underestimate the depth of feeling amongst Aussie punters on this proposal.
Yeah, I think when you look at social media channels like mine, Instagram Reels like you've put up before, when you look at those numbers, there is no other issue that I've come across in Australia that gets 8 million on your reel, regular 2 million views, and my audience is solely Australian. So the 500,000+ followers on Instagram, 200 on YouTube, 100K, coming up to 1 million followers on all of my platforms. That is almost entirely solely from the energy generated around this issue. And I think senators and politicians underestimate how much we're watching, how much we understand what Richard's been talking about here to explain how we can fix the problem, because we're feeling the outcomes. We know that prices are going up. We know that gas is a massive driver of the cost of energy. I know too much about stuff I shouldn't know about. The variable price of gas is the thing that sets the price for the market, right? We know that. And so as we pay higher prices and as our electricity bills goes up and cost of living go up, this issue is the most issue that illustrates, well, geez, it sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? Anyone sort of listening here. Other countries seem to do it. Why can't we? I think politicians ignore just how much we're paying attention to this at their own peril. That's genuinely what I think. And I think whether they do something in the budget and decide to fix this as quickly as possible and start getting a return as quickly as possible so that because we know that this is a question for regular punters like us. This is a question of us versus them. So when we hear talking points from the gas lobby, when we hear equivocation of, oh, well, maybe we don't understand what's happening in the country. I'm from Newcastle. I am from a coal mining town. And my mates in the mines who are getting a paycheck are on my side. I'm stoked for them that they're getting a paycheck. Good on them, at least someone's getting paid. But they understand that even their paycheck isn't getting paid what they're owed for this industry. And they understand that if we don't take what we are owed from this industry, we're the ones left paying the tax bill. Because like I said before, whether we do it hard or not, we're paying 30% on our salary. So it's only fair, it's only time that they start paying what they owe us.
Thank you, Mr Benjamin. I'm going to go to Senator Waters.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, thank you both. I strongly agree with your evidence that big gas corporations are ripping off Australians. And we know that companies like Woodside and Santos make enormous profits and don't pay their fair share of tax. And in fact, 56% of Australian gas is exported without having paid any royalties on it. We also know that the illegal war in Iran has led to further increase in gas company profits. But those same industries, those big gas companies, are now trying to use the war as yet another excuse to not pay their fair share. So I want to put to you one of their contentions. They're trying to say that our gas exports are important leverage for Australia to have fuel security. To you, Dr Dennis, isn't that rubbish though, because most of our gas is already tied up in long-term contracts? Can you help us refute their argument there, please?
Yeah, look, I mean, firstly, the gas industry never think it's a good time to tax the gas industry. So we shouldn't be surprised that they, just like they're literally profiteering off the back of a war, we shouldn't be surprised they're using that same illegal war to defend the tax regime that benefits them so much. As is often the case, if you listen carefully to the gas executives, which is a struggle, they're always walking both sides of the street. So on the one hand, they're saying we've got all these long-run contracts, you can't fix it. But at the same time, they're saying, oh, if we change anything now, everything will dry up overnight and we're in real trouble. What nonsense. Australia, as the gas industry, to sound like them for a minute, has been a reliable exporter of gas for decades. Are they saying we haven't earned any respect for decades of exporting free gas? Are they telling us that having Australians having given away all of this gas for all of these years, that these countries are now actually threatening us? Rather than saying thanks for being the reliable partner the gas industry say we've always been, apparently, no, we're exposed with no friends in the world unless we suck up to them and offer some more free gas. So firstly, they should pick a lane. You know, are we reliable providers of gas who've earned a good reputation over decades, or are we bobbing around in a big bad world and unless we do what we're told, we'll get in trouble? And then there's the other point. The price of gas won't go up in Japan when we tax it. The price of gas won't go up in Korea when we tax it. The price of gas won't go up in Sri Lanka when we tax it. Their profits will come down. This is the whole point. We're going to sell the same amount of gas at the same price under the same contracts. And to be clear, if they could pass the tax on to Korea or Sri Lanka or Japan or anywhere else, they would. And they wouldn't be complaining. The reason they're complaining is that they know they're going to keep selling at the world price. It's just they're going to get a smaller slice of it once we start do what Japan does and put a tax on our exports. So no one's talking about ripping up contracts. No one's talking about turning the lights off. No one's talking about, geosecurity, geopolitics, being ruined in the Asia Pacific because, like Japan, we try to get a fair share out of our tax. It's nonsense. But once you realise that the contracts are in place, the quantity's already agreed, the prices are set at the world prices, we're haggling about how much tax they pay on the way out the door, I'm sure you'll come up with a way to phase it in. I'm sure that, and these contracts that they talk about are getting rewritten all the time. It's not like there's one big contract for Australian gas because you know what? It's not ours. We gave it away for free. These are contracts between BP, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, Impex, and hundreds of customers around the world. So it's not like Australia has a contract to sell gas with Japan, if only. Then we really might be able to get some leverage out of all of this. No, we've given our bargaining power away to foreign gas companies. Like, we're not even able to actually be at the table in those negotiations because we gave them the gas for free and we said, you go get the best deal you can. So, yeah, look, the gas industry never think it's a good time to pay more tax, but the idea that we're leaving it to British Petroleum, American Chevron and Japanese Impex to negotiate gas contracts in the Australian national interest is bizarre.
It's laughable. You've mentioned Chevron. This is my last question, Chair, given the time. You've mentioned Chevron. We just saw an approval, yet another approval of an extension of Chevron's Gorgon gas project late last week. On calculations I've seen, that comes with a $300 billion gift of royalty-free gas. Firstly, can you reflect on those figures? And if you agree with them, how is that sensible economic management?
Look, I haven't done the calculations myself. Given the size and length of that project, you know, that number doesn't surprise me. And it doesn't surprise me that we're giving it away for free because we've given nearly all of that big export, those big export gas basins gas away for free. This is the Australian way. And by the way, if uncertainty was scaring flighty investors, you know, you would think that these industries would be all sitting on pause at the moment saying, well, this might take a year or two to play out. Yeah. No, they're rushing full steam ahead. And then if the Parliament acts in Australia's interests and taxes them, they'll say, oh, we didn't know. So, yeah, again, once you realise that Impex are currently trying to develop gas in Norway, and maybe they're coming before the Senate, I'm not sure, it'd be a good question to ask them, but I think it will help you all take with a very large grain of salt any of these sort of threats they make. And to be clear, they're doing their job. They're getting paid millions of dollars a year not to know how to drill a hole. Like, if I'm a gas executive, I can find anyone who can drill a hole for me. I can outsource that. But convincing Parliament to give me gas for free, that's the real skill. That's why these people get paid a fortune. Right? So if I'm a gas executive, my main job is to convince you to give me the right to extract gas, one, and then give it to me for free, two. And then there's some drilling that I'm sure someone's taking some good care of.
Thank you, Dr Dennis. I'm going to rotate the call, just noting that we are at time, so if we could keep answers as succinct as possible. Thank you. I'm going to rotate to Senator Smith online.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr Dennis and Mr Benjamin, for your participation this morning. Mr Dennis, just so that I'm clear, so you don't object to the theory of the PRRT?
Well, I'm an economist. You know, the theory that a tax could work. No. Sorry.
I specifically thought I heard you say, I'm seeking clarification, that you did not object to the theory of the PRRT.
Oh, okay. What I was trying to say was the concept, the underlying principle, the theory, if we want to use that word, behind the PRRT was Australians deserve a fair share for their oil and gas, and we designed that system decades ago to get it. It just clearly hasn't delivered. So the kind of original intent, you know, I agree with its original intent, but we have to evaluate it by what it does, not what it's, you know, the bureaucrat 40 years ago thought.
But the PRRT has not been a tax regime that has been static. It has evolved, perhaps not at the pace you would have liked, but it has evolved. So why do you think a 25% tax on gas exports, rather than advocating for further improvement, refinement of the PRRT, is a better way to proceed?
Because I've been working on this for nearly 20 years, and previous parliaments and previous public servants' determination to not fix this problem has convinced me it's a dead end. So it was the Turnbull Liberal government that initiated a review of the PRRT in 2016, specifically because of this problem. The Liberal government at the time realised the PRRT was collecting no tax, in part because of work of the Australia Institute. I gave evidence before the Callaghan inquiry. The Callaghan inquiry's recommendations were that it was actually working as intended. I gave evidence previously which raised this issue, which led to the previous Parliament, the Labor...
Thank you, Mr Dennis. We're going to reward brevity at this part of the...
Well, I've given...
this part of the schedule. Thank you very much, Mr Dennis.
I've given up trying to fix the PRRT.
What do you understand, Mr Dennis, to be the future projections of the PRRT?
Well, the ones that are in the budget...
The future revenue projections of the PRRT.
Yeah, the ones that are in the budget, the 4 years that we see in the budget papers show no significant growth, nothing like the $17 billion a year that I'm talking about. And let's be clear, the idea that the gas industry, and their modelling says this, we've got the gas industry saying, oh, if you listen to Richard, you'll miss out on lots of tax. Don't listen to Richard. You'll get a lot more tax if you don't listen to Richard. The idea that gas executives want to pay more tax and that somehow I'm trying to trick the Parliament, it's their job to pay as little as tax as they can.
So, Mr Dennis, you do not believe the Australian Tax Office projections that the PRRT in its current form will generate about $6.9 billion over the next 4 years?
I do believe that. I just believe that $6.9 billion over 4 years is a lot less than $17 billion a year.
Mr Benjamin, if I may, what are the causes of inflation? So much has been said about cost of living experience of Australians, which is very, very true, very, very accurate. What is your understanding of the causes of inflation in the Australian economy at the moment that are putting cost of living pressures on families and businesses?
Well, I mean, you hear it in the news every single day. It's petrol, then it's gas and energy, and then it's price gouging by... We have a very monopolistically driven economy where certain industries have exorbitant power. I looked at flights to get here today. Turns out not many airlines fly from Newcastle to Canberra. That wasn't so cheap, so I drove. So, there's lots of different drivers. Clearly, there's a war going on overseas that's making fuel that we need to get diesel and food around all the time. That's driving inflation as well. So, I understand there's many drivers, but the gas issue is one where that's a key input into everything we do, into energy, and it's a key input into energy prices. And as a renter who can't have solar on my roof, I notice the increase of my electricity bill all the time.
Can I just add that in Norway they feel rich, not poor at the moment? The price of their exports has gone up. They feel rich, not poor. In Australia, we've so badly designed our energy system that when the price of our exports go up, we feel poor.
Mr Benjamin, other economic commentators would point to the excessive increase in government spending measured as a proportion of spending to GDP as a key driver of inflation in the Australian economy, putting cost of living pressures on Australian families and businesses. You don't think that government spending is a contributor to inflation in the economy at the moment?
Well, listen, people pick and choose the villain they want, right? And so they go, oh, government spending, that's wages for teachers, that's wages for nurses, that's services that are really important. So when I look at drivers of inflation, I'm not an economist. I'm not going to nitpick over which has what X driving percentage, but I am going to point at the most obvious one, the one that other countries don't seem to have an issue with, the one that we could completely avoid if we just... I know there is research done that shows when the East Coast is attached to the export gas market, when we export our gas overseas, compare it to WA that has a gas reserve, our energy costs go up, our gas price goes up because we pay the same bloody price as countries overseas do, and Aussies look at that, driver of inflation, whatever it is, we look at that and say, well, hang on, that's our gas. Why don't we get our gas for free? And that would assist the problem so that, let's say, people who do pick on government service spending as a driver of inflation, we can say, that's actually quite important though, isn't it? As a teacher, I know my wages come from the government and I go, that's a pretty important thing to keep spending on. So then we can keep spending on that and maybe we can deal with this.
Senator Smith, can I have one more brief question? One more brief question.
If I could have one more brief question, yes, that's right, Chair. WA accounts for 60% of total gas production in Australia. If a 25% gas export tax was to be in place, why should the benefit or the revenue of that export tax go to all Australians and not disproportionately go to West Australians who own the resource?
Was that to myself or Conrad?
To both. I'm genuinely interested.
Look, it's again, you're the Parliament. You divvy it up however you want. Wouldn't it be a great problem to have? Who should get the $17 billion a year? I think if we can all agree to collect it, I'll happily come along here with proposals for how to divvy it up. But should it go primarily to West Australia? Should it primarily go to help young people build houses? Should it go primarily to invest in infrastructure? Maybe it can fund the Parliament's incredibly ambitious defence spending. I don't know. But what a great problem to unite the Parliament. How best to divvy up $17 billion a year. I can't wait to be involved in that conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis.
Thanks very much for your evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. I'm going to pass to Senator Payman. And just a reminder that any questions we don't get to today, we can be put on notice.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, and thank you so much for the evidence you've provided. I won't repeat too many of the questions that have already been asked, but Dr. Dennis, in your submission, you've shown that Qatar collects 5 times more government revenue than Australia from similar volumes of gas exports. What is your response to the gas industry's claim that high taxation would deter investment, cost jobs, and Australian families would have to bear the brunt when we've seen that Qatar and Norway clearly haven't had that problem?
My response is I'd be shocked if a gas executive earning millions of dollars a year didn't argue that the best thing the Parliament could do to help Australia was to help the gas industry with free gas. Like, let's be clear, that's their job to convince you of that. Why anyone takes their evidence seriously is the surprising thing, given, as I've said, the former Norwegian Prime Minister literally laughing at these claims, Impex and other gas companies currently still looking to develop new projects in Norway and elsewhere. So, I think we just need to lean into the simple fact that, of course, the gas industry will argue that if we make them pay more tax, bad things will happen to us. Because if they said, if you make us pay more tax, we'll feel sad and pay smaller dividends to our shareholders, most of whom are foreign, I don't think many Australians would care. So, of course, they're trying to threaten Australians, but this is the pathetic point. This is our gas, and we're the ones being threatened, whether it's by foreign gas companies or foreign governments. Australia's the 13th biggest economy in the world. We're the 3rd largest fossil fuel exporter in the world. The idea that we're kind of passive and weak in this situation, to be clear, is pathetic. It is pathetic, and we should be able to stand up to these companies and indeed to other countries and say, it's not just gas we've got a lot of. So if you really want to pick a fight with us after being a reliable exporter for decades, bring it on. We'll just write your name down on the list here and we'll have a chat in a year or so. Australians need the Parliament to stand up for us, the owners of our resources, and to stop standing up for foreign companies that are profiting from selling our resources.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And Mr. Benjamin, quickly, your campaign, in your submission, you said raised about $170,000 from everyday Australians, funding billboards, a citizens lobbyist, and a submission to this very inquiry. I mean, at the same time, what we're seeing is gas companies spending millions of dollars on lobbyists, industry dinners and political donations, when ordinary Australians have to come together and crowdfund just to have their voices heard in a parliamentary inquiry about resources they legally own. What does that tell us about the state of our democracy, and what would you suggest is the single most important thing this committee could do to fix it?
It shows how little faith regular punters have in our politicians at the moment to stand up for us, like Richard was sort of saying. And yeah, I can point to a lot of people online and people can dismiss that and go, oh, it's just people liking social media posts. But like you noted, I have raised close to $200,000 from people. You can go to the Chuff campaigns and see the small donations that have come in. We are so desperate to get paid what we are owed. We are throwing our own money to get, I have it, a lobbyist now. Our own lobbyist, that we feel like we have to send in a lobbyist, because when we look at the politicians, it is as simple as this when we look at this issue. Who are you getting your talking points from? Are you getting your talking points from the gas lobby? Like Richard's pointed out, they're not really on our team. They get rich when we don't understand something, right? And it's as clear-cut as that when politicians get to make a decision on this single issue. So I think the single best thing to come to your question that Parliament could do to restore trust, I genuinely think it would ending its connections, close ties with lobbyists, and I personally think, if I'm suggesting policies right now, stopping allowing politicians, people in front of me, going to work in the industries that they literally wrote the rules for. I've got a list of politicians who are still to this day, who were resource ministers, gas lobbyists. Now, to the regular punter, well, hang on. Richard's saying we're getting ripped off, we're not standing up to us, but hang on, who wrote those rules? Hang on, that person's a gas lobbyist now. This blows our mind. So if you really want to restore faith and in democracy and don't have to have me fundraise for a lobbyist to get heard on this issue, let's start there. Don't take jobs as lobbyists when you finish. Go be a teacher, go be a nurse. There's plenty of other jobs out there. I won't be a lobbyist, I'll employ one, but maybe our politicians could also not do that and we can believe that you can stand up for us and not the gas lobby.
Look, can I just add that we know the gas industry spends more on PR than it pays in PRRT.
It's a good return on investment.
That's just ridiculous.
Well, we know this to be true. And the only reason that campaigns like Conrad's and research by the Australian Institute, the only reason it's having any impact is luckily it's so much cheaper to tell the truth. Luckily, it's just actually cheap to read the budget papers and read the ABS statistics and go and find what the Japanese government says about their import tax. Luckily, that's cheap to do because otherwise, we would still be sitting here pretending we're poor, pretending we've got no choice but to cut the NDIS while giving away, $17 billion a year worth of free gas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dennis. And thank you, Senator Payman. I really appreciate your time in front of the committee today. Just a reminder that questions on notice, if you have taken any questions on notice, they're due by the 28th of April, so a week from today. And, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
We will call our next witness. Now welcome a representative from the Institute for Energy, Economics and Financial Analysis, who is appearing by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good morning. I'm Josh Runciman. I'm the lead analyst for Australian Gas at the Institute for Energy, Economics and Financial Analysis.
Thank you. We have received your opening statement. Are you happy for us to table that in the interests of time and for us to press into questions?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the Deputy Chair to commence questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Runciman, for being here today. In your submission, there's a reference to criteria by which we might evaluate tax proposals on page 6. That was very helpful. May I ask, is there a source for that, or is that something your institute has devised? And the second part of the question is there a theoretical or other form of framework that we should use to prioritise between those criteria if we're trying to apply them in evaluating a tax, or is that simply a question of policy preference?
So firstly, there is no source. That's a criteria that I developed in order to have some framework to assess the different options. I think placing relative weight on some of the different criteria in terms of its importance probably does make sense. I've tried to be quite comprehensive in the criteria that we've looked at. But for instance, I think the final criteria is revenue certainty. That may not be a criteria that you actually wish to place a lot of weight on. I mean, to me, it might be more appropriate to place greater weight on factors like, is it avoidable? How simple is it to implement? Does it provide a royalty or a return to the Australian public that essentially reflects the opportunity cost of the gas at the time it's extracted, but also investment incentives? I think that that's an important aspect here. So definitely, I think there should be some weight placed on ensuring that whatever approach is adopted, that it does maintain those investment incentives.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take off my questioner's hat and put on my acting chair's hat for now. So I'm going to pass the call to Senator Darmanin, and if other senators have questions to this, I'll just take that on this chat. Thank you.
Thank you. In your submission, just following on from that first question, you've got Table 2 that goes through a few different models, and we've heard, first witness already, quite a bit of discussion around one particular model. And in your opening statement, you, I think, have at point 2, you've talked about the royalty options could be considered. I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about why you've arrived at that conclusion.
Yeah, so I think, look, again, the criteria we set up really was intended to provide a really impartial basis or a framework across which to look at the different options. I think when we look at, say, progressive price-based royalty, it ticks a lot of the boxes in that because it's reflective of price, the royalty at a point in time is essentially reflective of the opportunity cost. From a first principles economic point of view, that's a quite sound way in which to design a royalty framework. It's certainly, by progressively designed, what I mean is you might have thresholds. So below a certain price, the rate might be, 5%. When you get really high prices, say $25 a gigajoule that we have seen in recent years, it might be quite a bit higher. And so if you design it in that way, again, the value of the royalty is tied to the value of the gas at a point in time, and economically, I think that makes sense. The gas that's extracted reflects the opportunity costs. It can be designed in a way that flexes up revenues when gas prices are very high. That, in turn, can create opportunities for government to provide cost of living relief, fuel switching measures, those sorts of things. But crucially, and I think this is really important, if LNG prices fall quite low, then the royalty burden on the industry also falls alongside it. And so this is one of the key aspects, I think, in terms of maintaining investment incentives for the industry. There is a challenge here, of course. The obvious challenge is how do you design or how do you decide on thresholds and the marginal royalty rates? We look at Queensland, we see two different models there. Same approach, but different thresholds. So when we look at, say, Queensland Petroleum, so mostly gas, there are 3 thresholds, $3, $8, so below 3, between 3 to 8, above 8. Maximum royalty is 10 to 12.5%, depends on whether you sell domestically or export. When we look at coal, the coal regime has 6 thresholds and then a much higher marginal rate at the very high end. I would argue the coal regime is probably a little bit more appropriate. When we look at, say, LNG netback prices in recent years, this is LNG spot prices, we have seen prices well above 30. An $8 threshold leaves a lot of margin at the top. But look, I think in terms of balance in all of the different criteria that we identify, with the exception of revenue certainty, a price-based royalty definitely performs best under the criteria.
Thank you. And I was also going to ask about, in your submission, you've made some comments about the adverse impact on investments. And in your opening statement, I mean, you've talked about this at point 3 as well. But particularly, I wondered if you could make some additional comments, given the current geopolitical situation we find ourselves in, and, what that means in terms of the risks and opportunities, and how that's changed. And I guess probably in addition to that, looking into a crystal ball, what does that look like in the short to medium term?
Yeah, so I think it's fair to say that LNG markets currently, there's a lot of uncertainty around the shorter term supply picture. And really, we're talking next week, next month. maybe the next few months. I think there's more certainty about the longer term supply picture. We know that the US is massively ramping up its LNG supply. So based on projects that have already reached final investment decision, we know that the US will effectively double its export capacity by 2030. The US has more export capacity than Australia, so this is the equivalent of adding another Australia and then some on top. Qatar's North Field expansion, which was due to come online next year, has been delayed, but it's still coming, I would say 2028, potentially 2029. So we do know that in the next 4 years or so, there will be a massive ramp up in new LNG supply. We've already, and this is pre-Iran, but we've already seen that start to impact on LNG prices. So for instance, APLNG, based in Queensland, went through a periodic price review with Sinopec last year, and despite LNG markets still having elevated pricing, the price under that contract actually fell. That's a forward view that's a real data point of the forward view of prices. What we're also seeing though is that the current event is effectively it's the second LNG supply crisis in just 5 years, and we're starting to see countries in a whole range of regions respond to this with measures that seek to reduce their exposure to LNG markets. We've seen LNG import projects cancelled in China. Sinopec cancelled an expansion of an LNG import project and have directed that funding instead into domestic gas production. China's domestic gas production is sort of the key competitor to its LNG imports. We've also seen Vietnam effectively has also Vingroup in Vietnam, the largest company in Vietnam, has requested permission to cancel a major LNG to power project. If that permission is granted, that's 5 million tonnes of future demand per annum that disappears out of the market. To put that into context, that 5 million tonnes is equivalent to Woodside Scarborough project on an annual basis. When we're now seeing places like France ban new gas heaters in homes, and we're seeing responses all across South and Southeast Asia as well. So I think the point that we're making in the opening statement really is that we see these headwinds for Australian LNG with or without a windfall tax or some kind of tax at all. And so I think that a lot of the discussion has been around the impact on future investment in Australia. I think we need to be a little bit realistic actually about what that future investment might look like. And it may not be quite as large as we've assumed in the past.
Okay, thank you. And maybe just final question. Wondered if you could make any comments, if you've done any thinking around the question that is before the committee in the context of the gas market review and the discussion that's happening at the federal level around that.
Sorry, can you clarify what that question is?
So how would, how do changes to, if we were to, if we're thinking about how we tax gas in this country, how does this work in conjunction with the current review that's underway around the gas market and particularly around developing a gas reservations for Australia? Like, have you thought about those things together in the work that you've done?
Yeah, look, I mean, to me, I think these are separate exercises. They're effectively seeking to solve different problems. One is a supply issue domestically, the other is a tax issue. The way in which these potentially can interact, though, and we see this with the Queensland gas royalty regime, is that the royalty is lower if gas is sold domestically versus exported. And so you can potentially create a financial incentive for domestic supply through some kind of differential tax regime. There are potentially some trade issues involved with that, and I'm not a trade lawyer, but that's one example of what we're seeing in terms of tax being used to incentivise domestic supply.
Thank you very much. I'm going to rotate the call to Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you. I just note in your submission to the inquiry, you've made the point that surging LNG prices following Russia's invasion of Ukraine delivered windfall profits for LNG exporters from FY21-22 to FY23-24, but PRRT revenues per gigajoule of gas extraction increased only a small amount. Wouldn't that make sense if they're fixed contracts? I'm just trying to understand. We seem to have two competing arguments here.
Sure, and thank you very much for the question. We do have fixed contracts, that is absolutely correct. On a national level, about 25% of our LNG is exported as spot LNG, that is not under a contract. In Western Australia, it's probably a bit higher. And so because PRRT mostly applies in Western Australia and in the Northern Territory, and there is quite a lot of uncontracted gas that is sold from WA and the NT, I think that it's probably not factually correct to say that most of it's contracted. Some of it is, some of it's not. What we saw following the Ukraine war was the oil prices were also elevated, so that would have pushed up prices under contracts. But certainly LNG spot prices were very elevated. We saw, for very short periods, but we did see the Asian LNG price be assessed at more than $100 US per MMBTU. I'm very much cherry picking the data to be really clear here in terms of that price level. But very much we saw sustained prices around $40 per MMBTU. You don't need to sell a huge amount of LNG at that price to make a large profit. So we saw individual cargoes selling for well over 100 million.
So during COVID, when the oil price fell to a negative number, I think it was negative $20 a barrel, would you see that Australia would in any way, find a floor price or that you would subsidise, have a tax refund for those years for those investors? I'm just wondering, if you go to tax at the top end, do you subsidise at the bottom end? How are you thinking about that?
So the way that the Queensland regime works is, for instance, the gas royalty regime, again, it's a progressively designed price royalty regime. The way that works is that when prices are low...
I'm sorry, I was talking about you're proposing a 25% export tax, and I'm just trying to understand, when export prices are negative, how would you seek to support the industry at that time, or would you not? That's my question.
Sorry, Senator McDonald, we haven't actually proposed a 25% export tax. We do note in our submission that it's one of the options that performs relatively well when you look at the criteria we've established, potentially with the exception of the investment incentive criteria. My preferred model would actually be a progressive price-based royalty that is similar to the model that's used in Queensland. To me, I think the way that this kind of framework would address those prices when they're very low would be through a much lower royalty rate, but I don't think, I wouldn't envision that there would be rebates. It's hard to imagine a world where we have negative LNG prices. It is also worth noting that most of the Australian contracts have what's called an S-curve price. So that price is intended to mitigate the impact of very low or very high oil prices on the actual contract. So while oil prices may have been negative for a very short period, I think that was in Oklahoma. I imagine that's what you're referring to. I imagine the relevant oil price for Australian contracts wouldn't have been negative. But even then, the LNG prices themselves definitely would not have been negative.
Last question. We're already at past time for this witness.
Your organisation's eligible for deductible gift recipient status, allowing donors to claim tax deductions. Can you provide us with advice to the committee on who your donors are? Is there a list available?
You may recall we've had this conversation before. I had to go and check because, full disclosure, I'm just an analyst. I don't engage on the funding side at all. At the risk of sounding a bit naive, I really don't care who our funders are. I do the work that I want to do, and I do analysis that I think is correct. I do have a statement that I prepared, that I received internally beforehand, and I'm happy to provide that on notice if that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr Runciman. Appreciate your time, and I will now give the call to Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much for your time this morning. I'm interested how you respond to arguments that any attempts to get a fairer return on the sale of our gas resources will lead to a decrease in investment.
So I think that, there are a couple of things to trade that we need to consider here. So let's take a step back and think about, from an economic point of view and I guess a public policy point of view, are we better off having higher royalties on the gas that's been extracted now, even if potentially that did impact on the investment? And I'm not saying it would, but even if it did, there is that theoretical question that as an economist and policy one, I find quite interesting. I think that, we've heard this before. We continue to see investment. We heard this with respect to changes to Queensland's coal royalty regime. Effectively what happened, a bunch of coal mines were mothballed, coal prices went through the roof, those projects were opened up again. Queensland implemented coal royalty reform. That led to greater royalties for coal, and I have a chart in my submission that shows that coal prices fell. Those coal mines have since been mothballed, but crucially, we continue to see investment in Queensland coal, and we continue to see companies pursuing acquisitions of Queensland coal assets. So we have seen this in the coal space. I think that when you look at some of the work that, say, Australian Energy Producers does with respect to Australia as a very stable investment environment, and some of the advantages that we do have in terms of proximity and so on to some of these markets, and then you take a step back and you look at recent events have highlighted potentially some of the issues with Qatar in terms of geopolitical. We look at the US and we see that President Trump is using LNG supply effectively as a bargaining chip. I think potentially Australia starts to attract a slight premium as an LNG supplier. I would be very surprised if changes to the PRRT or changes to the taxation regime, again, if designed really carefully and appropriately, I'd be very shocked if that impacted on investment effectively at all. Maybe some of the marginal projects, some of these projects are likely to find it hard to get financing anyway.
Thank you. One of the reasons that is put up by the gas industry and many in Parliament who parrot their lines is that Japan needs our gas. We've got to keep the lights on in Tokyo and be a reliable exporter of gas. IEEFA have done some work showing that Japan now on-sells essentially more gas than we export to them, and they probably make around $1 billion a year. Could you maybe just tell us a little bit about that research and what is actually happening there?
Yeah, so I won't go too far into it, except to say that we use different sources of data. So effectively, the first bit we look at is what ships are leaving Australia with Australian LNG chartered by a Japanese company, where the Japanese company actually has chartered the ship. And where that gas goes outside of Japan, well, that's a third country sale. You then look at, all right, well, how much LNG is delivered by an Australian company to Japan on behalf of a Japanese company or by a Japanese charterer to Japan? We get an estimate, and then we can look at that and go, well, that's actually quite a way below their contract volumes. So it must be the case that the seller, because keep in mind, it's not unusual for sellers to transport the LNG on behalf of the buyer. So then we can see that the seller must be selling that LNG into another market. I think in 2024 we found it was about 627 petajoules. When you add in on top of that possible spot sale transactions as well, and I will be very upfront that this is more speculative, we find it could be as high as 812 petajoules. The 627 petajoule number, we're very confident in that number. That's based on commercially available data. The additional bit is as I said, it's a bit more speculative.
Okay. Matt, last question.
Thank you. The other part of the argument about why we shouldn't get a fair return is that gas companies will simply go elsewhere. You've sort of touched on some of the challenges in the Middle East at the moment, investment uncertainty in the US. Is that a realistic argument? It seems to me that the same argument is being sort of used around the world, Norway, other places that actually want to get a fair return.
So, Australian energy producers published a report last week from Wood Mackenzie, and that report looked at a number of undeveloped gas projects in Australia, looked at some of the key financial metrics around those projects, so NPV, net present value, and the internal rate of return, and then compared that across different jurisdictions. So the first point is that a lot of the projects in Australia, their internal rate of return just creeps into the hurdle rate range identified by Wood Mackenzie, and actually is below the 12% hurdle rate that is often considered to be the economic project. So Wood Mackenzie's analysis actually identifies that a lot of these projects in Australia may not be economic. But then when you look across other countries, it also identifies that there's a range of other countries, Nigeria, Qatar, Norway, and the US, that have better internal rates of returns for their projects, higher NPVs. And so I guess the question is, if we're concerned about capital flight to some of these other jurisdictions, noting that those jurisdictions already offer better financial returns, I would ask the question of why do we continue to see gas developments in Australia? And I suspect it's some of the non-financial aspects is stable investment environment, very safe country, geopolitical risks probably not being factored into project financial decisions.
Thank you
very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Runciman. Thank you, Senator Pocock. I'm going to rotate the call to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for being here this morning. I think I just wanted to get a quick point of clarification where your submission identifies unavoidability as a key criteria for any new tax. And I think this goes on the back of Senator McDonald's question. Given that some Australia's largest gas corporations have paid zero company tax on tens of billions of dollars in revenue, how confident are you that any reform short of a simple flat export tax can actually be designed to prevent the same avoidance we've seen under the PRRT?
So, flat export tax and a price royalty have the same sort of risks of avoidability effectively in that essentially your royalty or your tax payment is tied to the price of LNG. With the revenue, it just goes through another step, but it's effectively the same thing. What that does, both of those approaches would address risks around profit shifting, say through licensing payments to a parent corporation in a place like Singapore. What they won't necessarily address is transfer pricing risk. So I think some people on the committee know that I was at the ACCC before I joined IEEFA. You may also know the ACCC published information, I think 3 years ago, noting that one of the Queensland LNG exporters actually sells to a related party in Singapore who then on-markets the gas. And at the time, the prices that the Queensland exporter were receiving were about $30 below the global LNG spot price. So the transfer pricing risk, I think, is potentially unavoidable unless you went for a volume-based royalty. I don't support that at all. It's very blunt. It doesn't fall under the criteria, and the impacts on investment incentives. The risk to investment incentives, I think, is pretty high. So there are some models that perform better. You can't completely eliminate the risk of transfer pricing, I think, under any of the models.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payman. I've just got one question in the interests of time, and we'll put some more in on notice. But Mr. Runciman, your previous research has shown that since gas exports started on the East Coast in 2015, gas prices have tripled and 1,240 gas-intensive manufacturing jobs have been lost. What is the trajectory of gas prices and manufacturing jobs if no gas tax is implemented?
So, firstly, I'll note that's at least 1,240 jobs. There are presumably jobs we can't identify, smaller companies. Look, I think that, again, I want to make the distinction here between a reservation policy versus gas taxation. Government is designing a reservation policy at the moment. Even without some form of taxation reform, if that reservation policy is designed appropriately, that will certainly help in the domestic market. That would potentially help to then insulate domestic prices, or at least break the linkage between international prices and domestic prices. The trend for manufacturing jobs has very much been, for manufacturing gas use has very much been on the down. Some of that probably reflects electrification. We know that there are some really good opportunities for companies to electrify, avoid that exposure to gas prices. It also saves them money. So again, I think these are different issues. What I will say though is that if we had higher royalties or higher taxation from our gas production, that would obviously provide government with funds that they could use to help gas-exposed manufacturers transition to, say, for those who can, to transition to, electric alternatives. The crucial bit here, though, is that for those who can't, if you can reduce gas demand elsewhere in the economy, you retain more of the cheap gas that we have on the East Coast for those manufacturers who don't have an alternative, right? So these are your fertiliser manufacturers, ammonia to some extent. And so I think that for me, I look at, say, policies to get households off gas, and I view that almost as a form of industrial policy.
Thank you. I'm going to finally pass to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a number of very brief questions, and thank you very much for your evidence thus far. At page number 3 of your submission, the last sentence makes this statement. It says, most Australian LNG projects experience construction delays and cost blowouts, which have delayed and decreased PWT payments. Have you been able to quantify the extent to which those construction delays and cost blowouts have delayed and decreased PWT payments?
No, I haven't done the modelling.
How difficult would that be to do?
That is an excellent question, and there is a part of me, the analyst part of me, really wants to do it. Actually, look, short answer is why don't we facilitate? Yeah. Why don't we facilitate that for you? So on notice, if you could, as best you can, identify what the quantum might be around those construction delays and blowouts, and the negative impact, negative in the sense of a delayed and decreased PWT payment, would be very, very curious to know that, because of course it does sort of draw out a very relevant point that in order for the PWT to work as effectively as people might expect it to, making sure that payments can be made as early on or sooner would be a key element in its success. So when we have projects delayed by cost blowouts, construction delays, etc., that does undermine the
the effectiveness of the PRRT. So if you could take that on notice, that would be most valuable. Something I get a little confused about, I have seen the PRRT referred to as a progressive tax, but of course it lacks that sort of multi-tiered bracket approach that would normally characterise progressive tax regimes. So in your experience, is it right to describe the PRRT as a progressive tax in the absence of those structured tiers?
I guess the question here really is around whether tying it to profits means that it is progressive in the sense that the larger the profits over time, the higher the royalty payments. I think it would be fair to characterise it as a progressive tax policy for that reason. I guess there is a difference here. I mean, to me, sure, it's progressive. The difference, say, with the price-based royalty is that there's this massive mismatch in the terms of the timing of royalty payment and then the value of gas at a particular point in time. And so this is the economist in me really wants the payments for the gas itself to actually reflect the opportunity cost at the time that gas is developed. In terms of, sorry, just quickly, to come back to your previous question, I will take that question on notice. I do want to manage the expectations. It's likely to be incredibly complicated. We have a pretty full work agenda. I just want to make one final point, which is that the quantum is one particular aspect of that. But the point I was really trying to make is that by tying royalty payments to profits, and those profits are inherently influenced by decisions that companies make around their procurement, who they go with, where they build their projects, timing of when they build their projects, and that's been really crucial in a place like Australia, that essentially what that does is transfer some of that construction risk and execution risk onto taxpayers in the form of delay in or reducing potentially some of the royalty payments.
But there are factors in construction and cost that are external to the decisions that a project may make that are more about the project having to endure those sorts of externalities that it may not have been able to foresee or may not have been foreseeable at the scale at which they're being experienced by the... Well, perhaps we might be able to find a halfway point. Perhaps you could expand upon the observation that you made there in regards to that last sentence. But thank you very much. Thank you, mate.
Thank you, Senator Smith. And thank you, Mr Runciman, for your time today appearing before our inquiry. A reminder that if you have taken questions on notice, the due date for those is the 28th of April, so a week from today. And, yeah, thank you once again. I'm going to...
Thank you.
Pleasure. I now welcome representatives of the Australian Council of Social Services who will be appearing via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kelly Court. I'm the Program Director, Climate and Energy for the Australian Council of Social Service.
And I'm Dr. Peter Davidson, Principal Advisor at ACOSS.
Thank you very much. And now, I will note that we're very short on time, but I invite you to make a short opening statement or to table one that you've drafted. And at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to make the opening statement, so thank you for the opportunity to appear today. As I've said, my name's Kelly Court. I'm here with my colleague Peter, and we're representing the Australian Council of Social Service, the national voice advocating for people affected by poverty, disadvantage and inequality, and the peak body for the community services sector. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm coming to you from Jagera and Turrbal lands and Peter from Gadigal lands, and we pay our respects to elders past and present and acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. I'd also like to mention that in addition to our submission to the committee, we provided yesterday a supplementary submission by way of a joint community services sector statement from 50 organisations supporting calls for the 25% tax on gas export revenues, along with other sensible tax reforms. In that statement, we noted that these reforms are needed to invest in First Nations self-determination, social security, social and affordable housing, community services, disaster resilience and renewable energy to help reduce financial stress and strengthen our economy and communities. Now, to the matter at hand, Australia are facing acute living standard pressures from rising rents, energy bills, interest rates and war-related supply shocks. And these pressures are falling hardest on people with the least. At the same time, Australia's gas export industry is generating substantial profits from publicly owned resources while contributing relatively little in return to the community. This inquiry presents a critical opportunity to correct the imbalance. The war is adversely impacting people around the globe. Australia's status as a major energy exporter should help shield us from the worst effects. Public revenue from taxes on companies that supply Australian energy resources to the world is a key buffer, enabling governments to support households and businesses without putting too much pressure on public budgets. Australia is one of the world's largest exporters of liquefied natural gas, yet the public return from this resource is strikingly low. In 2023, Australia exported gas, on a similar scale to Qatar, but raised only 1/5 of the public revenue. At home, we've seen repeated evidence that major gas companies have paid little or no tax over extended periods, despite tens of billions in sales. This is not a reflection of a weak industry, quite the opposite. The gas sector is highly profitable and globally competitive. It reflects a system that is not working as intended and in the public interest. The petroleum resource rent tax has consistently failed to deliver on adequate returns to date due to its design, with generous deductions, the ability to carry forward losses indefinitely, and significant opportunities for tax minimisation. Incremental reforms are not addressing these structural flaws. ACOSS is joining others in recommending replacing the PRRT for gas, not oil, with a clear, simple and effective alternative, a 25% levy on gas export revenue. This reform would ensure people in Australia receive a fair and stable return from their resources, delivering up to $17 billion annually. It would be transparent, difficult to avoid, and capable of capturing windfall gains during periods of high global prices, something the current system has failed to do. Australia has more than enough gas to meet domestic needs. This issue is not a supply issue. It is how the supply is prioritised and how the benefits are shared. Importantly, such a levy would not increase domestic gas prices. It applies only to exports and may directly encourage greater supply to the domestic market, supporting affordability from households and businesses. Modelling by Arthur D. Little suggests wholesale electricity prices will fall up to 15% on what would be paid without the levy and lead to benefits of $20 billion over 10 years. Nor would it undermine Australia's international competitiveness. Many comparable countries raise significantly more.
Yeah. Ms. Court, we might ask you to sum up quite briefly. We are about to circulate your written opening statement as well.
Oh, thank you. And I'm almost finished. Okay. Apologies. Yes, many comparable countries raise significantly more revenue from their resources while maintaining strong exports. Existing contractors to overseas buyers won't change, as prices are usually set against global oil prices. Buyers don't pay more for Qatar, UK, Canadian or Norwegian gas, which has higher taxation rates. Gas corporations will take modest cuts to their profits, which instead will go back to the people of Australia. I just want to say, ultimately, this is about fairness. Australia's gas resources belong to the people of Australia, and the current system is not delivering. We thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Court. I'm going to open up with Senator Payman.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Court. And in the interest of time, I'll keep my questions brief and put the rest on notice. Your submission represents 4,000 organisations working with Australians, doing it tough, struggling with rent and rising energy bills. And as you've mentioned in the opening statement, that $17 billion a year in gas export tax could actually do so much for people, sleeping rough or skipping meals. Your submission explicitly states that a 25% gas export levy cannot directly increase the domestic gas prices, and may actually reduce them by incentivising companies to sell gas to Australians instead of exporting it. We've heard from the gas industry who keep telling Australian families that taxing gas exports will hurt them at the meter. Who's actually telling the truth here, and whose interest is that argument really designed to protect?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I mean, so we export about 83% of our gas. Of that 83%, about 75% is tied up in contracts, but there's 25% that are sold on the spot market. What we believe will happen through export tax on exports, and the Arthur D. Little modelling backs this up, is that countries, exporters I should say, or gas producers, are more likely to divert that spot market gas to the domestic market, not all of it, but some of it, in order to avoid that 25%, so that it'll be bringing cheaper gas into the domestic market. So we've heard that from lots of independent sources, that this will be the impact of such a policy, and I think we'll have the Future Super this afternoon. We'll be able to talk to more detail about this modelling, but it would see benefits of around, so 15% is on wholesale price savings. It'll be up to 10% flow through to households on retail.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Court. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payman. I've just got a couple of quick questions as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Even before the Middle East crisis, what impact would you say companies prioritising gas exports already having on energy prices here in Australia? Do you want me
Peter, did you want to go for, or did you want me to answer that?
I'll just respond quickly. Exports, particularly from the Gladstone gas hub, have resulted in an alignment between international and domestic gas prices, because if they export more, they can make more, and so the prices sought from domestic consumers rose sharply. The government has attempted to deal with this via a temporary cap on prices. They're currently working on an East Coast gas reservation. Of course, in the West, we've had one of those for some time, and that has reduced the impact of international prices on the domestic market. But, essentially, once that hub was established in Gladstone, domestic gas prices went through the roof for a while, and electricity prices followed them, and we've been trying to deal with that problem ever since.
Thank you, Mr Davison. With high petrol prices, there is a risk that Australians' efforts to move away from fossil fuels will be made harder. How do you think that a gas tax could help to maintain household decarbonisation efforts towards Australia's net zero goals?
It's a very good question. $17 billion a year can certainly go towards supporting the acceleration of renewable energy in this country, and in particular helping households. ACOSS has been doing a lot of work around how we can permanently reduce energy bills, especially of low-income households. So we're talking about people in social housing, private rentals, low-income homeowners, by helping them improve their home energy upgrades. So things like insulation, access to solar, batteries, other thermal efficiency, and we know that that can reduce bills permanently up to $1,300 a year. This isn't a one-off rebate or a sugar hit. This is permanent reductions that will help people. It will also make them more resilient to climate change, in particular heat waves. And of course, it will help reduce emissions. We'd also like to see, and we've been doing some work around better targeted measures to help people access electric vehicles, for example. So we do think that targeted measures are needed to help people on low income access electric vehicles. So we think, again, there's an opportunity there to use the funding to help people in that respect.
Thank you so much, Ms Court, and thank you, Mr Davison. I don't believe we have any more questions from the committee today, but if you have taken any questions or notice, they are due by the 28th of April, and we sincerely thank you for your time presenting in front of the inquiry today. Now, the committee will now suspend and recommence at, let's say, 11:05. Are folks happy with that? 11:05 we will recommence. Thank you. Welcome representatives of the Superpower Institute appearing both in person and by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Good morning. It's Bathan Mullen. I'm the CEO of the Superpower Institute. Appearing by video, there's no one in person today.
No one in person. Now, we have had your short opening statement circulated. Are you comfortable with us to take that as read and for us to press on into questions?
Indeed, happy to maximise time for questions.
Okay, terrific. Just one moment. Deputy Chair, would you like to kick us off? Yeah.
Thanks very much for your submission. It was very helpful. Are you able to outline the key features and benefits of the fair share levy that you propose? And I'm particularly interested in why you say that levy will not distort the amount of gas exported and so preserve regional and trade relationships.
Thank you for the question, Senator. The fair share levy is designed as a two-way cash flow tax on profits for the gas sector. It is levied at 40%. And it would capture both the 40% of profits on a cash flow basis from gas produced and liquefied in Australia and exported, but also it would involve the Australian government contributing 40% of the costs of those projects. This is a particular style of cash flow tax known as a brown tax, and it is designed specifically to be economically neutral. And so your question about it not affecting gas export volumes, that's the specific design of the tax. When you contribute both on the cost side and on the and receive profits on the other side, that makes the instrument economically neutral. It doesn't change the incentives to invest, doesn't change the incentives for the amount of gas to be produced, and it doesn't change the prices at which gas will be supplied. And that's why it wouldn't affect exports.
In your submission, you state, I think it's at page 3, that other forms of tax, flat percentage-based taxes, windfall profits taxes and royalties, distort the gas made available in the market. Are you able to explain that proposition?
I can. Let me first say that there are multiple ways you could approach taxation of gas that would be an improvement on the current settings, being the PRRT, and a flat tax or a windfall tax could well be improvements on the PRRT. What we're referring to in the submission, though, is the fact that when you levy a flat tax on exports, unlike with our model, the fair share levy, a 25% flat export tax, for example, will affect the incentives to invest in gas projects, particularly those that are marginal at the moment. So you'll have some gas projects that would have gone ahead without the tax that won't go ahead with that tax in place, and some existing suppliers of gas that will affect their rate of return, and then they will decide to no longer supply those exports.
I think it's also at page 3, you have a statement that says the PRRT is better suited to oil projects rather than gas projects. What's the reasoning that underpins that?
I think it's the particular features of producing oil versus producing gas and LNG. The PRRT was designed at a time when I think it was specifically targeted at the oil industry. Since then, the LNG industry has become quite large. And one of the features of the LNG industry is that there are quite substantial upfront capital costs. And under the PRRT, what happens is that those costs are carried forward under the PRRT and uplifted at the bond rate plus a premium on the bond rate. And that creates an effective shield on the amount of tax paid under the PRRT, which is particularly acute in the gas sector, not so much so in the oil sector.
Thank you. We've heard a reasonable number of references to the taxation regime in Norway already today. Are you able to just explain to us the differences in the structure of the Norwegian industry as against the Australian industry and how their taxation regime occurs or operates in that context?
Well, the Norwegian tax regime is essentially what we have modelled our fair share levy on. It is also a two-way cash flow tax. So the Norwegian government effectively contributes to the costs of gas and oil production, but also gets a substantial share of the profits returned from the industry as well. So that's essentially what we've modelled our tax on.
And just a final question, Chair. In terms of there's obviously an operation of the Norwegian tax regime when there's a high level of profit. When there's a no profit or a loss-making scenario, how does it apply?
My understanding is that the rate of return received by the Norwegian government is a fixed percentage. So it would apply to the level of profits that are returned at any point in time.
And so that's the tax element. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. All of the submissions we've received from the gas industry say accusations that they pay hardly any tax in return for extracting and selling our resources are misleading. They talk up their contributions through corporate tax, royalties and the PRRT. What's your assessment of whether the sector is paying its fair share?
Well, we clearly say that they're not. And I think the important thing to do here is to compare apples with apples. I think it's in the gas industry's interest to present themselves as paying a lot of tax and to include in the figures they provide corporate taxes that every corporation in Australia pays and other forms of taxes that every business in Australia pays. That may make the number look very large, but what we've done in our work and in our submission, I think it's on page 2, is to demonstrate how Australia compares with other fossil fuel producing countries. And so when you look at the numbers on a like-for-like basis, when you look at the returns to governments on a cash flow basis, which is what we've done, the gas industry is at about 18%, and that compares with other fossil fuel producing countries that are well over 75%. That's more like the global norm. So Australia is just well below the global norms on this issue.
Thank you. And look, the gas industry often points to their corporate tax payments. Is it correct that Norway's 56% export tax is levied on top of its 22% corporate tax rate, and Qatar's 46% export tax is levied on top of its 21% corporate tax rate? Would a 25% tax rate on top of Australia's corporate tax put Australia on a level playing field with those countries, in your view?
My understanding is that the fossil fuel taxation regimes that apply in Norway and elsewhere apply on top of the corporate tax rate. That's correct. The 25% levy is not our policy. Others would be better placed to speak to how it would apply. But I guess in theory it could apply on top of the corporate tax rate.
And based on global norms, how much revenue from the gas industry has Australia foregone since Russia invaded Ukraine?
The number that we've been able to come up with is $80 billion in total revenue since the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
And since the start of the Iran war?
In excess of $2 billion.
And given that resource extraction can't be shifted to a different country, would any of the proposed changes to the gas tax regime materially impact Australia's competitiveness, in your view?
I think that does depend on the design of the mechanism that you use. And as I mentioned earlier, there are a range of options on the table and being advocated for by parties who are providing evidence to this committee. All I can say is that our specific instrument, which is a fair share levy, it's a two-way cash flow tax. It is specifically designed not to affect the competitiveness and the investment decisions that will be made about gas projects in Australia. So I can say that if the government was to introduce a fair share levy, it wouldn't affect Australia's competitiveness in terms of global supplies of gas.
Thank you. Just my final question. There have been suggestions that the government could limit the application of any future gas tax to uncontracted gas. What are the problems with a tax regime levying only on uncontracted gas?
Well, I think I can understand the desire by the Australian government to preserve existing trade relationships that are obviously very important for our economy and also important for our future relationships as we try to get towards net zero and have strong trade relationships with countries like Japan. I think the problem with limiting the application of any tax change to only new contracts is twofold. First, you would really limit the amount of revenue that you could generate from the tax, so part of the objective of the whole exercise would be undermined. I think you would also incentivise gas companies to quickly try to contract as much gas as they could, so that they would avoid the imposition of the tax.
Thank you very much, Mr Mullen. I'll pass to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mullen. Can Superpower Institute outline how investment projects in the resources space facing a large capex, deductions that are still being carried forward and projects that are not yet within the super profits phase would be impacted by the proposed levy?
Can I just clarify, by our proposed fair share levy?
Yes.
So we would replace the PRRT with the fair share levy, and in doing so we have designed that so that there would be transitional payments that would go to these projects in the first 5 years. The total value of those transitional payments is around $9 billion a year, but it would still generate net revenues for the Australian government in those first 5 years. So it's a different way of collecting revenue to the PRRT, but in recognition that the design of the mechanism we've come up with involves the government contributing to both costs and receipt of revenue, cash flow profits, we've designed a transition mechanism that would implement payments to those projects.
Right. The examples of Qatar and Norway that have state-owned elements in their gas sector means a like-for-like comparison on taxation doesn't equate to Australian policy, which focuses on the back end of mature project taxation. The exploration and the front-end risks sit with the corporate, not with the government, which is what happens in those countries. Would you agree with that assertion?
I'd agree that there are differences, certainly when the projects are wholly or largely state-owned. That would change the way taxation arrangements operate.
So further to that, the two examples that have been discussed at length today have been those two regimes, both of which are significantly different resources. Norway isn't an LNG industry, it's a pipeline gas industry. Qatar has very easy flow and significantly lower capex required to access it. Have you done any work on analysis of other jurisdictions which have the sort of like-for-like geology, costs that would be more aligned with the Australian model?
Well, I would say that the best comparisons we have are other fossil fuel producing countries around the world, and we in our analysis and in our submission, I think, compared around a dozen or so different fossil fuel producing countries and the returns that they each get on their fossil fuel taxation regimes. So I think when you compare across a broad range, you get a pretty good indication that Australia is at the bottom of that table.
Have you modelled the risk to Australia's investability using the internal rate of return and whether greenfields and marginal projects would be adversely impacted, including OPEX, CAPEX, shipping, upstream costs? And does this modelling include the financial impact of the PRRT as well as company tax that's charged in Australia?
If you're referring to our preferred model of gas taxation, which is the fair share levy, there hasn't been a need to do such modelling. The levy is specifically designed so that it doesn't affect the metrics that you've just described, and that's a key feature of the mechanism.
Okay, so given the most recent investments in Australia in gas, I'm just wondering if you've done any analysis on the IRR on those projects that would have seen, I would submit would be significant risks to projects and further investment like a Browse, Sunrise, any additional CSG in Queensland to support LNG trains, and this latest wave of WA offshore gas investment, given the lower costs of production from the US, Qatar, Canada, Argentina, and other jurisdictions?
To the extent that there are competitive disadvantages with other jurisdictions prior to the implementation of a fair share levy, those disadvantages would persist. But the design feature of the fair share levy that I'm referring to is the fact that it doesn't change the IRR of the project, and that is what makes it attractive in our view. And if a project is investable right now under the PRRT, it will still be under the fair share levy.
Okay. So, thanks, Chair. I'll make this my last question. So, because I am concerned that what these tax changes seek to do is to ostensibly increase the tax take for Australia, but more broadly will mean that there will be less communities, and I've already discussed, southern Queensland and other places that I go to who have benefited from more jobs and small business investment and medical support and so forth, that investment would instead, there wouldn't be the ongoing maintenance, the brownfields investment, certainly LNG and the more high-cost developments that Australia has. And it'll see places like the US with 21% federal tax rate and no PRRT overlays on LNG. Qatar, where the government pays, so, whether or not we've had some talk about an Ausgas proposal. Argentina, which does have a higher tax rate, but really significant incentives on foreign investment. That we're going to see those future investments go not to Australia, not to the places that I represent and want to see do well, but instead go to those jurisdictions. Do you think that part of the design of these changes to tax is actually about seeing a reduction in future investment in gas and fossil fuels in Australia?
Well, I can only speak for our specific design, Senator, and our specific design is to preserve the current incentives to invest in gas to the extent that they exist. To your point about the benefits that flow to communities, I would put it that most of the companies benefiting from investments in Australian gas industries are foreign owned, and the profits currently flow overseas. And the changes that we would implement under our policy would result in a much larger tax take for the Australian people, which could be reinvested in the communities that you're concerned about.
So you think the 25% flat export tax would damage further investment? That's why you're proposing your levy?
We haven't modelled specifically the 25% tax and the impact it would have on investments, but at a conceptual level, a flat tax applied to exports would change some investment incentives.
Thanks, Chair.
I will pass the call to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mullen, thank you for your time. On the one hand, we have gas companies, I assume, spending millions of dollars on ads telling us that they are a huge contributor, a massive taxpayer. And on the other, we have the ATO saying that export gas companies are systemic non-payers of tax in this country. Who should Aussies believe?
Well, Senator, thanks for the question. I'd point to our own analysis, which simply shows that the gas industry pays around, I think it's about 1.4 billion a year in tax under the PRRT, and under our model, we would get a return of something more like $13 billion per year. And if you compare ourselves to global norms, we are at the bottom of the table. We take around 18% of tax from the gas industry on a cash flow basis, and other comparable countries are taking north of 75%. So I think that's the bare facts that we would ask people to consider.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then just on that take from the petroleum resource rent tax, do you know how much of that is from gas projects versus oil projects?
The number I quoted, I believe, is in relation to gas specifically.
Okay. Well, what's your view on the claim from the gas industry and some politicians that actually getting a fair return, as you've outlined, similar to other countries, will actually drive investment away from Australia?
Senator, the fair share levy, which is the policy that we've designed, is specifically intended not to affect investment decisions and to not affect Australia's competitiveness in global markets. That is a key design feature of the policy we've come up with. So there is a policy available to the Parliament, mm-hmm. if it was minded to not disadvantage Australia in that way.
And so it's your view that we could be a reliable ally in terms of gas exports while also getting a fair return for Australians?
Absolutely. That is exactly what we're trying to achieve through the fair share levy. We would raise a substantial amount of revenue, over on average $13 billion a year, and we would preserve the existing trade relationships that we have at the moment.
Thank you very much for your time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I'll pass to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Still morning. Just on your point to the answer you provided to the Chair and also just there to Senator Pocock, your submission says that Australia's average return of around 18% of gas sector profits is well above global norm of between 75 and 90%. Could I please clarify, is that 75 to 90% stat from a specific gas exporting countries around the globe, or is that all countries in general? And if we could, if there are specific countries, can we please know which countries they are you're referring to?
Thank you, Senator. I refer you to the chart on table 2 of our submission, which has around 10 or 12 countries that we compare Australia to. That chart shows gas, oil and coal taxation returns, but it's a pretty good approximation. If you look at the countries that take at least 75% of profits, you're looking at almost 3/4 of the countries on that table, beginning from the United Kingdom through Nigeria, Qatar, UAE, Norway, Mexico, Kuwait, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, all taking north of 75% of profits from those industries.
Okay, thank you. I'll refer to page 2, thank you. And just finally, I'll put the rest of my questions on notice, but in the interest of time, where obviously in your submission you note that Treasury itself has acknowledged the PRRT is poorly suited to LNG projects, and the accumulation of the carry forward deductions can defer the payment of PRRT indefinitely. Now, if the government's own advisors have conceded that the PRRT will never work as intended for LNG, what is the honest explanation for why we're still having this conversation about reforming it rather than replacing it? And, you know, Australians who are watching this right now, like, how much longer can they afford to wait?
It's an excellent question, and one better put to your colleagues in the Parliament, I think. All we can say is that the original intent of the PRRT was to take a fair share of profits for the Australian people. What we're seeking to do now is to realise that original intent. I know that people within Treasury and elsewhere have worked hard to improve things over time. But I think what we've seen is that the PRRT is just poorly suited to the LNG industry. And so we think replacing it with a more suited instrument is the way to go now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mullen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payman and Mr Mullen. We really appreciate your time with us today. If you do take any questions on notice, just a reminder that they're due on the 28th of April. And thank you again for joining us.
Happy to do so. Thank you.
I now welcome representatives of the Centre for Policy Development, appearing both in person and by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Thanks, Chair. I'm Toby Phillips and I'm the Economic Director at the Centre for Policy Development.
And I'm Miles Prosser, the Energy Transition Lead for the CPD.
Thank you both for joining us. And I note that we have had your opening statement circulated. Are you happy for us to read that and for us to move straight to questions, or would you like to make a very brief opening statement?
Yeah, Chair, perhaps just briefly I want to highlight that what we are most interested in is talking about a long-term transition for our energy export industries. So certainly interested in talking about the gas tax, but also would love to talk about the long-term multi-decade transition ahead of us.
Thank you very much. Noted. Well, I might press on then. The gas industry is running a scare campaign about an export tax reducing Australia's competitiveness, but a tax regime that incentivises exports has been gutting heavy industries in Australia, putting manufacturing jobs at risk. Would a flat tax actually improve our competitiveness?
Yeah, look, I think it's worth noting that in the current situation, a domestic user of our fossil fuels would be facing carbon regulation under the safeguard mechanism, for example, but a customer for our fossil fuels that receives that through exports is not facing the same level of regulation. So even before we sort of get into some of the details about gas taxes, there's an unlevel playing field there at the moment between a domestic user of fossil fuels compared to the export market. Toby, I might hand over to you.
Yeah, so I think the level playing field is a really important issue. We talk about that in our submission and would love to expand more on that. Perhaps the only other thing I'll add in terms of competitiveness is that buyers of our gas will be paying the global price regardless of what tax regime is put on it. The people who will be paying the tax will be the investors and the owners. These are largely foreign investors and owners. And to the extent that we hear talk about this harming trade relationships, harming competitiveness, we've got to be clear that that's largely coming from entities that are investors in our export terminals, not customers of our export terminals. So I think that's an important distinction to clarify.
Thank you. And yes, surely Australians deserve a tax regime that means we remain a reliable trade partner and receive a fair return on the use of our resources, would you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Both those objectives are absolutely compatible. So you've heard from many other people already that there is plenty of room within the system to design a gas tax that doesn't impact those sorts of decisions, that provides a fair return to the Australians that are not currently receiving it and maintains those important trade relationships.
Yeah, thanks. And the current impacts of the Middle East crisis highlight bigger issues in our tax regime. Why are you advocating for a long-term export transition framework?
So one of the reasons for the long-term export transition framework is that the customers for our fossil fuels at the moment, the countries where they are going to, they themselves have plans to reduce their exposure to fossil fuel exports over time. So like many other economies around the world, those economies are transitioning and looking to move towards clean energy sources. So irrespective of what we do with a gas tax in the short term, Australia faces the issue that our long-term reliance on fossil fuel exports will need to change. We need to grow new industries and we need to adapt to the fact that the customers for our fossil fuel exports won't remain there in the long term.
Thank you. Nothing to add. Mr Phillips, I ask The gas industry has been labelled by the ATO as a systemic non-payer of tax and use every deduction available to them to minimise their liability under the PRRT. How do we close those loopholes and make sure they're paying their fair share?
I might jump in on this one, Miles. I think our proposal, so we support the calls for simple revenue-based tax on gas exports, and we would support the comments from others that say the PRRT hasn't worked. We can look at projections and it doesn't look like it's going to work, and a simple tax is consistent with policy goals and with good economic management. What we also propose in our submission, this longer term framework, is really looking at the broader arc of energy export industries. And so we're actually about to embark on an economic modelling exercise that had been in the planning even before the current global fuel crisis to investigate this question. As Miles said previously, we're facing a global transition over the coming decades, changing demand for our exports, changing global energy markets. What an energy export transition framework would do is, much like the safeguard mechanism does domestically, is it would send a price signal. It would send a price signal about our expectations for long-term trajectories for these industries and about the phase down over many decades, the phase down of expected global demand for fossil fuel exports. At the same time, it would encourage investment in new green value chains. We know that a lot of our trading partners are shifting as rapidly as they can away from using fossil fuels. And so there is an imperative for us to be part of those new value chains and not play the simple role of the fossil fuel exporter that's left holding the bag at the end. So certainly our view is that this is an opportunity to have a broader and longer term transition framework for our export industries.
Thank you. And just finally, so if gas export taxes go up, do domestic gas prices come down?
Probably, yes. If there is, and I think economics is always very complex to model out, but if there is a price that is only paid on an export, and in our proposal of an export transition framework, if there's some kind of price or quantity-based restriction that only applies to exports, then there's an equivalent incentive to avoid that and to supply domestically. Just going back to the point about levelling the playing field for domestic industries, we think that our proposal both can account for the fact that our domestic energy-intensive industry has to compete with unregulated foreign industry. So we're kind of tying one hand behind their back, and then we're supplying the coal and gas to their competitors. So it can solve for that, and it can also minimise their exposure to global price volatility by creating that incentive to supply energy domestically.
Thank you, Mr Phillips. I'll rotate the call to the Deputy Chair. Would you like to... or Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I'll just have a couple of brief questions. So we've heard from a few different witnesses already about a few different models, and particularly I'm interested if you've got any remarks about royalties along the lines of Queensland, or as we just heard from the previous witness around the fair share levy, and I guess specifically around this question about impacts on our reliability as an energy trading partner and given the global context and investments. So I wondered if you could, I guess, talk a bit more about those impacts and particularly how you arrived at the 25% kind of levy as your preferred model when we've heard some kind of interesting things about some of these others as well.
Look, I can briefly touch on that and then I'll pass to Miles. I think I would say I wouldn't necessarily describe the 25% as our strongly preferred model. Again, most of our work is about this long-term transition, and so in the context of the inquiry, we have considered the short-term options, but that's not our main focus. I think the issues we have, and other witnesses have spoken about this, is you can have an economically perfect windfall tax which has no distortionary impact, won't infect investment incentives or any of that, but it's devilishly difficult to design it in a way that can't be gamed. You know, if you have an economically perfect thing, then you've got to have all these defined parameters, and then it becomes people's jobs to avoid and fall on the right side of those definitions as much as they can to minimise their tax. A kind of flat-based revenue tax is simple, it's predictable, it honestly should not be significant enough to change global flows of trade. Like, I think the reality is natural resources are kind of a textbook inelastic tax base. It will change some incentives at the margins, granted, but it wouldn't shut down complete industries, as some people say. But perhaps I'll leave it there. Miles, did you want to add anything else?
I think it's just worth adding that the existing PRRT was a tax that was designed to be sort of economically optimal in terms of what it's trying to do, but the complexity that was in there as a result created the opportunity for it to be minimised and avoided in various ways. And so there's a sort of a lesson there, I guess, in terms of where you want to pick yourself on the spectrum of simplicity versus economic purity.
And actually, one further comment that this has reminded me on the PRRT specifically. That was designed to effectively get the quid pro quo back from the government's early investment and support for the industry. I think the policy goals that we've certainly landed on and we would recommend and that we're talking about are about things like protecting domestic consumers from global price volatility. It's about sending price signals to industry that support the development of new and robust export industries. The PRRT and even an economically perfect windfall tax doesn't actually do those sorts of things.
Thanks. Thank you. Senator McDonald or Smith have questions?
I do, yes. Thank
Senator
you
McDonald.
very much. Good morning to you both. Thank you for your attendance today. I know your submission seems to call for less exports, and I'll just quote your submission. Continuing exports at current levels will prevent the achievement of global climate change targets. Australia's exports are our largest contribution to global greenhouse gas emissions. Given that 1 in 5 Australian jobs are related to the trade industry and 1 in 10 Australian jobs are a result of this kind of foreign investment into Australia, it's 3 million jobs across the country. Which jobs and where do you propose that we get rid of, and where do you propose that we replace them?
So I guess you go, Toby.
Okay, sorry, just on the numbers. So I don't think that scale of numbers are exposed to the kind of transition that we're talking about. We've done analysis on the number of Australian jobs. This is a few years old now, but analysis on the number of Australian jobs exposed to the global decline in demand for fossil fuels, and it is in the order of about 300,000 jobs over 30 years. That is a lot of jobs, but I suppose we see there's an upside. There's new value chains being created, and we'd like to see policy settings such that encourage Australian industry involvement in new value chains and generate and create new jobs. I mean, that's the promise of policy packages like Future Made in Australia, like the opportunity for us to develop energy-intensive green exports. I think the challenge that we see is that some of our policy settings kind of leave us with one hand tied behind our back, because we're trying to develop these industries, and meanwhile they're competing with unregulated foreign competitors that are using Australian coal and gas exports to undermine our global competitiveness. All of that is to say that we see this as a bit of an inevitable global transition that we have an imperative to respond to. Whatever timeframe we talk about, whether it's 20 years, whether it's 50 years, if we roll forward far enough into the future, demand for Australian fossil fuels will decline, and there's an imperative for us to have policy settings that manage an orderly transition rather than being the ones left holding the bag at the end of it.
But aren't the investments from renewable energies also foreign-owned multinationals who are not paying tax? They are requiring depreciation of assets and all the same things that you are suggesting we should remove from the fossil fuels industry. And indeed, those same industries require gas and coal and other fossil fuels for the construction of those inputs. They're just not in Australia, they're overseas.
So those industries in Australia would pay corporate tax just like fossil fuel industries do. What they're not doing in Australia is depleting and exploiting a finite natural resource. So I think there's kind of the argument of the sovereign asset.
I think they do, because they need all of the same inputs. They need coal and gas for construction. They need critical minerals and other minerals, rare earths for batteries and other things. I mean, I'm just not sure about the equivalency of that argument. Could I just turn to this issue of tax? We just had a statement earlier about gas companies paying tax. What the ATO has said is tax paid by the oil and gas sector increased to $11.6 billion in 22-23, with some oil and gas companies now amongst the largest taxpayers in Australia. This result was driven by a combination of commodity prices, the project production life cycle and ATO intervention. So I'm just keen that we don't start introducing into this discussion things that are not fact-based. So on the tax. Can I also ask you, I note your submission seems to call for less investment in general. And again, I quote, tax policy should not seek to protect hypothetical future investment. Can you outline your modelling for how long-term tax revenue is sustained if the industry generating that revenue is deliberately reduced or phased out?
So just on the question of modelling, we're actually about to embark on modelling. As I mentioned, this is a project that we had set up before the current crisis. It's about to kick off. We're mid-flight, so I can't share our modelling results yet. What I can say on that question though is that we're quite confident that a energy export transition framework could be revenue positive. But I also want to be clear that our goal here, our primary policy design objective, is not about maximising revenue. Revenue could be a nice byproduct, and there's many good things to put it to good use towards. But our primary policy goal is around managing an orderly transition for our export industries and smoothing the impacts for domestic energy users from global price volatility. So it's just that's not our optimal objective. But Miles, did you want to add anything in response to that question?
It's worth focusing on the fact that there's good reason to believe that the energy will be the basis of Australia's competitive advantage for a long time to come, whether that's fossil fuel energy or renewable and clean energy. And the transition that we're talking about here is how Australia can take advantage of that energy endowment that we have and use it to develop industries that employ people, that pay taxes, that do the sort of things that we're describing, in an environment where the existing customers we have for our fossil fuel exports will inevitably decline over time. So how should we as a country manage that decline that's going to occur and ensure that Australia can remain competitive and use our energy endowment as the basis of that competitiveness?
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. I have a different view to you. I think that revenue is important. I'm an accountant by trade. You can't tax no revenue, and so that's important while we maximise Australia's revenue stream for as long as possible. And I would put to you that I won't still be alive by the time that there is this orderly transition, that there is no projections that I've seen that has seen a technology transfer that will replace, that kind of energy requirements for an increasingly energy-hungry world. And so, yeah, I would like to still be alive, but I think that that I won't be, and I sincerely worry about this kind of, I consider it reckless tax changes. We've had a lot of evidence this morning from witnesses who aren't really strong on the economic modelling side, more on the emotion of it, which is, I understand. And even the previous witnesses to you today have just said that an export tax, a flat rate tax, would be less beneficial than their proposed levy. And I'm just not sure that we're actually doing the work to understand what is in Australia's best interests, and particularly for the places that I represent, where the cities forget about the regions where we do the work, and you want us to put up all these wind towers and solar farms and impact on our agricultural food production. So, you know, I have a very different view of the world to you, but I appreciate you coming to give evidence today.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Pocock.
Thank you.
But would you like an opportunity to respond, or are you happy for me to keep?
Oh, no, that's okay.
Maybe, if I could just quickly respond. I think it's an important point that into the future there still will be a role for gas. Like, demand declines, but it doesn't drop to zero. In our proposal, it's really about saying if gas is this global transition fuel, then we should prefer to trade with partners, and we should prefer to export to partners that have legitimate transition plans. And so, again, an energy export transition framework is a way of levelling that playing field at the border and saying, if we're supplying a country with gas or with coal, we'd prefer to supply countries that have robust domestic regulations similar to our own, so that we're not supplying effectively competitors to our own industry that are competing unregulated.
It's a good point, but every country that we trade with has either reduced or walked away from their renewables energies targets and their emissions reductions targets because they were finding that it was becoming too expensive for their population, their people, whether it be Japan or South Korea. Well, just that you gave them an opportunity to respond, it's become a free-flowing discussion, and I think that your point is interesting, but I think then we do need to look at Australia has walked away from its 82% renewables targets. Japan and South Korea and India have all walked away from their emissions reductions targets because they couldn't afford the speed at which it was being proposed.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. I know we could go back and forth here. Sorry, Mr. Prosser. I'm going to pass over to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time. In your submission, you warn that a tax based on profits or windfalls would be vulnerable to the same minimisation problems as the PRRT. I've found it quite interesting, amusing, a bit frustrating that we're seeing some suggest that we need a windfall profits tax when the PRRT is essentially a windfall profits tax that isn't working. So I was keen if you could maybe talk us through why simplicity in design is so critical.
So I think we've got a real-life example you can look at as to what the difficulties are. So there's a clear spectrum there between a very simple model and one that has got economic purity to it and is designed to deal with a whole range of scenarios. And what we've seen with the PRRT is that the complexity you get when you design a tax model to be as economically pure as possible creates a whole range of internal rules and accounting treatment that enables that tax to be minimised over time. So there is no perfect solution. There is no perfect, incredibly simple and incredibly economically pure model. So we're advocating on the basis of the real-life example that we've seen over the last few years that it's better to urge towards the simple model rather than the economically pure one.
You're obviously arguing that the fossil fuel industry doesn't have a long-term future in the volumes that we're currently seeing. Given that, how urgent is it that we actually capture a return now so we can be investing in the economy and diversifying?
Yeah, so just going back to the comments that were raised earlier about what's happening in some of these customer countries. So while they are managing their transition in their own economic interests, it is still going in only one direction. So they are looking to reduce their fossil fuel consumption over time and looking to reduce their reliance on fossil fuel imports. So as they do that, there are a number of messages that sends lead to Australia. So firstly, that we should be looking to get value from our fossil fuel exports while they're occurring and while that continues to take place, but also that we need to have some sort of transition policy in place that ensures that our economy will survive as those countries purchase less of those fossil fuels, and we need to grow alternative industries, quite probably energy-intensive alternative industries, to take up the slack.
Mm-hmm.
And could I just add to that? I think one of the things we observe in our submission is that the spending profile to mitigate some of the biggest impacts of the transition. So we're talking about spending on economic resilience, spending to support the development of new export industries, spending on community resilience and adaptation. A lot of those have biggest pressures in the next decade or so. So indeed, that's why one of the reasons why we propose a broader energy export transition framework to kind of match the revenue generation for government with the spending pressures, which really are in the immediate short term, to get us on the front foot for this transition that's going to run for 3-4 decades.
And do you know how much revenue Australia has foregone by not having an effective regime to tax gas exports, say, since the Ukraine price spike after Russia invaded Ukraine?
So I think, as I mentioned, we still in the process of setting up our modelling exercise, but it would be in the billions, probably tens of billions of dollars. I guess it depends what you mean by an effective gas tax regime. Yep. But if it was something like a effective windfall super profit tax, I imagine it would be in the tens of billions of dollars.
And then just finally, various witnesses have touched on I guess the challenges domestically, where we're paying such high prices for our own gas. And I think one of the most obscene examples was after the price of gas spiked after Russia invaded Ukraine. We had a urea manufacturer here in Australia shut down because they couldn't get cheaper gas. We now have governments subsidising a new urea manufacturing facility to the tune of $600 million rather than just using our cheaper gas. What sort of flow-on effects does it have in terms of a resilient economy and household bills by not having a strategy that actually ensures that we have the gas we need here in Australia for the transition?
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that it's not just exposure to international prices on gas, but it's also exposure to shortage of supply to domestic markets when supply to export markets is attractive, and also exposure to the volatility in prices, which has an impact even separate from the actual price itself. Energy should be the basis of a competitive advantage for Australia. We have good endowments in both fossil fuels and renewable energy. We should be in a position to develop energy-intensive industries that are producing products, but at the moment we have a fossil fuel export framework that actually disadvantages those domestic energy-intensive industries compared to facilities they're competing against overseas. So what we're asking for is a policy framework that acknowledges the transition that has to happen anyway, but do it in a way that helps us to develop those energy-intensive industries in Australia that can be the basis of our future competitive advantage and our trading relationships.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock, and thank you, Mr Prosser and Mr Phillips. Appreciate your time today. If you have taken any questions on notice, please get those responses back to us by the 28th of April, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
I will now welcome representatives of the Climate Council and the Australian Conservation Foundation, with some witnesses in person and others by video conference, to come forward.
We have the video conference ready to go.
Video conference is ready.
You should come on here.
Yep.
There we go.
Great. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Adam Bant. I'm the CEO of the Australian Conservation Foundation.
Hello, Chair. I'm Annika Reynolds, the National Climate Policy Advisor of the Australian Conservation Foundation.
And I am Greg Bourne, one of the climate councillors with the Climate Council.
Thank you very much. Now, I invite you to make quite succinct, if possible, opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. If you prefer just to circulate your intro, that's fine, but I'll give you the opportunity for a brief one.
Thank you, Chair. Big gas greed is ruining this country. Big gas corporations have too much power and don't pay enough tax, and sometimes they don't even pay tax at all. For most of the last decade, Santos brought in, on average, over $4 billion a year in revenue and paid no company tax. US-based ConocoPhillips, which operates the massive gas export terminal at Gladstone, has paid $0 in company tax since 2020, while generating more than $8.5 billion in revenue. When a nurse pays more tax than a multinational gas corporation, something is deeply wrong. The system is unfair. The gas tax, meant to tax their super profits, is clearly broken. Graduates pay more in HECS repayments than the gas giants pay in gas tax. The PRRT is meant to be a 40% tax on oil and gas super profits, which should have generated $26 billion in 2022 after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But instead, because of loopholes that desperately need closing, Australia received only around $1.5 billion. The same corporations driving the global cost of living crisis are driving the climate crisis. Gas is as dirty as coal. Methane is almost 90 times more toxic than CO2 as a climate pollutant. The algal bloom in South Australia is driven by gas from Santos. We had fires, floods, then fires over summer in Victoria. Extreme weather whiplash fuelled by Woodside. Australian gas sent offshore returns home as bushfires, heat waves, floods and cyclones. The 2019-20 Black Summer bushfires caused estimated economic losses exceeding $10 billion. Climate-fuelled disasters are expected to cost the Australian economy over $40 billion a year by 2050. Figures revealed today by the Insurance Council of Australia show extreme weather cost $5 billion in insured losses in 2025, up 700% on the previous year. The gas corporations are making huge profits by smashing our summers, destroying our homes and putting lives at risk, then leaving us to pay for the damage. A poll of more than 1,000 South Australians last month found 74% agreed that gas companies like Santos should be required to pay for the environmental damage caused by their operations. We can make them pay through a fairer tax system. The Santos CEO, along with other chief executives from Woodside, Chevron, ConocoPhillips and Shell, have been invited but declined to front up to this inquiry. What have they got to hide? A better life is possible if we tax big gas greed. Imagine this, free public transport forever. We could do it if we tax big gas greed. By making big gas corporations pay their fair share, we could provide real and meaningful cost of living relief to everyone. A flat 25% tax on Australian gas exports would conservatively generate $17 billion a year. That's enough to make public transport free in every state and territory and still have cash left over to invest in growing non-polluting industries of the future and to start to repair the damage big gas has caused. Tax gas now while we can. It's a finite resource. We won't be extracting gas for much longer if we want to stop the climate crisis and have something to sell the rest of the world that won't kill us. This is why ACF has made two recommendations to this inquiry. One, replace the broken PRRT with a flat 25% tax on export revenue and look at the corporate tax regime for big gas. And two, close expense deduction loopholes to stop big gas gaming the system. Big gas greed has to stop. Gas corporations are fuelling the climate crisis and hurting people while paying little or no tax. It's the Australian people's gas, but the corporations make the profits and we pay the price.
Thank you, Dr. Band. Mr. Bourne, do you have a brief statement that you'd like to make? Or
yes, I do. I'd like to read that, if I may.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, gas exporters are taking our resources, polluting our climate and pocketing the returns, leaving ordinary Australians to pay now and for the future. They say it's insanity doing the same thing over and over again, and yet Australian governments over the years have been courting gas corporations for decades and supporting more gas production, more exports and more investment, but Australians overall have very little to show for it. We're one of the largest LNG exporters in the world, but the benefits really haven't arrived. There's a Faustian bargain that's at play here. Governments have sold our resources under dubious promises of wealth, while corporations have taken the riches and left us with an overheating planet and escalating costs. And the climate costs are coming home with worsening disasters, higher insurance costs and more pressures on household budgets alike. We've even had to implement a gas reservation policy to avoid shortfalls, even though we export 5 times more gas than we use. So we, the Climate Council, support reforming Australia's gas export tax settings. The revenue collected from that tax should rebalance and begin to start heading us towards funding more renewables, more electrification, other clean energy, and diversifying our way from geopolitical threats. We believe that we should be able to cut our gas bills really quite significantly, and just investing in the 2 million rented houses, those families could save around about $5 billion a year. Today's fossil fuel crisis has once again revealed the cost of relying on coal, oil and gas. The world is moving on, and Australia's government's own modelling projects a 67% reduction in gas and LNG production over the next 25 years. Ever since climate change came on the radar, fossil fuel companies have faced an existential crisis. Today, like a rat in a corner, we're seeing them fight tooth and nail to maintain a status quo that's enriched them but hurt the rest of us. The industry's pushback should be taken in this context: self-serving and a desperate attempt to project their super profits. Fossil fuels are on the way out, so it's time to move forward. A gas exports tax in some shape or form can fund the solutions that put Australia in control of its energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bourne. I'm going to start with Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hello, Mr Bourne, and very warm welcome to Dr Bant and Ms Reynolds. Thank you very much for your time today. Just a few questions, firstly, for ACF. Do the current tax settings do anything to send a price signal that reflects the harm caused by fossil fuel mining, including gas mining and export?
Thanks, Senator. Gas is one of the primary drivers of the climate crisis. Australia is in the top 3 exporters of fossil fuel pollution in the world. We're up there with Russia and Saudi Arabia. And gas is as dirty as coal. And when gas, it doesn't matter where it's burned, it hurts Australia. It hurts Australian industry and it hurts Australian people. The Insurance Council of Australia today has said there were $5 billion in insured losses claimed in 2025, and that was up 700% on the previous year. Over summer, in my home state of Victoria, people down in the Otways within 2 weeks faced fires, and then cars and caravans being washed out into the ocean, and then fires again, all within the space of a few weeks. The Black Summer bushfires caused estimated economic losses exceeding $10 billion, according to the Royal Commission, with estimates, other estimates being much, much higher than that. And these costs are set to rise. And we're not going to have a vibrant wine industry in South Australia, or the lobster industry in Western Australia, or a tourism industry in Queensland that's dependent on a healthy Great Barrier Reef unless we get the climate crisis under control. At the moment, the price signals, because they get their gas for free and pay either no tax or next to no tax, encourages big corporations to make massive profits and leave the public and governments to pay for the clean-up costs.
Sounds pretty unfair to me. Thank you. Australia's net zero commitments, even though they're too far away, would necessitate phasing down fossil fuels and upcoming end of life for many existing projects. How do you think a gas export tax could help manage that transition?
Well, we need to grow non-polluting industries in this country, and some important steps have been taken towards that. But like many industries, it's going to require investment to help make that happen. There are also significant mitigation and clean-up costs to deal with, as I've outlined previously, and we have to find the money for that somewhere. Now, the gas corporations at the moment are making obscene profits without paying their fair share of tax. We estimate somewhere in the order of $17 billion conservatively could be raised by putting a 25% gas export tax on these gas corporations. That raises a lot of revenue for the public to fund things that will grow non-polluting industries, deliver real cost of living relief, and help start paying for some of the damage.
Dr. Bant, the gas companies all talk about how much they pay, often by reference to corporate tax, while conveniently ignoring that the PRRT raises virtually no revenue and that many of them pay no royalties to the federal government at all. So how is their contention and reference to corporate tax a fair metric for using public resources to then cause damage that the rest of us have to survive and pay to clean up?
Yeah, look, I've seen some of the ads, and it's pretty astounding that the gas corporations want a pat on the back for sometimes paying royalties. Like the cafe in St George's Terrace in Perth has to pay for its coffee beans every single day, and that's just an expected part of business. But when Woodside up the road pays next to no royalties for its gas projects, it somehow wants applause for it. Like these are resources that are owned by Australians, and if these gas corporations want to exploit them, then of course they should have to pay for them. They shouldn't expect to get a pat on the back for paying what every other business has to pay, and then for, in some instances, paying company tax. But again, I come back to corporations like Santos that over the course of a decade bring in over $4 billion a year on average, and for most of those years pay zero company tax, zero. So this idea that somehow they're paying company tax, let alone royalties or let alone the gas super profits tax, is they're getting pretty desperate. They're getting pretty desperate when they have to take out full-page ads asking for a pat on the back just for paying for their raw input products in the same way that every other business has to do in this country every single day of the year.
Thank you very
much. As ACF has flagged in our submission at page 6, while we recognise that this inquiry is primarily directed at the taxation of oil and gas resources, i.e. royalty payments, we do think it is appropriate for this inquiry to be turning an eye to the broader taxation regime for gas corporations, and that includes the actual company tax rate that is being paid by these corporates. It should be at 30%. As Dr. Bant has just flagged, that is often not the case, and ATO tax transparency reporting lags by several years. So we don't know what recent payments have been in the last 2 financial years, and we think that's an important part of this inquiry to understand the extent that the Australian public is getting value not only for publicly owned resources under a PRRT or alternative royalties regime, but also to understand the extent that multinational gas corporations are behaving as good faith corporate actors in the system.
It sounds like the gas companies have never met a tax that they haven't found a way of avoiding. So thanks for stepping us through that. Mr. Bourne, just one question for you, given the limited time. Australia has made commitments to eventually get to net zero, which logically means phasing out fossil fuels. How do you square a gas export tax with the need to transition off fossil fuels?
Basically, it comes down to the fact that we have contractual relationships, and those particular reservoirs that are in those contractual relationships will logically finish. What, from a Climate Council point of view, we have said many times is that we should not be exploring for more oil and gas. We should not be exploring for more coal. In fact, even the IEA has said that we should not be actually expanding these particular reservoirs. During this time of transition, which might take us a decade or thereabouts, this is throughout the world, yes, we will need some of that gas, but it is not a matter of exploring for more oil and gas. That taxation that we put on the exports, in whatever manner we do, needs to be really reinvested immediately, basically, into setting up a strategic future for us, which is one where we rely on renewable energy as we go forward. What I've said to many people is we're a nation the size of a continent, 28 million people. We have more renewable resources than most places in the world per capita. We genuinely can embrace a new future, not just hug the past.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. We'll pass the call to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you all. Mr Bourne, I just wanted to start. You were referring to domestic gas prices before. Do you know what the domestic gas price is?
I don't know what the domestic gas price today is, but it'd be around about $10 a gigajoule or thereabouts, maybe more. And it depends, obviously, if you have a longer-term contract as a big buyer within Australia, as opposed to someone who is just taking it at the household level.
Well answered, thank you. And I guess I'm also interested, do you know what the cost of production for producing gas in Australia is?
Not exactly, but it is really rather cheap. So when you actually then see the profitability of the companies, and particularly in this time of extraordinarily high prices, you can see that profits are being made in a significant way, most of which will be taken back to the host country of the particular investor. We can see that is the case and has always been the case.
I would challenge your views on that, because we know that besides the gas extraction, we have costs of moving gas in pipelines, significant distances. We have a range of issues that we already know that the introduction of more taxes into the industry will see the domestic gas producers, the smaller gas producers, have already flagged that they will not be economic and they'll leave the industry. So instead of Australia being left with more domestic supply for domestic operations, we'll see in fact that dry up. That would be a concern to me in the regional places where we have domestic businesses, small businesses, families receiving I think up to $550,000 a year the unions are asking for gas jobs. Plus flights around the world and Qantas gold standard and all that sort of thing. So I'm just trying to be clear that we are speaking about the same industry, high costs of production, very expensive jurisdiction to extract gas, and the fact that gas companies are using the depreciation under the PRRT would suggest that they are significant costs. It's the way our tax system works.
Senator McDonald, I would say that the companies like BP and Shell and Inpex and others like that are rather big companies and are happily taking the profitability. Some of the small companies in Queensland, yes, are going to have some problems, there's no doubt about it. We are a high-cost producer compared with some. You may not recall that I was the regional president of BP Australasia and actually know this business really quite well. But the situation is, and I've seen it firsthand, is that all of the oil and gas companies will play one country off another, all on a continuous time. We in Australia are almost uniquely positioned as the country that has taken the least share of the profitability of our resources. It is absolutely extraordinary. And year after year, decade after decade, each of the governments of both colours have been faced down by the oil and gas companies. And the reason is they've been able to say, well, if you won't do the project, we will go to another country. This is an existential crisis for oil and gas companies. They will fight you tooth and nail.
So, Mr Bourne, thank you for that, and I appreciate your expertise in this industry. I am concerned that, given that your submission calls for less investment in general, that tax policies should not seek to protect hypothetical future investment, that we are actually talking about the same thing. That Victorian small gas producers will go into the sort of communities that, have previously had gas jobs. We've talked about gas jobs previously. Manufacturing jobs. That this will see the end of those kind of jobs in Australia, and indeed see those countries that are, to your point, competing vigorously for gas investment, be more successful. Places like the US, places like Canada, places like Argentina, and of course Norway and Qatar. Does that not worry you at all that Australia will miss out on these investments, but the gas will still be produced somewhere else?
Senator McDonald, what I would say is that you seem to be suggesting that the smallest of the gas companies should be kept going for year after year after year, and the largest of the gas companies in the world should be taking the profits as they go forward. And I think what we and others are suggesting is, whilst there is an opportunity to get a strong export tax. That money should be reinvested in the country, not in gas, not in coal, not in oil, but in renewable energy, renewing the economy as we go forward. That's why I say the key that so many governments have done is they have not embraced the future, they just hug the past. And that's what I am hearing from you.
I'm so sorry you don't think I embrace the future. I think that is a very sad reflection on me, and I'm sorry that that is your view. I'm a big fan of us embracing the future when it is real and not far off into the distance, and certainly not taking up additional prime agricultural land. I'll turn to you, Mr Bant. When you were leader of the Greens, did you support the legislation to change the PRRT in 2024?
Look, one of the things that I learned in my time in Parliament was that the gas corporations have an enormous amount of power and could often get governments of all stripes to do what they wanted, but I feel that that is changing.
My question was, did you support the legislation? I'm sorry, it's a yes or no question.
Yeah, I think my voting position from that time is on the record. I'm in a new, there's Hansard that's available in a new position now. But I will say that one of the things that I've learned is that this issue of taxation, proper taxation of gas corporations has been around for a very long time. And there have been many people over many years pointing out the problems with it, and that the original tax was designed to tax super profits, and it hasn't done it.
I will be, thanks very much for keeping your answers to the point. So we have the Australian Taxation Office saying that the gas sector is the second biggest taxpayer in the country. We have regions in regional Australia. I appreciate not in Melbourne, where you're from, not in Canberra, where we're meeting today, but in regional parts of Australia, where small businesses, farmers, other parts of the community, nurses and doctors and sparkies and car repair shops are all benefiting from maybe not that direct tax that you're talking about, but the investment, the capital investment into those regions, including the taxes that those businesses pay, the GST that the companies pay. I mean, you use the example of the coffee shop in Perth. I mean, like a coffee shop, gas companies pay a huge amount in the materials they use, and they come from Australian businesses that benefit as well. So, you know, I'm just not sure that we are having the same conversations. It seems to me that in your new role, you're keen to see the end of investment into these companies in Australia, which of course will hardest hit small Australian businesses and families, particularly in regional Australia, the places that I represent.
Thanks, Senator. You mentioned a number of matters there. The ATO has also said that gas industry are systemic non-payers of tax, and the reason there's been so many government and other reviews about the tax that gas corporations don't pay is precisely because of that, because you can have corporations like Santos that can bring in over $40 billion in revenue over a decade, and in most of those years pay no tax.
Like
you mentioned farmers.
Shop, Mr. Bant, like a coffee shop who has expenses, you deduct those against your income. It's basic tax principles.
Yes, Senator, I'm answering your question and the matters that raised there. You mentioned farmers, and I recall ABARE producing some research some time ago that showed that Australian farmers are already on average $30,000 a year worse off as a result of the climate crisis, and it's regional Australia and farmers who are especially exposed to the climate crisis and the flow-on effects with water and with drought, and that's why I have to get the climate crisis under control. And gas is one of the leading causes of the climate crisis. And in terms of those businesses that you mentioned, I suspect many of them do not feel that they're benefiting from massively high fuel prices at the moment. But one of the things about the sun and the wind is that they're free. And if we use the resource, if we use the tax,
resumed to put them up on it, Mr. Bant.
I'm going to have to rotate the call soon, so I'm just going to ask Mr. Bant to finish this questioning and then rotating the call.
Or I'll just finish with my last question then, please. Mr. Bant, you talked about the 25% tax, which would conservatively raise $17 billion, but at $17 billion is far from conservative. It assumes export revenue will be much higher than forecast, while at the same time claiming that an export tax will result in more gas being diverted from export into the domestic market. I think your statements are inconsistent. Mr. Bant.
Thank you, Senator. So in respect of the $17 billion...
Sorry, I was directing this to Mr. Bant.
We've got a specific answer to that. We're giving evidence.
Specific answer. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I lead climate policy at ACF, so thank you, Senator, for directing that question. We calculated that $17 billion based on general revenue figures reported by the industry. We fully recognise and expect that any actual repeal and replacement of the PRRT would be a far more complicated exercise, and there'd be a level of deductions expected and calculations expected in that process going forwards. However, the scale of the revenue that is being generated by the oil and gas industry right now, compared to the payments that they make in PRRT, the equivalent of royalty payments under the federal regime, is an extraordinary difference and points to how broken the system is. The PRRT is ostensibly a 40% tax rate on profits, and if that 40% tax rate was being applied to the industry in years like that have price shocks, as is the case in 2026, as was the case in 2022, you'd be expecting the PRRT to generate something in the order of $26 billion in revenue that year.
Post-deductions. Revenue taxes on revenue less deductions, less costs.
I said something in the order, Senator. Yeah. I don't have the access to the back-end deduction spreadsheets of the corporate, so I can't answer that question.
No, but the ATO does. So
of course, but
anything additional, I'll ask for it to be put on notice because we are going significantly over time in this block of questioning. Thank you, Senator McDonald. If we've got extra time, we'll come back, but I encourage you to put anything on notice.
Thank you, Senator.
Managed to address. I will move to Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Thank you for your time here this afternoon. Mr. Bourne, there are those out there warning that a tax on Australian gas exports would impact investment or supply. In your experience, having been in the industry, what's your view on this argument?
My view is that on the projects that are already up and running, there would effectively be no difference. It would just keep going. On potential new investments, however, obviously it will make a difference. But from a climate change point of view, one of the key things is we need to move away from investing in new reserves of gas, oil and coal. And so that is the correct thing to do. The other driver, of course, is geopolitical uncertainty. Those two things, climate change and geopolitical uncertainty, say that we should accelerate our transition into a renewable energy and a greener world. I think the investments in technology and where the money is actually the smart money is going to a different type of world.
Thank you. Your submission notes that Australia's domestic gas demand has fallen every year since 2020. How should this trend inform the committee's assessment of industry claims that tax reform would jeopardise domestic supply?
When I and others look at who is actually thinking about getting off gas, just the person in the street, you see more and more people actually doing it. You see it also beginning to be regulated, no new homes with gas. You see certain industries which are automatically going to the wall anyway, which are getting off gas. You really don't see the growth industries coming in that are dependent on new gas. So overall, I think what we are seeing is a projected withering of demand for gas within Australia over time. If you then also look at the electricity generating system, yes, we have some peaking plants, but the idea of those peaking plants is in distress times use gas, but most times not use any gas, just be there as an insurance for a period of time. So a withering away of gas demand is expected.
And could you walk through the committee through what $17 billion a year in revenue from a 25% tax on gas exports could actually concretely deliver for Australian households that are struggling with the high price of energy and fuel at the moment?
Look, just a rough estimate that our analysts have done for us is basically saying, with this sort of money that would be coming in, you could take all of the renters in Australia who are paying obviously high prices, and you could get them moving slowly but surely into a much lower price world, especially if you can eventually get PV onto rental buildings, and that is just a policy request that some people would make at a certain point in time, and actually reduce around about $3, $4, $5 billion worth of imposts on those rental folks. But this is envisaging clearly a determined and strategic transition. And to me, a strategic transition is not just the sum of daily tactics. It's a thought-through process by governments to go to a different place from where we are right now and taking everyone along with us.
And thank you. Just finally, we're obviously seeing a coordinated and very well-funded campaign from the gas industry who do not want to pay Australians for our gas. Are you able to provide some insights, having been in that industry, the sort of thinking around wanting to preserve those profits and how those campaigns have been waged in the past?
I certainly can, and sort of going back to sort of revisions to PRRT, around the turn of the century, 1999, 2000, that sort of time. The industry worked like mad to try and make sure that PRRT was going to be as useless as possible to the government and as most beneficial to them as they went forward. It is the process, in a business you're looking at how can you minimise your tax, how can you minimise your costs. There was, however, at that particular time, a determination by some of the companies, and I will call BP, the company I was involved in, to try and move away from being just an oil and gas company and trying to be an energy company. That world has changed. Almost every single company in the world who had tried to do that has been brought back to heel by the market to be just a drill baby drill company, a gas company, an oil company. And they will fight like a rat in a corner because it's an existential crisis for them. And they have a very good playbook in terms of advertising and working the corridors of power.
Thank you very much. I know we're pressed for time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I will ask some questions next up, and then I'll go to Senator Payman. To Dr Bant, the North West Shelf project is one of Australia's longest running and most damaging gas operations. Shamefully, it has been extended to 2070, straight after the federal election. Can you talk us through what royalties Australia should expect in return for this damaging project?
Thank you, Senator. So, as you have just flagged, the North West Shelf is covered by a legacy royalty regime. Currently, it doesn't pay PRRT. It pays royalties calculated from the value of the gas at the wellhead at about 10%. Now, that regime, as it stands, is probably stronger than the PRRT, if we're being frank. But there are concerns, both historical and contemporary, that the administration of that royalty regime may be undermining the efficacy of that payment and the distribution of that royalty to both the WA government and the Commonwealth government. I'd like to direct the inquiry's attention to an Auditor General report of 2016-2017 that raises these issues. It's called the Collection of North West Shelf Royalty Revenue. And basically what that report found in auditing how North West Shelf royalties are calculated and collected is that there were some deficiencies in that administration, including some concerns that royalties payable were not being accurately calculated and that deductions were being claimed that were not legitimate. Now, this happened in 2016. The Commonwealth Department stated that it accepted those recommendations, but we do have questions about how well that administration has improved in the decade since and whether things like consistent auditing of and testing of the meters at the wellhead to ensure consistent and accurate collection of royalties payable, whether that is still occurring today. None of that information is public, but we do think it is something that should fall within the remit of this inquiry to understand how non-PRRT legacy royalty arrangements are being currently administered to get proper value for Australia's gas.
Thank you. Mr Bourne, without a gas export tax, we're leaving money on the table that could be helping Australia to fund a transition to a clean energy economy. Rather than going to multinational fossil fuel companies, often owned by, offshore investors, what would you specifically like to see that revenue used for?
Very, very definitely. The way I see it is, again, from a climate change point of view, but also then from a geopolitical insecurity of supply point of view. I see those two drivers saying the quicker we transition away from fossil fuels, the better. Now, that requires strategic investments. Some of those are in transportation. Some of them are with regard to, for example, EV trucks, both in the freight industry, but also in the mining industry. But a strategic way of thinking about, how we go forward. This thinking is going on also in Japan, in South Korea, in China. If you look at the speed at which China has actually changed its economy, part of it is to do with this insecurity of supply. And it's useful to remember that whilst 20% of the crude oil currently comes out, or nominally came out of the Gulf of Hormuz, fully 50% of the world's remaining reserves are in that volatile area. So the next shock, when this particular one finishes, is a certainty. Which year? You don't know, but it is a certainty. And all of those countries who are suffering very badly, so Pakistan, for example, with fuel for just cooking and things like that, parts of India, parts of Africa that rely on oil and gas, they are going to be really badly hurt. And they will be looking for many, many different ways of weaning themselves off the oil drug.
Thank you, Mr Bourne. And look, I know this point has been raised, but I think as a former fossil fuel executive, you do have a unique perspective. And you've just described gas companies as cornered rats making empty threats. Why should this inquiry be sceptical about gas industry claims a gas export tax could drive investors away?
Look, I think there are probably two pronouncements recently, and they go back just roughly a year. One was from the former chief executive of BP, who resigned, and the other one was former chief of executive of Woodside, who resigned but became the chief executive of BP. And both of those CEOs of very large companies, obviously, have said, look, this transition is going too fast towards renewable energy. The world is going to need more oil and gas as we go forward. We are going to keep going that way. When I look at the different CEOs of all of the major companies, some of them I know, many I don't, of course, it is all going that particular way. We're going to be an oil and gas company until the last drop has come out of the ground. That is the model. Fortunately, there is another model which is probably being driven by China more than anywhere else, but we have this opportunity here. Our continent, 28 million people, vast resources. We need to embrace that future, both from a climate change point of view and a global security of supply from exogenous shocks.
Thank you, Mr Bourne. I will now rotate the call to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the evidence you've provided so far. Mr Bourne, the submission by the Climate Council of Australia argues the $17 billion a year in gas export tax revenue, which could fund 1.3 million household solar and battery installations or 560,000 electric vehicles. Now, in my home state of Western Australia, we've got the highest rooftop solar uptake in the world. But as mentioned earlier, renters, low-income households and regional communities are still being left behind. How could that revenue specifically transform energy affordability for West Australians, but also Australians in general who are currently most exposed to the volatile gas prices that we're seeing and, who can't really afford to insulate themselves with winter around the corner?
Thank you, Senator Payman. I'm a Fremantle boy myself, so I know Western Australia extremely well, obviously. Look, I think
the Dockers.
You're dead right. Dead right. Look, I really do think that the key there is first getting the revenue, but then targeting of that revenue is clearly a government's responsibility. And just as we've been seeing with regard to diesel, should it be rationed towards farmers? Should it be rationed towards rural areas? It's clearly a government's job to look at the societal equity at a particular time. I would say there are two parts of that societal equity. There's one which is in the absolute present, where the pain is being felt, and how do you alleviate that pain? And that is clearly a government's role to think through that. But the second one is how do we think about this strategically? What is it we do in which particular, I'd say Western Australia, which particular region of Western Australia, the north of which is going to be suffering a lot from climate change, and the south of which is going to be suffering a lot from drought as we go forward. So that strategic thinking is also a government responsibility. So there's the short and the long. I can't decide that, but I know that you can help it.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. And quickly, just to Dr. Bant, we've spoken extensively about PRRT, and obviously your submission recommends that deduction rules be urgently tightened. Now, based on what you've seen over the last 3 decades, what specific safeguards do you think would need to be built into a 25% export tax to make sure that industry can't do what it's done to the PRRT?
I think one of the advantages of a flat 25% tax on export is that it's much more difficult to game. Obviously, the question of deductions needs to be looked at, because that's been one of the huge flaws in the PRRT, and the ability to bank huge amounts of credits in a way that the tax was never originally designed to do, but turned out to operate that way. That is something that needs to be addressed. I'll ask my colleague to add anything further to that, but can I just echo one of your sentiments? Go the Dockers, but they shouldn't be sponsored by Woodside. I grew up watching the Benson and Hedges World Series cricket, and I was a kid being advertised to by a tobacco corporation as I was watching sports. The same thing is now happening in Western Australia. These kids are running out as part of the nippers into an ocean that products from corporations like Woodside is going to acidify and heat. And just as we've seen, just as it's been understood that tobacco is a product that, when used as intended, is toxic and will kill, so it is the case, I think, that gas and coal are the next asbestos and tobacco, and over time people will look back on the Woodside sponsorship of the Dockers and the nippers and shake their heads and consign it to the dustbin of history in the same way that we did with Benson and Hedges.
Thank you, Adam. So, Senator, perhaps not as exciting as what Adam just said, but to talk through the deductions in a little bit more detail, the first thing that we want to emphasise is that a shift away from the PRRT shouldn't just be a substituting of names. It should really be a shift from a taxation system designed around taxing super profits, which is what the PRRT is about, to a system that is much more squarely designed to actually collect a clear, defined royalty value. At the end of the day, Australian gas is a publicly owned resource, and the Australian public is entitled to a portion of the value of that resource as it is extracted. So that shift away already will help define things more clearly, and we see that in other regimes. So in places like Canada, the United States, legacy royalty regimes with the North West Shelf, there's provisions for value at the wellhead as a way of calculating value. That helps limit the amount of gaming of the system from the get-go. But the other point that we would make is that some current PRRT settings are overly generous. They allow significant deductions to be carried forwards from previous years, but also to claim future deductions, including future decommissioning costs, for example. Some of the other challenges are around expected accelerated depreciation or generous uplift rates. So we do think that as part of this inquiry, and this is one of the recommendations we've made, is that in addition to looking at the headline tax rate or changes to the PRRT. In doing so, if the inquiry does recommend repeal, we also urge the inquiry to consider how we can learn from historical examples, the PRRT, the lessons that we can draw from that regime, and ensure that any new deduction regime is much tighter and is much better calibrated to reduce and limit gaming of the system by major gas corporations.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payman. I don't believe we have any more questions from the committee, so I want to thank you for your time today, presenting in front of our committee, and remind you that the date for questions on notice to be responded to is the 28th of April, so a week from today. And yeah, thank you again. The committee will now suspend for lunch and recommence at 1:50 p.m. Thank you all. representatives of Greenpeace Australia and the Labor Environment Action Network to come forward.
Sorry, we should have put...
I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Do you want to start?
My name is Joe Rafalowicz. I'm the Head of Climate and Energy Campaigns at Greenpeace Australia Pacific.
My name is Janaline O. I'm the National Secretary of the Labor Environment Action Network.
Thank you for joining us today. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, unless you'd like us to just go by the one you've provided, but otherwise a short opening statement, and I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Sure. I will make a summary statement. I believe you've already got my full statement tabled. So thank you to the committee members for inviting Greenpeace Australia Pacific to appear before the inquiry today. As Australia and the world faces the worst energy crisis in history, it's important we are honest about how we got here. What's unfolding is not an energy crisis per se, but a fossil fuel dependency crisis. The US and Israel's illegal war on Iran has laid bare the vulnerabilities and flaws of a system built on fossil fuel extraction, geopolitical power plays, and greed. March 2026 will be a defining moment for how the world thinks about energy security and reckons with the dangers of fossil fuel dependence. While Australian households are grappling with soaring bills, fossil fuel corporations like Woodside, Santos and Chevron, the same companies whose CEOs refuse to appear before this inquiry, are making eye-watering war profits. The world's top 100 oil and gas companies banked more than $30 million in profit every hour in the first month of the war in Iran. So whether you're a taxi driver in Thailand, a farmer in South Australia, or a public servant in South Korea, millions of people around the world are coming to the same understanding. Fossil fuels are making us poorer, less safe, and sick. A well-designed tax on gas corporations could support cost of living relief for Australian households and businesses and fund the rollout of safe, clean, and affordable renewable energy, which is the only way to achieve true energy security and to protect our economy and communities as the climate crisis accelerates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Rafalowicz. Ms O.
Thank you. I don't have a formal statement, but I will make some opening remarks. Thank you for inviting us to appear before this committee. I have to agree with what my colleague from Greenpeace said about the way in which this current conflict has exposed the risks of dependence on fossil fuels, both for exporting countries and for importing countries. And given that we do have viable, affordable alternatives in the form of renewable energy, we should absolutely be leaning into those. Lean obviously strongly supports decarbonisation of the Australian energy market, but we also support decarbonisation globally. So one of the measures that we have proposed as a modest contribution to this debate that people may be aware of is capping the diesel fuel subsidy at $50 million, which would affect 15 companies, which are the biggest users of diesel in the country. And at the same time, while it would not resolve the next 2 months of fossil fuel supply, it would potentially help with the long tail of this crisis, which is going to be long. I think the Treasurer mentioned yesterday that his expectation is not optimistic in terms of the lasting economic effects of this. And within that long tail, if these companies stopped using as much diesel, they would free up a lot of fuel for the rest of the market, for the farmers, for the average motorist. We strongly support the electrification of transport across the board, commercial transport, domestic transport and industrial use. But certainly in the medium term, a measure like this would free up fuel for the immediate needs. We also note that the lessons of this crisis are being felt across the world, and I think countries across the world are moving towards decarbonisation. So in terms of Australian gas exports, which I think is the principal subject of this inquiry, we also have to be alert that these markets are not going to be stable forever. They are not going to be the same markets that they are now, and we definitely have a strong interest in pushing them towards decarbonising their heavy industry supply chains, and to do so with Australian green metals and Australian green hydrogen. And so we also strongly support the government's Future Made in Australia policy and its efforts to make Australia a renewable energy superpower. In that context, it is important to note that one of the things that we need in order to become a renewable energy superpower is buyers for our green metals and our green hydrogen, and these other countries that currently buy our fossil fuels. We do therefore have an interest in remaining a reliable supplier to those countries. That said, the current situation is creating massive windfall profits for fossil fuel companies. And these were not generated because these companies had clever investment strategies or because they had some brilliant management strategy. They are being created because a foreign government has decided to launch an armed conflict against another jurisdiction. This happened in 2022, it's happened again in 2026. A windfall profits tax would therefore only act as a brake on future investment if the investment strategy of these companies was the hope that somebody would launch a war at some time during their production phase. That, in our view, is not only morally questionable, but a highly risky investment strategy. So we would see benefit in considering a very substantial tax on windfall profits. We note there are a number of other proposals on the table for the taxation, for increasing the taxation on gas and other fossil fuel resources. Lean strongly supports increasing the return to the Australian taxpayer of revenue from fossil fuel companies.
Thank you, Ms O. Appreciate your opening statement. I might kick us off, and look, it's not the first time this has been raised today, but the ATO, the Australian Taxation Office, has described the gas industry as systemic non-payers of tax. Mr Rafalowicz, what are some of the most egregious examples of tax avoidance that you've seen from the gas industry?
Well, thank you, Senator. And I think it is a feature of multilateral, global, international fossil fuel companies, and especially gas companies, that they avoid tax in many ways. Some of those ways are illegal, and they go through the courts in relation to those things. Some of those methods of avoiding tax is about tax minimisation. To name Woodside Energy as an Australian company, people may not be aware that Woodside has investments in Senegal, for example, and the government of Senegal, as part of an endeavour to try to obtain more public funding for the good of their people, levied a tax bill on Woodside, and Woodside objected to that bill. And rather than fighting them through the courts, they've taken Senegal to the International Court of Arbitration through the World Trade Organization through an investor-state dispute resolution clause. Those kind of clauses are not supported by the Australian government in new trade treaties, but Woodside incorporated a new holding company in the Netherlands to take advantage of a treaty between Senegal and the Netherlands. And this is in a least developed country, and they're haggling over, I think, 60 million Australian dollars, more or less. So it gives you a sense of how I'm not going to say greedy, but how hard they will fight to preserve every dollar of their profit. And that's why I think it's important for this committee to take with a grain of salt the representations from these companies and their lobbyists, because ultimately they are maximising for returns to their shareholders. Many of those shareholders are international in the case of companies operating in Australia, which is another source of leakage, I guess you could say. Like Chevron Australia, for example, is a fully owned subsidiary of Chevron USA. They send $9 billion more back to HQ in Houston because that's their primary shareholder, so they use dividends to send the money back. That's fully franked money, so they paid whatever our inadequate amount of tax was in Australia. But the point is that that money is no longer in circulation in Australia. It gets sent up the chain. Chevron was also the subject of a litigation with the ATO because they used a transfer pricing arrangement where they essentially had a fake loan to their Houston HQ, and then they were paying below market rate interest on it. The complexities of it don't matter in a way, because what I'm trying to highlight is that these actors are not participating in good faith, and I think as politicians we need to be aware of how hard they will work to gain the system. They are not good faith actors in this process. So I think that's one of the weaknesses of the PRRT, our primary mechanism for taxing offshore gas, is that it gives these guys a huge margin in which to play, and they have the funds to hire the most expensive consultants to help them minimise their tax. And some of those consultants also provide advice to the industry, and they provide advice to the government. EY, is a member of the Australian Energy Producers, the primary fossil fuel lobby group, and they're the subject of a complaint by another NGO, by Climate Integrity, about how dodgy their modelling was that they provided to the future gas strategy, and they're doing Woodside's taxes as well. So how can we put weight on their representations to a committee like this, or even their expert advice? They are fully compromised, to my mind, and we need to find out the facts for ourselves. I think that this committee has been brought about because the public, for the first time, is grappling with the scale of grift that is going on and the amount of tax avoidance, and it makes them very angry, and so they should be.
Thank you. So I suppose to characterise, these companies are doing some very creative gymnastics in order to exploit any loopholes, operating in different countries, doing anything possible to maximise returns and dodge what would be conceived by the Australian public as a fair share of their tax.
I think so. I mean, we all expect businesses to minimise their tax, right? And even in our personal lives, people minimise their tax. That's kind of like you have to do that within reason, especially as a business. But I think what grinds my gears is that they then present themselves as the model citizens of taxpayers, or make out like they're doing so much when the opposite is true. And I think of somewhere in the submissions, I think it was in the AEP submission, they mentioned the special offshore export levy on the industry as an example of the tax that they're paying. That levy was created to pay for the clean-up of the Northern Endeavour, which was just left in the hands of the Commonwealth because Woodside sold it to a company that went broke, and then there's a $2 billion heap of junk in the ocean. They're still sending the radioactive waste back to Australia now, I think. So I'm okay with them being honest about not paying tax, but I don't like it when they pretend that they're great corporate citizens and are paying heaps of tax when it's not true.
Well, they are very kindly sponsoring the likes of Nippers and the Freo Dockers.
That's right. They're also sponsoring a Louisiana football team now in the US. And if you go on YouTube, you'll see the fans are like, what is Woodside? What's a Woodside? Who are these guys? I've never heard of them before. But they buy social licence wherever they go so they can get away with not paying tax.
And do you think a simple flat tax could help to reduce the risk of tax avoidance that you've explained in a significant amount of detail today?
I think so. I'm not an expert in tax, but I think that the simpler the system and the fewer the deductions, it's going to be easier to measure what you're trying to measure. And that's why I think the calls for royalty-based systems make sense. I think the export levy makes sense because it has this additional impact, which is potentially more gas in Australia for our domestic use to stop them price gouging here. So I think there's a lot to recommend it, but it's a bit like, I think Gandhi was asked, what do you think about Western civilization? And he said it'd be good if there was some. So I think what I think about the LNG export tax, I just support some amount of tax because right now the current situation is not adequate.
Look, the gas industry is claiming that a 25% export tax would scare the horses, scare off investors. They make the same arguments about any proposal that could impede on their very, very, very substantial profits. Former executives from BP and Shell are in the media today saying that this is utter nonsense. How do you think that this inquiry should take these threats from the gas industry?
Well, I think there's two aspects to it. The first one is they're so profitable right now, especially with rising energy prices, that I don't think it touches the sides. Like, I think it's like the cost of production for Santos is like, $1 compared to a $25 ratio return on that investment. They have plenty of money. I don't think that they're going to run away from this jurisdiction. I think Richard Dennis put it as like, well, they've got to go where the gas is. The Shell guy that was quoted in the media this morning said they won't go anywhere. They're bluffing. They say this every time. So that's kind of what industry voices or that kind of analysis tells us. But I think there's a bigger question here, which is, well, what kind of investment do we want in Australia? The AEP submission that cited the Woods Mackenzie analysis used the energy profits levy in the UK as an example of falling investment following the introduction of a tax. But in 2024, the UK government had announced that they weren't going to award new oil and gas licences in the North Sea because they wanted to phase out of fossil fuels, because oil and gas didn't have a long-term future or was not going to ensure the prosperity of the UK. So, of course, investment fell. It was part of a deliberate policy move. It was not an unintended consequence. It was an intended consequence. And so I suppose my suggestion to the committee is when you say investment, are we going to scare away investment? What you mean is perhaps less LNG investment. We should be attracting more investment, but in green exports, as my colleague put it, or the renewable energy that will actually ensure our long-term prosperity and future.
Thank you, Mr Rafalowicz. I've got a couple of brief ones for Ms O, and then I'll pass the call on. Ms O, Ed Husich and Michelle Ananda-Rajah are some of the Labor MPs who are calling for reforms to ensure that the gas industry is paying its fair share. Can we please get a sense of what level of support exists within the Labor membership for gas tax reform that would provide fair economic returns on the use of Australia's resources?
So we have in the Labor National Platform a line that talks about Australians getting a fair return from natural resources. I don't think it is controversial to say that, the general assumption in economics is that a natural resource is owned by the people of the country in which it is found. This is the basis of all royalties. We would definitely like to see a better return. I think, as my colleague from Greenpeace said, any tax is probably good. So I would say that within the Labor membership there is support for better returns to the Australian taxpayer.
Have you discussed this with the current industry minister, energy minister or resources minister?
We have discussions with all sorts of people within the party. I think you will appreciate that we don't disclose those conversations outside of the party.
And do you anticipate that this will be part of the platform you take through to Labor National Conference in June? Is the membership are you hearing such from the membership that they really do want to elevate this as an issue of economic justice in Australia?
Well, it is already in the national platform. So I think it is about how we implement the national platform in a way that realises that objective.
Thank you. And just finally, the government's recent extension of Chevron's Gorgon project comes with a $300 billion gift of free gas. $300 billion gift of free gas. Is there any commercial justification, in your view, for governments to give offshore gas companies their gas for free?
So I have not been closely following that particular instance. I'm sure the government has its reasons for negotiating contracts in the way that it does. I will say that in principle, Lean, as I said, strongly supports returns to the Australian taxpayer from Australian resources. We've made that clear. We've got a platform commitment and we would like to see that implemented.
And just to say, do you know if member pressure had anything to do with the Treasurer getting modelling on a resource tax reform?
I would love to be privy to what goes on in the Treasurer's head, especially at this time in the budget cycle. I don't know what motivates the Treasurer to do things that he does. I mean, I assume he did that because he is interested in looking at different options for maximising the benefits to the Australian community of whatever he puts in the budget. And I would welcome him looking at all of those options. I mean, there is a proposal for a 25% export levy. There's also a very good proposal from the Superpower Institute for a 40% cash flow-based tax. They call it the fair share levy. It's a different model. They think that it would have more investment neutral effect. We're not taking a position on the specific mechanisms. I think, as Joe said, we would like to see greater returns.
Do you think you will be, Lean will be pleased with what is in the budget in relation to taxing our gas exports?
Look, if I knew what was in the budget, I could tell you how pleased we're going to be. I wish the Treasurer had taken me into his confidence on that issue.
Thank you, Mr O. I will pass the call to Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Maybe just to follow on, I think, Ms O, you mentioned that you were a bit more neutral in terms of the mechanism, but really it was about the principle of revenue to Australians. But I was just interested from Greenpeace's point of view. I think your submission specifically highlighted the 25% tax as the preferred model, and I just wanted to ask if you could explain why it was when, like, we've heard quite a bit of evidence today already around, a few different options, and I just was interested in why this is the preferred one from Greenpeace's perspective. And thinking about, I guess, the kind of impacts on investment that we've heard, and the neutrality as has been put forward by the Superpower Institute, for example, on the fair share levy.
Mm-hmm. So Greenpeace has not backed a specific horse in the debate so far. We are supportive of the 25% export levy. We're also a member of the Make Big Polluters Pay Alliance, which has proposed a climate pollution levy, which would apply across fossil fuels based on the amount of carbon involved in the extraction. But I think that the 25% flat levy has a lot to recommend it compared to super profits tax. I think that we don't just pay tax on when you have a bumper year. It's like taxation is a part of the cost of doing business, especially for businesses that produce a great amount of externalities, and by that I mean harm. And so that was also something that I attempted to unpack in the kind of brief submission, is that there is so much harm being done by these companies that never gets expressed as a number, whether it's the destruction of ecosystems, the harms to human health, and that's just from the direct operation of their facilities, and then of course the climate harms that, as we know, are taking a toll on our planet and our lives and our economy, and our insurance costs and any metric. So I think that it's not a matter of saying, well, if there happens to be a war and they make an extra $50 billion, then we'll tax them. It also leaves a lot of leeway for profit shifting arrangements of the kind that I mentioned earlier, where 100-person accounting teams could find ways, I'm sure, of shifting profit around so that a levy designed with those kind of mechanisms could be gained. So I just think let's keep it simple, put on a tax that has few loopholes and encourage the kind of investment that improves our country.
Okay. Thank you. And Ms O, you, in your opening statement, you talked about Australian investment in green metals and hydrogen, and I think in terms of the, the sort of broader complexities and mentioned around emissions reduction, but also revenue and our national interest, that I think you said buyers we need to be a reliable supplier. I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about how Lean sees, what the Future Made in Australia commitments so far are around, and how these things fit in with the debate that we're having through this inquiry.
Well, I think our starting point is that our objective is decarbonising the world. Right? I mean, I think it's important to state that that is our principal wish. We support Future Made in Australia because we see it as potentially providing the alternative components of a decarbonised supply chain that will enable the world to move off fossil fuels. Because, we also understand that people need energy, and particularly developing countries need energy. And so we are very keen to see that process succeed. Now, in order for that process to succeed, obviously we need to persuade people to buy this stuff. And one of the challenges in a Future Made in Australia and a number of the projects is the challenges of finding someone who's willing to sign a multi-year offtake agreement to buy the stuff. And part of that is reassuring them that we are a reliable supplier. Now, as I said, our goal is eventually, we would love to see a world where Australia no longer exports fossil fuels, but instead exports green steel, green hydrogen, green iron, whatever, products made from renewable energy. We see that as being a sustainable future for Australia, both in economic terms and social terms, and in terms of workers, as well as in environmental terms. So I guess we've got our eye on the end point. Just if you could indulge me in just making a comment on the question to Greenpeace. These taxes don't have to be mutually exclusive. I think somebody, I can't remember his name, a Dutch historian who presented at Davos a few years ago said he'd never met a tax he didn't like. We feel a little bit like that about resource taxes, I will admit. So I think it is perfectly possible to have, for example, the Superpower Institute's fair share levy as well as a windfall profits tax in a specific circumstance. So I think, I would urge the committee to look at all of the options seriously. I think we do need to take seriously, the potential consequences of on investment, but also just on our trading partners. I think it would be a big mistake to assume that our trading partners are going to react in particular ways, and particularly, trading partners with whom we have very mutually dependent relationships in terms of energy trade. So that is not to say that we shouldn't be doing things. It is just to say that we should be looking at all available options and choosing the one that is going to produce the best outcome for the Australian consumer and for the Australian taxpayer.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair. Darmanin. We might rotate the call and move to Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. If I could start with Greenpeace. I'm sorry, my eyesight's terrible, so my pronunciation of your name will be wrong. Could you tell me again?
It's Rafalowicz.
Rafalowicz. Rafalowicz. Thank you.
You can say Raf if you would like, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you. That would be simpler. Can you outline your modelling for how long-term tax revenue is sustained if the industry generating that revenue is deliberately reduced or phased out?
Well, I have not personally done that modelling, but I think implied in the question is that as an industry is phased out or is in decline, that the tax receipts that industry produced would go down over time.
That's exactly right. So
yes,
I'm
that's
trying
correct.
to understand where the...
That's exactly right.
What the intention is. Thank you. I note your submission makes some significant estimations and states the data in this submission does not require complex modelling to interpret. Have you commissioned any modelling to taxation?
To taxation?
For what we're speaking of today, the gas tax?
No, because in the various public submissions, there has been so much work done. I mean, since probably 2022 and the Ukraine war, but even prior to that, on the functioning of the PRRT and the level of gas taxation in this country. And I think it's entering the public consciousness now, so we're grappling with the details. So what I did with the submission is review all of that evidence, add some extra information that is not being considered by the committee in terms of the environmental impact or the climate impact of these companies, add some narrative and colour around what the avoided taxation is being spent on by these companies, because the key argument is that they are returning billions of dollars to their shareholders, including overseas shareholders, and that money could otherwise be taxed and be in Australia. So we could model that, but it might change the numbers that I've got there from 5 billion to 4 billion, but the argument still stands. So I'd ask you to read it in that respect.
Are your proposals designed to improve how the taxation system taxes gas, or to reduce the role of the gas industry altogether?
The taxation of LNG exports, for example, could be at a level that reduces the industry over time. I don't think that 25% actually meets that threshold. However, the forces that will reduce the industry are bigger than even Australia's gas taxation regime. And we only need to look to our trading partners to see that the idea that gas is a reliable and affordable source of energy is now up for debate. Korea has had to increase their electricity prices by, I think, 20%. At the moment, they subsidise those prices so the consumer doesn't see it, but they incur massive debts that they'll have to resolve into the future. Thailand, one of the growing importers of LNG in the region, almost 50% of their grid is reliant on LNG. I know it's a talking point of the gas industry. We need gas as part of the transition to firm renewables. The amount of gas we need is tiny, especially compared to the amount we extract. It's in the order of 5% of our electricity grid, is powered by gas. And we're using just locally sourced gas. In Thailand, they're importing LNG, hyper-cooled LNG from these companies, and then, gasifying it and then using it to run power plants to run 50% of their economy. It's enormously expensive. And now, because of the whims of essentially a tyrant who's waged an illegal war, even their supply of that is cut off. And that's the same in India, Pakistan, who have less capacity to pay for LNG spot cargoes. Something like 50% of India's LNG import terminals were non-functional over the last month because they just could not afford the spot cargoes. So that is not a reliable source of energy. So whatever we do in Australia, I don't think will actually affect the macro forces that will lead to the decline of the use of LNG and coal actually on the way to net zero or on the way to keeping the climate safe. And, Liberal Party is also committed to the Paris Agreement. We have a collective interest in ensuring that our climate remains safe through the reduction of fossil fuel use.
One of the pieces of data that you quoted was that it costs $1 for the production of gas. Where did you get that information from? Where did you source that from?
So I think that was actually in the submission from the Green Institute. It's not $1. I was trying to describe the ratio because I think they were using MTBU, like the production cost of 1 MTBU of gas was approximately $1 to 25. So as you highlighted, Senator, I've not commissioned modelling on this, but I don't think I need to if those numbers are correct in terms of the cost of production. And I understand that that figure came from Santos's most recent investor briefing materials about their cost of production. So you can compare that to what they're able to sell cargoes for and arrive at an approximation.
We can ask the question later. Just wanted to clarify too, there's been a quote being used today, and it was used earlier in a question to you about in 2019, the Australian Taxation Office identified the gas sector as a systemic non-payer of tax. And yet the rest of the quote goes on to say the ATO expects several large oil and gas companies to start paying tax in the early 2020s. Many of the oil and gas companies have generated losses through the construction phase of their large offshore projects as they start to come online. I think that's important to get the full ATO quote on the record, because otherwise it would sound like 2019 is a current comment, which it is not. If I could turn now to you, Ms O, can you confirm that your organisation advocates for no new gas, oil and coal projects in Australia?
Our position in Lean is that we would like to see global emissions reductions and we would like to see decarbonisation of the global economy. So that is not a specific policy proposal.
Right, so that's not...
of ours, no.
Okay. Do you agree with the government's future gas strategy that states under all credible net zero scenarios, natural gas is needed through to 2050 and beyond?
So, I mean, look, the government did a lot of modelling around the future gas strategy. We have not done detailed modelling. I think an important thing to note about that is that it doesn't mention how much gas will be required. I think Lean accepts that it is quite possible that in the absence of some quite substantial technological breakthroughs, we may see gas beyond 2050, but it is not going to be the amount of gas that we see now. I think, as Greenpeace noted, the amount of gas that is needed for firming renewables is very, very small compared to the amount of gas that we are currently using. So I think we would like to see an effort on decarbonising the economy, not only, obviously, very importantly, for climate reasons, but also very importantly for energy security and national security and economic security reasons, because it is quite clear that dependence on fossil fuels, and particularly not just fossil fuel imports but also fossil fuel exports, is becoming increasingly risky.
Senator McDonald, I'm going to need to rotate the call. Have you got a very brief last one, or can I encourage you to put the remainder on notice?
I do have some more. I do just want to check in though. So there's been some discussion today about what additional tax could be spent on, particularly in terms of housing, and yet I'm being told at the moment that housing construction is really under threat by the lack of PVC materials and other plastics and hydrocarbon products. Is this something that Lean is talking about, is what's the alternate technologies that have not yet been established for important materials, not just energy production, but, you know, do you acknowledge that there is a role for gas in other industries?
There may be a role for gas in other industries, but I think we come back to the point of the quantity of gas that might be needed in the future as we move towards a decarbonised economy.
Thank you, Ms O. I will now rotate the call to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time here this afternoon. Mr. Rafalowicz, your submission documents that just 4 gas CEOs received $232 million in combined remuneration between 2022 and 2025. This is not insubstantial when considered how little was paid in PRRT over the same period. What does that tell the committee about the adequacy of the current settings for the petroleum resource rent tax?
Thank you, Senator. It's worth noting that those figures are based on just 4 companies and that 2 of those, I think, were global companies. So those are global CEOs. But as I've noted in my submission, we are dealing with multilateral gas corporations operating in Australia, and they are operating on a global model, and large numbers of overseas investors are invested in these companies. I think that what it tells us is that there are large amounts of money flushing around the system, whether it's going into salaries or dividends or indeed donations to Donald Trump's inauguration fund. these companies are protecting their own interests through things like those donations, and I think the CEO pay proves they're protecting their personal interests as well.
And we've heard a lot already today about the need for a more simple way to get a return for the sale of our gas, for the export of our gas. What do you say to people who are now proposing another form of a super profits tax, windfall profits tax, when we actually have a windfall profits tax in the PRT that simply isn't giving us a good return?
I think it's around the design of taxes which allow deductions and the gaming of the system. And so there's a version of a profits levy that could work, but I don't believe that it would be implemented in that respect. And that's why I still support a export levy or some kind of royalty payment or carbon pollution levy. All of these mechanisms seem superior to me to accomplish the objective, which should be taxing their massive income so that we can support other kinds of economic activity that safeguard our environment and values and community.
Thank you. So Senator Hodgins-May asked you about the Labor membership support for reforming gas taxes, and we're now seeing people like Ed Husick speaking up about this. We've heard Senator Nandaraja talk about it. I was wondering whether you could give us an indication of, or a best guess of, the percentage of Labor members who actually support this.
I couldn't, because we haven't done any kind of data collection on that, but I do think there is generally strong support within the Labor Party, as I said, for maximising the returns to the Australian taxpayer of our resource exploitation. And I think that's not a controversial proposition within the party. So I can't tell you what percentage supports any particular policy measure, but I think there is, I mean, that the platform position on getting a fairer return for Australians from resource projects was very uncontroversial. It was probably the least controversial proposal that we put in the 2023 National Conference. So I don't, there is broad support within the membership for increasing the returns.
And so was Lean disappointed when the government, when presented with 4 options for reform of the PRT from Treasury, went with the weakest option that really hasn't returned much extra?
Well, I will say that Lean has been urging the government for some time to, as I said, implement the platform commitment to maximise the returns to the Australian taxpayer.
And do you expect that this will be on the agenda for discussion at the upcoming National Conference?
I think there is a reasonable chance that it will be on the agenda, but the debate around it will obviously depend on what comes out in the budget.
Just finally, you sort of mentioned it in one of the lines that I think really worryingly we're hearing both from gas companies and some in government is, well, now's not the time to get a fair return on our gas exports because of the international situation, fuel security, all these sorts of things. It's been pointed out that a 25% gas export tax would actually be paid by the companies because this is a international commodity that's being traded at a set price by the market. How do you think it would actually affect our relationship with international suppliers if they're getting the same amount of gas at the same price?
So I'd just like to correct the record. I did not suggest that now is not the time to do stuff. I did not suggest that we should not be looking at all options to increase revenues immediately. Right? I was suggesting that the various mechanisms, the policy mechanisms that have been proposed should be carefully examined to ensure that they are actually delivering the outcome that we are looking for. That is all I was suggesting. I was not at all, suggesting that we shouldn't do that.
Sure. And so what's Lean's view on the ACTU's proposal for a 25% gas export tax? Is now the time for that?
Well, as I said, our view is we would like to see more returns to the Australian taxpayer from revenue from resource projects, whether that is the ACTU's proposal or whether it is the Superpower Institute's proposal or whether it is a windfall tax or whether it is a combination of all of the above. We will support a greater return to the Australian taxpayer from resource projects.
And just finally, is it Lean's view that we should have a mechanism that returns Australians with a fair share of gas exports every year, or just in years of extraordinary profit with something like windfall profits tax? And I guess I'm asking, do you have a position, 25% gas export tax versus a windfall profits tax, that it'll be great once every decade when we have a war, but otherwise probably won't return much?
Well, I think what I said about the windfall profits tax is that I can't see any argument that persuades me it would be a break on investment, is basically what I said about the windfall profits tax. As I said, I think a combination of all of the above may be the solution. Lean strongly supports better returns to the Australian taxpayer from all gas projects at all times, starting as soon as possible. Is that clear enough?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I'll go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Just first question to Greenpeace, and in the interest of time, I'll put the rest of my questions on notice and keep it quite brief. Now, in your schedule of proposed expenditure, there was a gas export levy which was in place in 2022, and you mentioned household electricity bill relief as one way for that revenue to be used. You'd be aware that the government ran an electricity subsidy until the end of last year. In your opinion, how should the government balance short-term relief measures with medium and long-term projects which structurally reduce the cost of electricity?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Payman. And I was wondering if someone was going to pull me up on that, because there were like two different versions of subsidising electricity. This is not a thorough policy proposal on how to spend that money. I'd be happy to meet with any of you and give you a thorough policy proposal. It's merely an illustration, a contrast, if you like, between what it could be spent on and where it's currently going, which is to these companies and to their shareholders and to Donald Trump in many ways. So I don't think we need to get into the detail of it, but my opinion on that is that structural decarbonisation, especially of households and medium-sized businesses, is the best way of lowering bills over the long term. And for every, I think the best way of producing gas is by using less gas. For everyone you can get off an amount of gas in Australia, that saves all of us from the pollution, but also the cost and the supply. So I support all kinds of decarbonisation measures, and I think this government's actually done some good stuff in that area.
Thank you. And just to Ms O, Lean obviously represents everyday Labor members, nurses, teachers, tradies, people who join the party to fight for a fair go. Yet in my home state of Western Australia, we've seen the Albanese government approve the Northwest Shelf extension. And that's basically, locking in decades more of gas exports where companies pay next to nothing back to the Australian public. Now, those same companies are also spending billions of dollars in profits overseas they're sending billions of dollars in profits overseas. And that's coming at a time when Australians are struggling with power bills and rising cost of living. Now, you've said that in previous answers that this is uncontroversial within Labor membership and there's broad support for reform. So I'd love to know, how does a Labor government justify continuing to protect gas company profits when its own members that you represent and that you're hearing from every day. And as a former Labor senator, I know how important these conversations are. How are we justifying that? And, you know, especially to people who joined the Labor Party, particularly for those broad reforms to take place?
Well, Senator, I can't speak for the government. I can only say that, as you know from your time in Labor, Lean sees its role as working within the party to encourage the government to pay attention to the concerns of its members on environmental and climate issues. And we work very hard every day to convey those messages. The extent to which the government adopts them, I mean, we understand the government has to balance a lot of policy issues. They have to deal with a lot of issues that we don't necessarily see the full complexity of. At the same time, our role is clearly to convey those concerns of the membership into the government and to encourage them to take measures that will meet those concerns, and particularly to implement their platform commitments.
Platform commitment. Great segue to my next question. I've had many Labor members come to me and raise, you know, their concerns about the upcoming budget, for example. So how would you explain what the government's doing? I understand that you'd be working internally to make change happen, but how do you explain that to members who are disgruntled or disillusioned with the amount of progress? It's great to have in the party platform, but when it comes to implementation of it, and when it's everyday Australians paying the price, like, what do you tell those members, basically?
Well, Senator, you all know that Lean does not see its role as defending government policy, particularly if we don't agree with it. I think there have been a number of instances where we may have been more or less vocal in the public on that. We are certainly quite vocal within the party. What I would say to members is we're not going to win every fight, and we're not going to win every fight every time. But if we keep working and we keep organising and we keep making our case, then we have won a lot of very significant fights over time, and we will continue to do that. I mean, our theory of change clearly as Labor members is that we believe that working within a party that is in government enables us to influence what is, or gives us a better chance of influencing what gets on the agenda and what actually gets implemented. We understand this is not linear, and we understand that we're not going to win every time. But if we continue to organise, and you, given your previous union background, will understand this, you don't win every fight, but you stay organised and you improve your organisation, and eventually you are going to win some big things.
Let's hope the government's listening, and I just think this is the perfect opportunity for us to have some bold reforms. And thank you so much for the evidence you've provided. Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Thank you, Senator Payman. I'm going to rotate the call to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. A question to both of the witnesses. We've heard some commentary during the course of today about how extra revenues, if they were to be available to the government, might be used to provide cost of living relief to Australian families and businesses. Can you explain to me what you regard as the primary causes of inflation in the Australian economy at the moment?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Well, I think one of the largest drivers of inflation currently is the cost of petrol. And so, I mean, this current government passed the new vehicle emission standards, which set standards on the efficiency of vehicles to encourage electric vehicles. Greenpeace campaigned on that topic, and we would have liked to have seen stronger limits set. If the government had been more ambitious, well, the whole policy is looking very prescient now, because if there had been higher rates of EV use, for example, there would be lower inflation as measured by, the CPI index of what people are spending money on. But I think that the global impact of the fossil fuel shock, the energy shock, is felt across supply chains. And so I think your colleague, Senator McDonald, mentioned the plastics that are produced in Asia, exported to Australia. There's a condensate shortage because of the Qatar situation. That has knock-on effects to all of our inputs. Fertiliser, is also an input. And so the more tightly we are linked to fossil fuel supply chains, the bigger the impact on our household budgets through inflation.
And the other witness, whose name has escaped me at the moment, my apologies.
Tadeline O. Senator?
What do you regard as the primary
the primary drivers of inflation? Look, I'm not an economist. I'm not going to try and usurp the role of the Reserve Bank in, my economic analysis.
So you trust the commentary of the Reserve Bank on these issues?
Well, I think we have to trust our independent institutions, Senator. Definitely.
You're sounding like a conservative.
Definitely. I think one can label different political views. I think ultimately people are complex and have complicated views. I will say, though, that I agree that this crisis has really shown the vulnerability of the Australian community to fossil fuel dependence, and I would agree with Greenpeace's analysis that the fuel vehicle efficiency standards and the encouragement of electrification of transport do look pretty prescient. I would say also that one of the reasons I think that Australia is not seeing the same degree of electricity price hikes that other countries are is because we have moved substantially away from fossil fuel dependence. I mean, it is a little bit different in Australia because of a lot of our electricity generation was not from imported fossil fuels but from domestically produced fossil fuels. But I think the general picture that is emerging from this crisis is that decarbonisation is actually a national security priority as well as being a climate priority.
Senator Smith, do you have maybe a final question?
I do have a final question. I do think it's important, Chair, just for witnesses and others that might be listening to today's contributions, that the quote that some senators have used to identify a view that the Australian Taxation Office once had about systemic non-compliance by corporate entities in Australia was a 2019 view. And when we inquire with the ATO during the course of these hearings, I think the ATO will have a more contemporary view about tax compliance of major corporate entities, including oil and gas producers. But I might just put that on the record that the quotes in regards to the Australian Taxation Office in regards to systemic non-compliance are 2019 quotes, not March 2026 quotes.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Unfortunately, we don't have them as a witness, I don't believe, but noted. And Mr. Rafalowicz, did you want to...
The Treasury provides a valuable reference point. Yep.
Yes.
Well, I think Senator Smith makes a valuable point there because I think we are using it in a rhetorical sense because it's a neat phrase. Because the ATO is using it in a technical sense, are they complying with the tax rules? But I think for everyday people looking at the amount that they pay in PRRT, it makes sense, Senator, that they are systematic non-payers because they literally, many of them, don't pay any tax. So I know you mean compliance with the law as it's written, but for many of us it means something quite different.
Yourself and others refer to the historical payment, but you if ever, talk about the projected payments, the forecast payments under the PRRT regime. So you're very convincing in telling a part of the story, but you're not very convincing in telling the whole story.
We do have
Chevron said that they will not pay any PRRT over the life of Gorgon. Like, there are projections available, Senator.
I'm going to call this segment to an end. We have got other witnesses waiting, and we do have the ATO presenting at 3 o'clock tomorrow. So let's prosecute it further there. Thank you, Mr. Rafalowicz and Ms O, for your time today. If you have received any questions on notice, please provide those responses by April 28th. And again, we thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, I now welcome a representative of Future Group. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Once you've got your seat, for the Hansard record.
We have the supplementary submission.
Sorry?
We have the supplementary submission.
Okay. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. It's Christina Hobbs, and I'm the General Manager of Policy at Future Group.
Thank you, Ms Hobbs. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, if you so choose, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. Future Group is an Australian-owned superannuation and investment group managing approximately $13 billion in retirement savings with a long-term investment approach and focus on sustainability, the stewardship of member capital through structural economic transformation, including climate change, decarbonisation and the global energy transition. As a large, diversified, long-term investor, Future Group is exposed not only to the performance of individual companies and sectors, but also to the overall strength and resilience of the Australian economy. In this context, we support reforms that strengthen the taxation of Australian gas exports and improve the functioning of the domestic gas market. Australia's natural resources should deliver a fair return to the Australian people while also supporting domestic economic resilience. We consider that a more effective revenue-raising framework should both strengthen public finances and improve domestic price outcomes. The Petroleum Resource Rent Tax, which is meant to be the primary mechanism for taxing offshore oil and gas profits, is largely ineffective at assuring Australians receive a fair share of the value generated from the extraction of publicly owned natural resources. The PRT's complex design and structural weaknesses include generous deductions, uplift provisions and the ability to transfer costs across projects have allowed major LNG exporters to minimise their effective tax liabilities even during periods of extremely high export revenues. This is incredibly difficult to justify. Australia is one of the world's largest LNG exporters, yet public revenues from gas remain disproportionately low. In addition to the East Coast wholesale gas prices are now highly exposed to international markets. Australian households and businesses are directly exposed to global price shocks with little protection from domestic policy. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East has resulted in surging prices that are deepening an affordability crisis for households and placing mounting pressure on business, a perverse outcome for a nation sitting on some of the world's most significant gas resources. There's a myriad of ways that we could describe the broader economic lost opportunity of giving some of these resources away for free, but perhaps this could be best summarised by our current national economic mood. In the midst of a national fuel crisis, this is a moment of shock and worry across much of our economy. Compare that to a country like Norway that sees moments like this as an opportunity to collect huge returns from inflated prices and can use those to offset costs to parts of the economy when shocks occur, including through its $2 trillion wealth fund. Given the importance of this topic to our overall economy, Future Group commissioned Arthur D. Little, independent energy and economic specialist, to analyse structural failures in Australia's current energy market and evaluate differing policy option reform. We considered matters such as potential economic revenue-derived, impact on electricity and gas prices domestically, impact on future investability and impact on trade.
Thank you. Is that nearing the end of your opening?
I can wrap up there.
Is that okay?
We've
got some additional key findings included at the front with us. So thank you very much for that opening statement. And I'm going to pass to Senator Darmanin to commence questioning.
Thank you. I've just got a couple. In your submission, you state that a well-designed 25% broad-based levy will not materially harm viable investment in Australian gas. Just wondered if you could talk about what leads you to that conclusion, and particularly around the design of the levy?
Yeah. So part of the work that AD Little did was they looked at a project-by-project basis. So it was both a macroeconomic perspective, but also looking at what are the real-life projects on the ground. And while we've heard a lot of commentary in the media from the industry, looking at the impacts on projects that are potentially marginal or already unviable, what the analysis actually showed that was for companies and existing projects, the impact on the IRR, so this is the return that investors get, would likely diminish in the range of between about 1.5% and 2%. So we're seeing a very minimal impact on the overall profitability of existing projects. Now, as I said, we have heard figures being thrown around about the impacts on marginal projects or projects that wouldn't get off the ground anyway. And I think the important thing to realise about that is that, if we think about what the importance of this revenue is and the reason why we want to collect what we want from our exports is really to collect revenue. And my other sort of perspective on this would be that even if there are cases where some of these projects that are hyper-marginal might not be able to proceed with this level of tax, should we not take a broader step back and look at the benefits to our economy and say, well, overall, we're far better off getting revenue in from existing projects than we are trying to protect a few marginal projects here or there that are currently delivering very limited revenue.
Thank you. And we've heard a range of different views throughout the day about different options. Can you speak to why Future Group has honed in on the 25% one in particular?
Yeah, so to be clear, we, as an organisation, we support reform in this area. We are somewhat agnostic as to what that reform should be. We looked at current models that are in public discussion. So we looked at windfall tax, we looked at the broad-based levy, and then we also looked at a prospective levy. So that would be on currently uncontracted gas going forward. And, we concluded that a 25% export tax is highly workable and meets the requirements I laid out earlier. I think what's important from our perspective is that when we are looking at this in terms of potential benefit to the Australian economy, we want a policy that not only looks good on paper, but also is likely to, in real life, deliver that reform. And particularly this is important for us, or we consider this highly important, because the window of opportunity for capturing this revenue is closing quickly. And we can't afford a delayed period in which we say, oh, well, we've done some tinkering and it didn't work again. Let's try again in 5 or 10 years' time, because the opportunity simply won't be there. And I think that when we look at the history of taxation reform in this area in Australia, the government, for whatever reason, has been unable to make complicated reforms that actually result in the intended level of taxation. So one of the clear benefits of a 25% export tax is that it's easy to implement and difficult to game. And when we are looking and advocating for options that would provide real-world benefits to the economy and in the interests of our members, this particular policy stacks up not just in terms of revenue, but also in terms of its ability to have a real-world impact.
Thank you. And just finally, in terms of the kind of different policy options, I thought what was interesting in your submission, on page 6, there's the table that lists a range of options. You also, I think, looked at a gas reserve, and we haven't seen that from some of the other submissions that I've looked at least. And so I was just wondering if you could talk a bit about that, why that was included, and what exactly the thinking is around that.
Yes, so what was important for us when we're looking at it as a problem is twofold. So it's not just revenue, which is obviously very important, but it's also the productivity of our economy and the impact on households and business as well. And key to that is price. We have got an analysis here that shows that a 25% broad-based tax would lower price, but obviously a reserve would have a greater impact in that area. I'm happy to provide on notice how a reserve intersects with some of these policies to influence the overall outcomes. But essentially, the high-level story is that although both the taxation change proposed here through the board-based tax and a reserve would provide would lower prices, the reserve-based option would do that in a more full way, but would obviously then impact revenue. And when we look at this in the longer term, there's obviously also opportunity of taking some of that revenue to also invest in Australia's energy transition. And by doing that, we would also be able to lower longer term electricity prices. So I think that would be a consideration for government, but we do have that modelling and happy to provide it.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Senator McDonald, do you have questions?
Thank you very much. I just had some questions around the modelling that you were referring to earlier. Thank you. What assumptions did you ask Arthur D. Little to include in his modelling of a 25% export tax?
Yeah, so Arthur D. Little is a global firm that focuses in economic research. And essentially, we focused on the two key objectives we wanted from the reform. One was on price and one was on revenue return. And then we looked at, for us, to determine if something was viable, we looked at what the impact would be on investment, so the impact on existing investors and also future projects. And we also looked at the potential impacts on trade as well to determine if a policy would be viable. And beyond that, given that Arthur D. Little are energy experts, we allowed them to choose the inputs that they wanted to use for their model. And I'll note that we've had over 20 experts have also reviewed this, including senior people at the ACCC and within government energy experts as well that have reviewed those inputs.
Can you confirm that the $17 billion revenue figure in your submission is based on an annual export revenue of $68 billion?
I'll have to take that on notice because I don't have it on the top of my head, but okay. I believe those numbers do sound somewhat familiar.
The Australian government's forecast for that period is $53 billion for this financial year. So I want to understand what's the reason for that differential between the export revenue projected as opposed to the Australian government's forecast. The department, and I've taken that from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources' latest Resources and Energy Quarterly Report. They have fall to $53 billion 25-26 and $47 billion 26-27. Just to be clear, your $17 billion assumes there'll be no impact on export volumes from the introduction of a 25% tax on gas exports, and that LNG export earnings would in fact increase even with the 25% tax.
So I think there's a few different questions in there. I'll take the question on the input to modelling.
Just one really. It's just that you've made that assumption that LNG export earnings would increase even with the 25% export tax.
So relation to volumes, we have included and modelled a reduction in export volumes. This is because, and this is what drives the benefits to the Australian market in terms of supply and pricing, which is about a total, we would imagine a total transfer from export to the domestic market of around 2% by this tax in relation to export volumes. So obviously in relation to the amount that's being exported, this is not a significant amount. It is a small amount of the overall amount that is sold on the spot market, so the overall surplus amount that's being sold. So we wouldn't imagine that this would be a particularly alarming figure for trade partners, very small, as I said, surplus to additional contracts. But when we look at what that does to the Australian market and the supply that is then diverted
just to go back to my question. So you've modelled a 2% reduction in volume, but there must be a significant increase in price then that you're modelling?
On export price?
On exports, yes.
In relation to export, what the modelling has found in relation to export prices as a relation of the 25% tax is that there would be no impact on price. And this is because prices on the export market are not set by Australia. They are set by the region and global prices.
So what I'm just trying to get at is this $17 billion and the assumption then that there will be a 2% reduction in volume, but in order to get to that amount, there must be a reasonable price increase. If you'd like to take that on notice, I'm happy for you to do that if you don't have that data to hand.
I'm happy to take it on notice. We certainly are not, the modelling is certainly demonstrating that there will not be a price increase to our exporters based on this taxation.
I'm not finished yet, please. There is quite a bit of information in this modelling that is important to understand because the $17 billion has been used in evidence throughout today. I think it's important that we understand where the assumptions, the models have come from.
If we're happy to push the timeline back for today, then
Thank you. At the same time, your submission also states that an export gas tax will result in lower domestic electricity and gas prices. It says a 25% export levy will save households and consumers an estimated $16.7 billion in electricity and gas costs over the next decade. How have you accounted for that reduction in exports in your revenue forecasts?
So I think that's actually just the same as your previous question, which is in relation to how does it impact exports, which is we're estimating that there would be about a 2% change in export flows.
Export volumes, but an increase in export prices in order to get to the higher $17 billion amount.
The point I've already made is that the modelling clearly shows that there will not be an increase in export prices.
Okay, so I guess this is the point I'm trying to get at, is that there is a pretty significant, more than material discrepancy between the amount that the Australian government is forecasting in the latest quarterly review in prices and volumes and what the model is showing. So I think that $17 billion, I really want to flesh out how you've made that divergence in numbers, because if it is going to be used as the basis for submissions for this gas tax, then it's important that we have, we've clearly understand the modelling, please. And then my final bit then, after you come back to me on notice with that detail, is your submission states that the current East Coast domestic gas contract price is approximately Australian $14 to $15 a gigajoule against an actual production cost of Australian $3 to $6 a gigajoule. Are you aware that gas prices, East Coast gas prices today and for the last few months have remained steady at around $10 a gigajoule?
Again, I'll just take the question on inputs on notice. Obviously, when we're looking at inputs, we could look at very recent prices to determine that number, or we could look at a more historical trend, which a modeller might determine might give a more realistic profile of prices going forward. So again, I'm happy to take it on notice why that input was taken.
That would be terrific, because I think this is the point that that the market will needs to be clearly clarified, because domestic prices are sitting significantly less than the world export price. So, it just if the model's not clear, then it undermines the data being used throughout so many of the submissions today.
So I'm happy to just point to that question, because obviously the Australian price is not equated equally to the international price. It's set closer to the netback price, and the netback price obviously doesn't include shipping and liquefaction.
Yes, don't worry, it happens.
Sorry about the numbers, I can't get the words right.
Yes.
So it doesn't include those costs. There's also, although if you look at it in a macro perspective, the Australian, spot price tends to track. There's times in which domestic factors, so domestic demand factors, might create divergences from that. There's instances where international events that don't impact Australia so much creates divergences. So although there's a long-term correlation, if you look at individual periods of pricing, there may be divergence. But again, I think your point is that you want understanding of why the inputs that we chose were chosen, and we'll take that on notice.
I'd really appreciate that, because where the Asian JKM price for LNG was about $26 last week. At the same time, the Australian price is $10, so 2.5 times differential, and that has been tracking right through this crisis. So I think it's an important input. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. I will ask my set of questions now. And your release today shows that a broad-based 25% export levy applies to export revenue. It doesn't restrict volumes, cancels contracts or limit production. A broad-based 25% levy on gas will not harm trade relationships. As you've noted, the government is working on a gas reservation that will restrict export volumes by between 15 to 25%. Do you think that policy has a greater risk of upsetting trading partners than a gas export tax does?
I think it's an interesting question. So I think there's two, I think when we're talking about trade partners, they've got two interests. One is as shareholders, because a lot of our major trade partners are also shareholders of these multinational gas companies. And the other is also their genuine concerns around flows to their countries. And, I think if we look at the numbers, we know that, there's around 29% of our gas that's exported today is not contracted, so it's sold in the spot market. So I don't think that either of those would create major concern to countries that are relying on those contracts in order to meet their demand, because there is surplus essentially in the market. I take your point though that I don't think there's anything that's particularly more alarming to an importer around a revenue-raising mechanism versus a reserve mechanism if what they're worried about is pricing and volume.
Yeah. Thank you. Super funds are usually... Professor Gray, your submission states that a 25% export levy would lower the internal rate of return for existing LNG projects from 15% down to 13.4%. This is higher than the 12% benchmark that the gas lobby, AEP, has said makes projects investable. Why are you saying a tax will... why are they saying, not you, why are they saying that a tax will destroy future investment?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious why they're saying that, and that's because they're not paying much tax, and they're paid, as we've heard in previous submissions, these executives are paid millions and millions of dollars, and they're not paid that because they're very good at digging up dirt. They're paid that because they are excellent at communicating to the public and communicating to politicians why they shouldn't have to pay significant amounts of tax. So I think that's one key thing. I think if we look at the lines that are being run in the media, we are seeing cherry-picked projects that would already be uncommercially viable being picked up and then being used as an example of a project that wouldn't go ahead. And I think that there's a couple of points to make here. One is that when investors make investment decisions, particularly something like gas that is a long-term investment, they have to take into consideration future taxation changes. And a gas company that did not take into consideration 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that there may be a taxation change in this country is a company that considers that they are able to influence policy to such an extent that we would see a parliament that, with all this information in front of them, knowing that their people are being absolutely ripped off, would continue to side with them. And, when we as a superannuation fund make our investment decisions, we certainly take into consideration these broader macroeconomic trends and things that could occur in country. And we look at this and we would see there's an obvious risk that Australia would at some point want to get some form of fair share from its industry.
Yeah, thank you, and I agree with most of what you've said. I don't know if the gas corps are doing as well communicating to the public recently as they perhaps have historically. But look, super funds are usually advocating against these sorts of policies that would replace the levels of corporate dividends paid to them. Why are the Future Group calling for higher taxes on gas industry profit?
Yeah. So first of all, it's incredibly expensive to do this modelling. It's expensive to take the time to prepare a submission and to come here. And the reason that we have done that is that as a superannuation fund, our members' financial interests can only be served if the investment decisions we're making in Australia are being supported by a policy framework that supports a future thriving economy. And when we look at the situation that we are in now, we know that our economy has to go through a really significant transition over the next 10 to 15 years to remain productive. And earlier modelling that we did last year as conveners of a group of over 500 businesses called Business for 75 demonstrated that there would be a GDP uplift in the order of about $500 billion if we supported a transition that would get us to 75% instead of 65% emissions reduction by 2035. That would see an uplift of around 40,000 jobs, as well as a GDP benefit. And so what we are seeing right now in front of us is a final opportunity to collect a fair share of income and revenue from our gas sector and to divert part of that funding into transforming our economy so that we have a robust economy to invest in the future. And at the heart of it, you know, this is why we're sitting here right now, because there is an enormous opportunity if we to doing this, and there is an enormous cost if we fail to make you know, a decision to collect this revenue now, and we won't have this opportunity in a decade's time because a lot of that revenue would have slipped through the fingers of the Australian government.
Thank you. And just finally, Ms Hobbs, we have seen a pattern now that will boost fossil fuel companies' profits, which means Australian super funds are pretty much forced to invest in ASX gas companies because they otherwise risk failing the performance test. This test is currently under review by the government. Do you think super funds should be punished if they aren't invested in fossil fuel companies?
There is an obvious and urgent need to change the performance test in this country, and I argue it today as a representative of an organisation that is legally bound to invest in members' interests, and that is that we know, if we take a step back, that there is an enormous carbon bubble. And that is, if we look at the balance sheets of gas companies and oil companies, not just in Australia, but globally, their prices, their valuations are enormously overinflated because they assume that they're going to be able to dig out of the ground all of the reserves that they have on their books. And you only need to look at the projects in the pipeline in Australia to understand that a huge percentage of those will never get off the ground because they're already unviable because of the rapid pace of the transition in Australia. And we have these short-term fluctuations that, sure, 1 or 2 years we're going to get a price boost, but at some point the valuation of the fossil fuel companies, not just in Australia but globally, are going to have to be market corrected when these assets are not dug up and burnt. And our thesis is that we don't know exactly when that correction is going to happen, and that we just it is far less risky for our members to not be invested in those assets today. And exactly as you said, we are in a situation where we are being asked by the regulator to consider investment risks such as this one, and yet there is a performance test framework that forces us almost to invest in it. And as a superannuation fund, we do take on additional short-term benchmark risk by not investing in those assets. And we do that despite that risk, knowing that we are investing in the longer-term economic benefits of our members.
And finally, just to revisit your last comments, is it your view that this is the last opportunity Australia has to get fair tax returns for gas, and the government would be crazy to let that opportunity go?
I mean, sure, we can come back here in 15 years and we can still have a conversation about getting a fair share, but we'll be talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. We won't be talking about tens of billions of dollars. We won't be looking at, you know, the figure that we have for, you know, looking at 10 years with a 25% tax is $90 to $100 billion. That number won't be on the table.
Thank you for your time today, Ms Hobbs. Just a reminder, if you did take any questions on notice, to please get those responses back by the 28th of April. We're very grateful for your time spent with us today.
Thank you.
Great. I now welcome Dr. Ken Henry. I understand that the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Ken Henry, and I appear here in a personal capacity, somewhat liberated from a set of
Enjoy that freedom.
obligations.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Well, thank you very much. I could make this very short and simply say, just do it. In the national interest, just do it and stop the crap that the Australian public have put up with for decades now in respect of the taxation of Australia's finite natural resources. But let me add a little of colour to that. The resources we're talking about here, gas, were created millions of years ago. They are part of the natural endowment that this continent provides for the people of Australia, including for future generations of Australians. The people of Australia, because we have a democratic system of government, entrust elected officials, people like you, to look after their interests in respect of those natural resources, to ensure that the commercial benefits of those natural resources accrue to them and not to anybody else. Or if they do accrue to anybody else, for a reason that lifts the living standards of the Australians, some other reason that lifts the living standards of Australians. And remember, we are talking about present generation and future generations of Australians. The way that governments do this, acting on behalf of their citizens, is that they licence third parties. In Australia's case, these third parties are almost exclusively multinational companies to commercialise the resources, to dig them up, to liquefy them, and in most cases to export them overseas because Australia's domestic usage of these resources is only a tiny fraction of the exports of these resources. So how do the Australian people get to benefit from that? Almost overwhelmingly, the only way the Australian people get to benefit from that is through the operation of the taxation system. Now, people will say in respect of the taxation of gas that the petroleum resource rent tax does a bit. And it's true it does a bit, but that's the point. It does such a tiny bit that anybody should be embarrassed to use that as an argument for not changing the taxation arrangements. In respect of offshore gas, which is obviously exempt from state royalties, the principal form of taxation that applies is, of course, the company tax. And the company tax applies at a rate of 30% after deducting all of the costs of digging the stuff up, processing it, and whatever. And there are a lot of people who seem to think, well, actually, it may not be a lot of people, but there are some people who claim that the payment of that 30% of company tax is a good deal for Australian citizens. Well, I'm not that stupid. Think of it this way. As I said earlier, those resources are the property of the people of Australia. They sit on the national balance sheet. Imagine if I were to come to you, sit down with you, look at your personal or household balance sheet and put this proposition to you. I'll sell your house and I'll give you 30% and I'll keep the other 70%. And you should be happy with that because I've just converted an asset into cash. None of you would be stupid enough to do that, and yet that is what the Australian government and the Australian Parliament does with respect to our gas reserves. That's exactly what it's doing. It simply makes no sense. So if we want to ensure that present generation of Australians and future generations of Australians get fair value from the commercialisation of these finite stocks of natural resources created millions of years ago, then we have to ensure they get more tax revenue. That's the first point. Second point I would make, which is highly relevant to your deliberations, I think, is that resources we're talking about here are fossil fuels. And we're amongst the top 5, well, top 3 fossil fuel exporters in the world. Under the Paris Agreement, the carbon embedded in those fossil fuels is not something for which we hold ourselves accountable or are being held accountable. Nevertheless, the burning of these fossil fuels, where they are burnt, contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions globally. We can choose to turn a blind eye to that. We can choose to do so. In my view, it's immoral to do so. We should understand that we, through our exports, are making a contribution, a significant one, to global greenhouse gas emissions, and it's something that should concern every Australian. The third point I want to make is that obviously whenever there is a proposal to change taxation arrangements of anything, those who stand to lose, and there's always somebody who's going to stand to lose, will claim that it's the end of the world or something approximating the end of the world, or it's going to do enormous damage to the living standards of Australians. This always happens. It's the major reason why it's been so difficult over so many decades for the Australian Parliament to enact durable taxation reforms in any and every area. And I started working on this stuff in 1984, so I've got some experience of how difficult it is, but it's always that. It's always those claims. In your questions to the last witness, I heard the question, something along the lines, do any of us want to be here in 15 years' time reconsidering this issue? Well, I was here 15 years ago considering this very issue. I don't expect to be here in 15 years' time. I certainly hope I'm not. I would suggest that in respect to those claims, you should assume that self-interest rather than national interest is dominating. That's what you should assume. And I think that any sensible analysis of the claims in this case don't stand up to scrutiny. The fourth thing I would say is that there's a lot of revenue here for government to access on behalf of the people of Australia and on behalf of future generations. And I think this really should be thought of in intergenerational equity terms. It really should, because after all, the revenue we're talking about here, tens of billions of dollars, can be used to build a fund for the benefit of future generations, if that's what government chooses to do with it. Can be used equally to pay down public debt, and at the moment, as you know, future generations are staring into the prospect of having to pay off eventually something like $1 trillion of public debt. It's a hell of a burden that they wear and are being required to carry on their shoulders. Alternatively, the revenue could be used to build productive capacity in Australia in an economy that is desperately in need of a shot in the arm with respect to productivity growth, particularly because, as we know, that is the principal supporting mechanism for growth in real wages and therefore growth in living standards for young workers.
Thank you, Mr Henry. I know that there are many eager people.
Oh, no, that's okay. That was it.
Oh, thank you. Perfect.
Yeah, very timing.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and I'm going to pass to my colleague, Senator Waters, who needs to leave, and then rotate to the committee. Dr Henry, Deputy Reserve Bank Governor Andrew Hauser recently said in discussing the opportunity to lift our national income through this energy crisis, and I quote, "It seems an odd thing to say, doesn't it, that such a serious war in such a key part of the world potentially has a silver lining, to the extent that the government is effective in levying a value-based tax on those outputs. Its income for those reasons alone will go up." Do you think the government is being effective in levying value-based taxes on energy exports, and what impacts does this have on our collective living standards?
Yeah, well, I think I've answered the question in my opening remarks, but I'll just briefly repeat that as under current taxation arrangements, with respect to the products we're talking about here, the Australian government's principal source of revenue is through higher company tax collections. And that's 30% of the windfall gains that we're talking about here. In my view, a fairer figure would be 100%. If we're talking about windfall gains, there is no reason that I can understand as to why Australians should not receive 100% of the windfall gains. There is no reason. There's no reason. There's no reason in economics. And there's no reason, I would suggest, in moral philosophy either. So no, I don't think that the Australian government is, or its taxation arrangements are drafted in such a way as to ensure that the Australian people get a fair share of the windfall gains.
Thank you, Dr Henry. And would the incidence of a gas export tax fall on producers operating in Australia who are competing with US and Qatari gas producers, or would it fall on the end customers in Asia?
The incidence of the tax, of taxes that I've seen proposed. Now, look, there are a number of different ones that I've seen proposed, and in my rather short submission I outlined or referred to a number of different models that could be used to ensure that Australians get a better share, but overwhelmingly the incidence falls on those who, the shareholders really of multinational companies. That's where the incidence would fall. Australia is a major gas exporter, but is not a big influencer of the world price of gas.
Because there is, thank you, there is a lot of commentary that imposing an export tax would upset trade relationships. But would it be safe to characterise your response as that it wouldn't, that the impact on trade relations is negligible?
I would expect the impact on trade relations would be negligible. Firstly, as you've heard from other witnesses, I'm sure, the export tax, if we're talking about a 25% export tax, that's a pretty small taxation burden relative to the price increases that have occurred recently. Secondly, a lot of the gas is contracted. The gas is being supplied under contract, which I would not imagine those contracts to be broken. Thirdly, for the uncontracted, which is the minor proportion, I'm not saying it's not important, but it's the minor proportion of the gas exports. You're talking about a 25% tax on the export revenue, which for most, if not all, of current projects would render them still quite economic, producing a smaller return to shareholders, but nevertheless a return above the cost of capital, and that's the important test here. I would also say, and I'm sure other witnesses have said this to you, that, and reflecting the, I think, second point I made in my introductory remarks, that at some stage the world as a whole, and we included, have to get used to the idea that this world is going to have to use less gas. And so I find it rather unconvincing when people suggest that we need more gas, not less gas, and that therefore we shouldn't alter the taxation arrangements applying to gas. It makes no sense.
And just finally, Dr Henry, the government is preparing a gas reservation scheme which would actually withhold volumes of gas from our trading partners. Do you think that that policy has a greater risk of upsetting trading partners than an export tax would?
Obviously it would depend how it's applied. If it's applied as a blunt instrument, it could very well do so. But I'd also make the point that, look, I don't know, but look, when I used to teach economics, one of the first things we'd do in microeconomics is teach students the equivalence of import quotas and tariffs. Now, if I was teaching it today, I would teach them the equivalence of an export tax and a domestic reservation. That is to say, you can design an export tax in such a way that it has exactly the same impact on the proportion of gas that is supplied domestically as against the proportion that's exported. You can do that. It's not a difficult thing to do. But there's one big difference, and it's a really big difference. The gas reservation doesn't raise revenue. So why the hell would you do that? It just doesn't make sense. It's much more sensible to achieve the same goal, that is, lower price for domestic gas and more secure supply of domestic gas, through an export tax than through a gas reservation policy. And if you don't have enough confidence in the logic of markets to allow the price mechanism to deliver that, then by all means apply the gas reservation policy as well to achieve the outcome that you intend the export gas tax to achieve. By all means do that, but it shouldn't be necessary.
Yeah, thank you. And look, just finally, the government's proposal will withhold between 15 to 25% of existing production. Would you say that you think that's enough to upset trading partners, between 15 to 25%?
Oh, you mean the uncontracted gas? No, I would not think so. But look, you know what? If there's a trading partner that is out there, write them a cheque. This stuff, I mean, honestly, we're going to design our taxation system on the basis of the possibility that we're going to upset somebody outside of Australia. For heaven's sake, there's more than one means of a government dealing with foreign relations.
Thank you, Dr Henry. I think that, to quote that multinational who probably pays not enough tax, just do it, is what sticks with me from your evidence. But I will pass to Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you so much, Dr Henry. I've enjoyed your contribution so far. Thank you for it. The Treasurer has said that one of his main goals for the upcoming budget is to build resilience in the face of an increasingly unstable American administration and global economics, including global energy giants. Do you think that a gas export tax would help strengthen our domestic resilience?
Yeah, yes, I do, Senator, and for the reason that I've already referred to, which is that it would, at the margin, preference domestic gas sales over export sales, over exports, and reduce the price of domestic gas relative to the global price or prices of gas. So that's one reason. The second reason is I've also referred to, which is that at some stage, pretty soon, we're going to have to, as a nation, accept responsibility for the greenhouse gas consequences of the fossil fuels that we export. It's why I wrote in my submission that there is another way. I'm not arguing that you should do this. I think a 25% export tax is fine. There is an alternative, which is to tax gas exports according to their carbon content. And I think one day we will do that. We will be forced into it by other countries. I mean, obviously, well on the other side of the current US administration. But and an obvious option for Australia would be to levy an export tax on both gas and thermal coal that is equivalent to the domestic price of ACCUs. This would make perfectly good sense. That would raise a lot more money than what the 25% export tax would raise. We're talking several tens of billions of dollars a year. But that simply reflects the contribution that Australia's fossil fuel exports are making to greenhouse gas emissions globally, for which we currently take no responsibility. So, yeah, look, there are options here. We should know by now, and I think most sensible people do know by now, that Australia playing an outsized role in dealing with greenhouse gas emissions is one of the more productive things we can do to build domestic resilience. The Australian economy is being beset by a number of climate-related catastrophes year after year after year that, in my view, and I think this view is shared by most people in Australia, that Australian governments have done quite insufficient amount to address.
In that vein, would it be good economics as well as good climate policy to invest in Australia's renewable energy independence and renewable energy security with big investment in renewable energy and electrification?
Yeah. So, and indeed, that is another obvious use of revenue raised from an export tax here, is to devote the revenue to investments in the critical infrastructure required to complete the decarbonisation of our energy sector. That would be a very smart use of the funds.
Thank you. Just having a look at the major shareholders of our gas companies, they're, as you've already highlighted, institutional investors in the US largely, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, as well as folk like the Japanese government and their major trading houses. Is it too simplistic to say that these wartime stratospheric-sized profits are either going to go to the Australian people or will simply go to those overseas investor back pockets?
That's not simplistic, that's how it is, and that's the choice that's before us. Do we want the Australian people to get the revenue, or do we want foreign shareholders to get the revenue? It is as simple as that.
Why do you think it's so politically difficult for the government to see that?
I don't know, maybe the government does see it, maybe we're going to see. I hope the government does see it. But because you're an experienced politician too, that seeing that something is right doesn't make it easy. You need more than that. And there have been previous attempts to reform the taxation of Australia's natural resources. And some of these have been referred to, I know, already. And it does appear that in certain circumstances, and I hope this is not generally true, but it does appear that in certain circumstances it doesn't take much opposition to have governments go weak at the knees. Doesn't. It should be otherwise, but unfortunately it's not otherwise. And I think that this committee can play a very useful role in putting some steel in the spine and in the legs of those who will have to take this rather important decision in the national interest.
I certainly hope that's the case. Just one last question, Dr. Henry. You've alluded to the dangers of missing the moment and repeating past mistakes in not changing tax settings to make sure that Australians get a fair share of the profits of our own resources. Given your historic involvement in the mining super profits tax as it was proposed and then didn't eventuate, are there any reflections or comparisons that you want to make with the situation that we're presently in?
I understand the question, Senator, and thank you for it. I would only say two things. Firstly, Had that tax been implemented, we would not be sitting here today. That's the first point I'd make. And the second point I'd make is that had that tax been implemented as it was designed, the Australian government would have received hundreds of billions of dollars of extra revenue over that period of time, which they could have put to good use. So the cost of the political handling of that proposal 15, 16 years ago has been enormous. When I say cost, I'm talking about the cost to the Australian nation, to the people, to the economy.
I think it was only a $24 million ad campaign, if memory serves me, by the Mineral Council.
You know, that's
Minerals
my
Council.
memory as well. I don't know why I carry that in my head, but I do.
Thank you very much, Senator Ward.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Dr Henry.
I will pass to Senator Ghosh, the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr Henry, for your submission and for your evidence here. There's a fairly significant difference, I think, in the structure of the industry, the gas industry, that is, on the East Coast and the West Coast.
Yeah.
Are you able to offer some light on how your proposal for a windfall tax would affect those differently, if it would affect them differently?
Oh, with respect to... Look, if the tax is only taxing windfall gains, there is no essential difference.
Okay. And does that answer stay the same if you're looking at a range of the other taxes you've referred to, sort of, I think, in page 2 and 3 of your submission, the cash flow tax, brown tax, allowance for corporate equity and allowance for corporate capital?
They all tax windfall gains.
Okay, so...
In this, well, what they tax is they tax economic rents. So, to be precise, what they all of those tax is returns in excess of the opportunity cost of capital, i.e. the normal return on capital. That's what they tax. Now, when there's a windfall gain, obviously that's a gain by definition. That is, nobody expected it, so by definition, it's a gain that is a return that is in excess of the opportunity cost of capital. So you could have a windfall gains tax that just targets the windfall gain, or alternatively, without a windfall gains tax, you could take the opportunity to design a something like a resources super profits tax, maybe a resources super profits tax, a cash flow tax, an allowance for corporate equity, an allowance for corporate capital, but they would all tax the windfall gain in the same way at the same rate. And
is in the description of those taxes as economically efficient in your submission, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is that they would not affect the quantity supplied, they would not affect the amount consumed, and they would not affect the price paid by consumers. That's what I mean.
One of the recurring examples in submissions from industry participants is the implementation of what's called a windfall tax in the submissions in the United Kingdom, and the asserted impact on investment in projects there. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not sufficient. Well, I am, but only vaguely, and I don't feel sufficiently familiar with it to offer you any sensible guidance on that, I'm afraid.
Your submission refers to the existence of the gas reservation, the domestic gas reservation in Western Australia.
Yeah.
And you've touched upon the gas reservation, potential gas reservation that's being considered at a national level. You have discussed this a little bit so far in your evidence, but how does that interact with the proposed tax or a proposed tax on exports? And if there is a reservation implemented nationally, I take your point about revenue, but if both are implemented, what's the impact economically on companies and investment decisions?
Yeah, so, well, as I was saying earlier, but I'll add to it, any amount of domestic gas reservation that you want to achieve for whatever policy purpose can be achieved through an export tax. It's just a question of adjusting the rate of the export tax to achieve that outcome. The outcome is measurable, or the outcomes are measurable in two principal ways. Firstly, more gas ends up being used in Australia. And secondly, and not unrelated, occurs for the same reason, the domestic gas price is lower. Now, that's true that's true of both a reservation or an export tax. Both achieve that over time. Obviously, the tax takes some time to have that effect, for the obvious reason that existing contracted supplies exports contracts would not be affected. You'd be talking about spot and not all spot. And so, you know, a domestic reservation policy could have a more immediate impact than an export tax, if that's what you want to achieve, if that's your major goal. On the other hand, as I noted, you don't get the revenue, and the revenue is huge. And when I say revenue, what I really should be saying more accurately is that Australians do not get the same return on the resources that they have elected their parliamentary officials to manage on their behalf. And this seems to me to be a rather significant issue.
Is there a framework, you know, theoretical or philosophical, that we can utilise in assessing the appropriate purpose of a tax and how to essentially evaluate the different tax proposals that appear in the submissions?
Sure. Yeah. And look, I would refer you to the tax review published in 2010. There's extensive material in there on the various tax options that are available for achieving an optimal tax outcome in this area. The review did go through and talked about cash flow taxation, brown taxes of the form of the resources super profits tax, and allowance for corporate equity and allowance for corporate capital and so on, windfall taxes, taxes on environmental externalities, and, you know, there's a whole range of stuff there. And it remains, unfortunately, remains current.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'll move to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr Henry, I wanted to refer to the Future Tax System Review from 2010, so lovely segue. The final report stated that a resource rent-based tax is the most appropriate mechanism as the potential economic efficiency and revenue gains are likely to outweigh the higher administration and compliance costs compared to output-based and income-based taxes. Do you still support that statement?
Yes, I do.
Terrific. You talk in your submission about the socially optimal tax rate on windfall profits is approximately 100%. And yet, during your discussions today, you've talked about the amount of gas that's contracted. So could you just talk me through that framework of windfall taxes being taxed at 100%, but you've also proposed that the majority of the tax exported is contracted and subsequently not subject to a windfall gain?
Oh. No, I wasn't suggesting that there was a reason for not applying a windfall tax to contracted gas.
Oh, then I misunderstood you. I thought you said that it was you would exclude contracted gas.
No. I was saying that all I was intending to say was that it's an option in levying an export tax to exclude contracted gas. That's an option, right? That's all I was saying.
And the contracted gas, given by its nature that it's contracted price, would not be subject to a windfall increase, windfall gain.
If the price, if the price is not shifting, there is no windfall gain.
Indeed, and I guess that's the bit I was trying to clarify.
Okay.
What have you done any modelling? And I appreciate that you're appearing.
I already know the answer to this question, and it's no.
Excellent. This will be fast, won't it? No, my question is: have you then, in the past, done any modelling around what? We've talked about you made the statement that a 25% export tax would not affect prices, export prices and export demand.
Yeah. I get that, yeah.
Do you think that there is any percentage that it would start affecting export prices and export demand?
Well, I don't know, and that's an honest answer. I really don't know. I think the point of, or the theoretical point that's worth bearing in mind here is that Australia is not, although it's a significant exporter, it's not a significant influencer of the global price of these products. And so it would take quite a lot, quite a significant change on the part of Australian supply into export markets for it to have a major or significant impact on the world price of these products. But that's generally true of the stuff that Australia exports.
So I appreciate that, the point you're making about it not affecting the export price or the world price.
Yeah.
But surely in the amount in the market, that the market is sensitive enough to that, you know, to a price movement that it would shift from Australian gas to another jurisdiction's gas. Do you know if there's been any modelling done on the price sensitivity of the market?
No, I'm not. But so what's the issue? But I'm not sure that I understand the issue. What's the policy issue there?
Well, the policy issue is whether or not the gas would come from Australia or the gas would come from somewhere else.
No, I understand that. But what's the policy issue? Like, so what?
Well, this is a great discussion to have because I would like to see the investment in Australia.
But for what purpose?
For the CapEx spend, the investment in small businesses, the employment of Australians who pay their own taxes and live a quality of life that they wouldn't.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, you could say that about any industry, right?
Yes, but it just happens that this is our second biggest industry.
It employs less than 2% of the Australian labour force, for goodness sake.
But it's the second biggest corporate taxpayer.
Well, yeah, and as I've explained, it doesn't pay nearly enough tax.
No, but it still remains the second biggest. I appreciate that you don't think it pays enough.
I would prefer that it was the biggest, honestly, and I think it should be the biggest.
This is the point that I think you think you weren't sure where I was going with this.
Yeah.
But I want Australia to continue receiving the investment and be, whether it be the second biggest taxpayer or biggest taxpayer, but certainly the taxes paid here.
Yeah.
And I fear that there's not been any sensitivity analysis done of what it would do to the Australian investment, because I think Senator Joshy made a reference to what happened in the UK, certainly Argentina. There are other jurisdictions who have been down this road of introducing greater taxation, then have missed out on the investment, which they've then had to unwind.
Yeah, but I don't. Well, okay,
settings.
But I don't understand. I don't understand why the level of investment in this industry, per se, is of policy significance, or why it should be a policy goal. I don't get that at all. And by the way,
could
when
we
I
just
was
pause on that, because it is an important policy goal. Because
well, it should not be, and I'll explain. When I was Treasury Secretary, the biggest challenge that I faced, or the Treasury faced, in respect of economic management was not actually the global financial crisis, which has got everybody's attention, but how to manage the Australian economy through the mining boom. That was the biggest challenge we confronted. There was such a rush of investment that we experienced an appreciation of the real exchange rate of 70%. The real exchange rate, which is the principal or most commonly used measure of Australian competitiveness, still sits 50% above where it was pre-mining boom. That mining boom, that rush of investment that you refer to, has damaged the international competitiveness of every other sector in Australia. And for what? For a very small increase in number of proportion of the labour force employed in the mining sector, and okay, they do get better wages than those employed in other sectors of the economy. for the extraction of higher volumes of natural resources from the Australian balance sheet by multinational companies, remembering that the value that the Australian people get from those exports is measured in terms of the amount of taxation revenue that's raised. Well, let's suppose you're right. Let's suppose, I don't believe it, but let's suppose that our gas exports were to fall by 10%. I'd ask you this question. Is it better for the Australian public to get 30% of 100 or, I don't know, 40%, 50%, 60% of 90? It's a simple piece of arithmetic.
So that is exactly the point that I'm trying to make. Is that I don't think...
I've misunderstood you.
Oh, no. Well, where we are on the same page, I don't think anybody has done the arithmetic of whether or not we would end up with a 10% reduction, greater tax take on a smaller amount, or if we would end up with a smaller tax take on a smaller amount.
Sure.
And my fear is that lack of analysis and sensitivity and understanding. I mean, you know as well as anybody the greater costs, capital costs in Australia, the nature of our geology compared to some of these other jurisdictions. It does mean that there is a competitive tension about where gas investment comes. And I appreciate what you said. I listened carefully about you're not a fan of fossil fuels and the speed of the transition. So we'll have different views in that regard. But regardless, we should be making smart decisions. And I don't feel that this is a well thought through discussion. We have had submissions made this morning that when I've tried to tease out, we'll just explain some of the assumptions that you've used, some of the economics have not been readily to hand. And this sensitivity bit about what it means for investment, I think is critical. And whilst we may have different views on what the value of the investment rush is to Australia, I can tell you in the places that I go to, it's changed people's lives. It's given kids the opportunity to go to boarding school. It's given farmers the opportunity to grow their farming outputs.
I get that. I get that.
So I think that's the bit that if I could sit here and some of the people who provided evidence could say, I've done the sensitivity analysis and I can tell you that the impact on this tax, not just what it will be for this year's take and next year's take, but what it will be in 10 years or 20 years, then I would feel a lot more confident about the discussion. But I'm deeply concerned that this isn't fully fleshed out. And we share an economics background. This stuff is modelable.
Although...
Oh, yes.
10 years out, 20 years out?
Sure. 5 years. Let's start with 5.
Okay.
I think that would
I
not
understand
be
where you're coming
unreasonable.
from.
Sorry, Chair, you've been very patient. I'll just have one final question then. You know that Treasury undertook an extensive review of the PRRT just a few years ago.
Yes.
Resulted in changes that were introduced in 2024. Again, what is your views on economic policy for a government to be changing the PRRT again within such a short space of time?
Look, honestly, I'd tear it up and start again. That's what I'd do. I'd replace it with a simpler, more efficient tax, maybe a resources super profits tax.
Thank you, Dr Henry. Thank you, Senator McDonald. I'll pass it to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Dr Henry. Thank you for your time this afternoon, for your contribution. And I hear some of the frustration of the evidence, and I share it, and I want to acknowledge that you've been at this for a long time now, really trying to encourage the Parliament to put Australians first. I'm interested what you think the consequences of continuing to fail to get a fair return on our gas are, not just in dollar terms, that's been well canvassed, but at a societal level when we talk about things like intergenerational equity.
It's something that worries me a great deal, and not just because of what's happening to the functioning of political systems in other parts of the world, but one can't ignore what's happening in other parts of the world. The big risk here is that the people who, for whom governance exists, lose confidence in the system of government. That's a big risk here. And we know it's happened in Australia. Survey after survey after survey reveals that younger people in particular are losing confidence that the political system is operating for them. That is really serious. The democratic political system is the only means available to electors to effect policy change, to ensure that the national interest is protected and advanced. And I think it's at risk. I don't want to overstate it, but my goodness, the level of community support for what I regard as proper governance in Australia is now well below what it was in the 1980s and the 1990s, when the Australian Parliament was seen to be acting, for the most part, acting in the national interest, reforming policy settings across the board, really. And in my view, the Australian Parliament has to find its way back to that place.
And do you think this risk of a loss of confidence creates more urgency around this issue?
Yes, I do. I think we have a moment. Of course, it's being opportunistic, but the opportunity is enormous, and we should be opportunistic. We should take this moment, I think. I'm not in your position, but I understand your position. I've had a lot of connection to people in your position over many, many years, and I would counsel you to take this opportunity to make an emphatic statement to the people of Australia that this democracy is functional.
Thank you. And just finally, and you've touched on this already, but how do you think the committee and Australians more broadly should see some of the industry claims of sovereign risk, potential freezing of investment in Australian gas projects? What should we make of that?
I think the Australian public is getting increasingly fed up with hearing those things. I think particularly because their lived experience is of things getting tougher, of living standards, particularly for young workers, getting worse, real wages falling, and having to pay higher and higher prices for fuel in particular, but increasingly, and they're going to experience this over the next several months, for groceries as a consequence of the conflict in the Middle East and in other places. And knowing that whilst they are having to suffer declining living standards as a consequence of these things, there are people who are shareholders in multinational gas companies who are making out like bandits. I think the Australian public can see through this stuff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. And just on that note, I understand we've peaked at about 500 viewers of this inquiry today, and I don't know how that rates, but it seems like a significant public interest. Thank you, Senator Pocock. I will pass to Senator Payman.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll keep it brief in the interest of time. Thank you, Dr. Henry, for your patience and for providing the evidence so far. Now, you've mentioned windfall profits. If windfall profits can be taxed without affecting supply, prices, jobs, or our competitiveness on an international level, would you say there is any good economic reason left for not making gas companies pay more?
No. That is no reason left. Yeah.
Thank you. And look, some of the submissions have contended that an increase in the taxation of gas may lead to decreased government revenue. We've seen the illegal tobacco crisis, that improperly calibrated tax policy, and how that led to decreased revenue. So could a similar situation take hold in the gas sector?
Well, if the tax applies to windfall gains only, then by definition it can't. Well, I shouldn't say by definition, but it's a simple piece of economic analysis that that demonstrates that it can't have that sort of impact. Taxing a windfall gain in terms of its economic incidence is the equivalent of taxing something which is in fixed supply. You know, the supply curve's vertical. Or the demand curve's vertical. There's no change to the quantity that's being traded in the market. So no, I don't think the tobacco excise experience provides any analogue for these discussions at all.
No worries. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payment, and thank you, Dr. Henry, for your time today. We're very grateful. If you could please provide any answers to questions on notice by the 28th of April, if you've received them, that would be appreciated. And yeah, thank you. I hope you enjoyed the ability to be off the cuff in your personal capacity.
Well, I hope it's of some use, and good luck. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, we have one final witness appearing today, and I now welcome...
we don't have an opening statement.
No, that's okay. I welcome Mr. Katan Joshy to join us, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sure. My full name is Katan Joshy, and I'm appearing in a private capacity today.
Thank you, Mr. Joshy. Would you like to make a short opening statement? At the end of conclusion
yes,
of remarks, I'll invite members to ask questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. And I would like to make a very brief opening statement, which relates to two reports that came out, one this morning, only a few hours ago, and one yesterday. So apologies for not including this in my submission. This is pretty fresh information. But I wanted to mention because I think they add important colour. I've looked at some of the summaries that have been provided of statements that have been made today, and I wanted to mention these two things. The first one is a new report from an organisation known as EMBA. Today they've released a report known as the Global Electricity Review. This is a happy time for all energy nerds, and what they found is that in 2025, solar's rise was 18 times larger than that of gas. Gas is the only fossil fuel that increased in 2025, but global solar generation is now the same size as the total electricity demand of the European Union. Solar power increased by a record 636 terawatt hours, which is remarkable. That's a 30% increase from 2024. This solar generation is sufficient to displace gas-fired electricity equivalent to all LNG exports through the Strait of Hormuz last year, which is about 550 terawatt hours. And I guess the really important part that they found is that gas demand in the Asia-Pacific region effectively flatlined. This is from the International Energy Agency's Global Energy Review. That's an important distinction. That's energy, not electricity. They found that around the world, global greenhouse gas emissions actually did increase very slightly. And that increase was driven by the use of gas. But when you look down at the regions, that increase was in the United States, the EU, and Asia has effectively flatlined in its gas use. I mention that in the context of my submission, just to introduce myself. I'm an independent consultant based in Norway. I used to live in Australia. I moved here in 2019. And I've been working for a variety of climate and advocacy organisations around the world since then, including the Australia Institute, for whom I performed some analyses and some blog posts. I know you've heard from them earlier today. Again, I'm here in my private capacity, but I wanted to describe in my submission the experiences of living in a country that has a very high level of taxation of its fossil fuel resources and exports, And then also I wanted to describe in my submission the experiences of what it's like to live in a country that still struggles with the concept of fossil fuel phase out and the cultural aspects of fossil fuels and oil and gas in particular in the context of where they're heading in the time that we're in right now. So again, thank you very much for having me. Thank you for shifting the time around. I know that it has been a long day, so hopefully I can give some snappy answers for you. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joshy. I'll kick us off. You're currently living in Norway, as you've highlighted, so have first-hand knowledge of the social safety net that a higher tax on fossil fuel exports supports. What are some examples of how their sovereign wealth fund provides a better quality of life for Norwegians?
I can provide a few examples, and I think that if you don't mind, they might just relate to me personally, because I think that's probably the most detail I can speak to. The primary example that I would provide is really just the level of support for childcare and healthcare that you get in a country like Norway. Obviously, the revenue from fossil fuel exports that's provided to the government plays a big part in this, and then combine that with the politics of Norway, the social democracy, and you end up with a very high level of support. And something that I think is really, really important is the cultural and psychological effect that this social safety net provides. When I talk to my friends here, when we talk about the lived experience of a country that really focuses on support for people day to day, stuff that wears people down in other countries, is something that really just doesn't enter your mind here. And I don't mean that to brag. I very much mean it to say this is something that other countries should be doing in the way Norway is doing it. When I speak to my friends back in Australia and they describe the experiences of childcare in particular, they talk about getting their parents to look after their kids on certain days, not taking their kids to childcare for certain days of the week. I find that really remarkable, and I feel intensely bad for them, because this is not something that should be happening in a country, particularly a country that is rich in resources and has very large industries exporting materials at a level that is arguably taxed nowhere near enough as it should be. And what happens is that when you have the experience, as I have had this morning, of just knowing that my kids are just going to go somewhere and be looked after, and I'm not paying a very large proportion of my salary to ensure that that happens, it frees up your mind. It frees up your capacity for deliberation. You can think about democracy and the issues that face the country in a much more level-headed way. And I think it flows through to everything that it gets experienced. And I think it's a large part of why Norway's politics has remained relatively healthy, because you have the psychological effect of having this level of government support that eases your mind, and it increases the capacity for democracy and deliberation in society. I know that's a grandiose statement, but I think that it's really something that stems from just having this basic level of support day to day. And very clearly, Norway achieves this partly through the revenues that it acquires from taxing fossil fuel exports.
Thank you. That on my to-do list after this is to go and pay multiple thousands worth of dollars of childcare fees. So that does sound like quite a perk. Mr. Joshy, you mentioned that the EMBA report showing gas demand flatlining in the Asia-Pacific. How can taxes on fossil fuel production help assist a managed decline of these industries, which climate science says is non-negotiable and needs to be done?
Yeah, the rate of this decline is being tweaked and tuned by many different factors, right? The EMBA report that I mentioned, I've only had the chance to skim it this morning, but it's very, very clear that the role of renewable energy has played a major part in the dynamics in Asia. Solar power in particular, but wind power, there was also, I should have just mentioned, there's a report out from the Global Wind Energy Council yesterday showing that wind power growth also saw its highest level last year, and that was also primarily centered in Asia and in China. And so competition from renewables, particularly solar and storage, is playing a very large part in that reduction in gas demand. And I should just specify that's gas demand for the power sector, for power generation, which is narrowly what the EMBA report examines. Taxation of fossil fuels, of course, it increases the price of it for them to be used. And we are already seeing this effect. I mean, just the data from the past month are mind-blowing. I've never really seen demand destruction like this for fossil fuels. That increase in the price of gas is not good, right? This is something that we are seeing really having a crippling effect, right? I've seen photographs of where my family live in India, you know, in Gujarat, people queuing up at petrol stations. It's really horrible to see. It's a crunch and it's painful, and we don't want a transition away from fossil fuels that is painful. What taxation allows us to do is manage the decline in a way that manages the pain. So that money, instead of what is currently happening, which is basically we're going to see all the Q1 2026 data coming out soon, and we'll see a lot of increased profits from major suppliers of gas. We don't want to see that, right? We want to see taxation of fossil fuels so that you can manage the increase in prices in such a way that that money actually flows back to the people. So you don't see that horrible sight of people queuing up at petrol stations, or, you know, again, I know I'm switching between gas and oil there, but we basically don't want to see a painful crunch for the energy transition. Taxation allows us to do a transition that is not painful for people.
Thank you. A great point. And I will pass the call now to Senator McDonald.
Thanks very much, Chair. And what time is it in Norway at the moment? I suspect we've got
It's a very reasonable time. It's 8:21 in the morning.
Well, that's is reasonable, exactly. Good. Mr. Joshy, I wanted to ask you that about Norway, that its public returns are driven not only by taxation, but that it is direct state ownership and equity participation that has developed much of that gas industry. Would that be, are you advocating for that in addition to taxation policy changes in Australia? Would you advocate for greater government societal ownership of gas projects in Australia?
That's quite a tricky question, because you can find different parts of the world where it's gone many different ways, right? I turn to Denmark. I think Denmark is a nice example of where there has been a phased decrease in fossil fuel extraction and use and export. In fact, the oil crisis of the 1970s was a contributor to Denmark having such a rapid implementation of wind power. And they had a state-owned fossil fuel company called Danish Oil and Natural Gas, which has now been renamed Ørsted, and Ørsted is now primarily a renewable energy operator. But you can also find parts of the world with high levels of state ownership that have very much expanded fossil fuel use. I think maybe several countries in the Middle East serve as nice examples of this, right? So it's a mixed bag. You have to be quite conscious of how state ownership changes the priorities and interests of different levels of government and different levels of corporations. So I'm not entirely sure that I would advocate for it as a blanket statement, but I imagine it makes a difference, right? And it gives the public much more ownership and deliberation and thoughtfulness around how the fossil fuel industry is shaped. I know you mentioned before, you know, the impact of the public of things like jobs and economic benefits from fossil fuel operations. I believe that democratic consideration of those things is really important. And so having state ownership kind of gives people almost a literal stake in what's going on. So it can be beneficial in that sense, right? But I would say I wouldn't necessarily advocate for it as a blank thing.
Okay, well, I guess if you have any more information on that and you wanted to provide that on notice, that would be interesting. I see that Romania has now taken on a greater equity stake in developing its offshore gas, and I'm just interested in different jurisdictions having different approaches to this, and particularly the jurisdictions that have gone in and out of windfall taxes and reservations, depending on what they've seen the impact of investment in their country being. So I think it's a very interesting topic. So thank you. Thanks, Chair. Interest of time, I'll leave that with you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. If there are no further questions from the committee, I will thank you very much for appearing with us today, Mr. Joshy, and if you did take questions on notice, please do provide answers to those by the 28th of April. Hope you can get on with your day now, and thanks for your patience. I know that we were a little later to start. See you later. Okay, the committee now stands adjourned.